How's it going, Gravy? And welcome to the WAN Show. We've got a great show lined up for you guys today. Lots of great topics, which everyone who was tuned into the pre-show knows is a big fat lie. But we do have a few pretty interesting ones. Yeah. Monster Energy is running around suing pretty much anyone who has Monster associated with their brand or the name of their product in any way. So by simply putting Monster in the title of this video, we could be opening ourselves up to a big fat lawsuit. Hey, thanks Monster Energy. In other news, Starforged Systems reviewed the LTT screwdriver. I have gone out of my way to not only not watch the video, but I haven't even skimmed the comments. So we are going to be reacting live. We're doing a reaction video, Luke. Let's go. What else we got today?
One of our channels got deleted. Did I do it on purpose because I enjoyed it so much last time?
I was wondering that.
Or what really happened?
Who else has the opportunity and the motive?
I'm pretty high on the suspects list at this point in time. Also, in other news, Arc Battlemage, it's still happening, okay? And so is the other one that I don't remember the name of.
Celestial.
There we go. And they matter.
They're not canceled.
Yeah.
Well, they might matter.
Hopefully.
Or something will matter.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to talk about that. The show is brought to you by Covalence, Zoho One, and Squarespace. I'm just so tired of talking about Tesla. Are you talking about the cameras, the footage, just like
it's pretty bad,
circulating in like meme chats internally at Tesla?
It's especially bad because they have internal cameras in their cars, don't they?
Okay, fine. Just add it to the list. We can talk about it.
Okay, we don't have to.
Yeah, it's just like I'm just so tired of talking about those guys.
It is exhausting. I totally understand. We don't have to.
It's like in other news, they're like just as evil as everybody else, and you shouldn't be a fanboy. In other news, still that. Let's kick it off with Monster Energy suing the developer of a game just for having the word monster in the title. The best part is that it doesn't even have the word monster in the title. It has the word monsters in the title. So they're suing indie game developer Glowstick Entertainment over the title of its 2020 horror game, Dark Deception, Monsters and Mortals.
Yes.
What the f***? Their claim is that the game's branding is confusingly similar to their Monster Energy trademark.
Maybe to people that drink Monster. That's not it.
No. Hold on a second. This is it, Luke.
Yeah, so they put them both in like monstery font, but it's not even a similar monstery
Yeah, this
font.
is more of like maybe like somewhere between Ninja and Diablo.
Yeah, because like the line through the O and like stuff like that.
And this is obviously hairy.
Yeah.
This is hair inspired. These are nothing alike. Get this.
And it also has lots of other words in it. It doesn't even start, yes, it's the biggest one, but it doesn't even start with the word monsters.
Is it even the biggest one? I think Mortals is equally tall. Okay, it's the biggest one. Sure, it's the biggest one.
Not by much, though. They're both very large.
And get this. They're going after them over their studio's logo.
Oh, wait, what?
Glowstick Entertainment's logo looks like this, and Monster is insisting that they need to remove the color green from their logo.
Oh, come on. I didn't even know about that part.
This is the kind of thing that I've got to look at and go, what is the 4D chess that they're playing here?
Yeah.
Is the idea that there's no such thing as bad publicity and anything that gets people talking about Monster in any context is inherently good? Because, let's think about this for a second. Their beverage tastes like piss water, right?
I haven't had a Monster in so long, I don't even know, but like...
I mean, I tried it recently for Short Circuit. With that said, I'm not the biggest fan of energy drinks in general, but It was not cool. I'm sorry. No amount of extreme, athletes doing whatever in their promotional materials is going to make drinking that cool. It might might energize you or whatever else, but it doesn't.
Like, who knows? Maybe it has efficacy, but
yeah, you could find stuff that tastes better for sure for the same price or a lower one.
There's also like insane amount of options in that realm.
Well, yeah, that's
There's
right.
so many options.
It's a super competitive space.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at it going, the point of this obviously isn't that anyone will actually confuse your brand. The point of this can't be to try to draw in a new customer by how cool and magnanimously you are behaving. So the only thing I can think of is that you've got enough people out there addicted to your particular formula of piss water that they're kind of going... Oh, right, Monster. I haven't had one of those in a while.
By, like, beating up some indie company?
I don't know.
They are definitely getting coverage. I knew about this before I saw it in the doc.
So did I.
I don't think we can even pull this, because I don't think we can trust people's, like, stated opinions, right? You'd have to trust their market actions, because those are very often not the same thing. But, like, I wonder how effective that's going to be. Because there's no way in hell this would make me want to buy something from Monster. It would do the opposite.
Now, here's the thing. This is not even a new behavior for them. They are notorious for these kinds of frivolous nonsense lawsuits. This is great. In 2016, Monster lost a suit against Monster Fish Keepers, which, is that even still a thing? Hey, we're heading to monsterfishkeepers.com. Let's go. This is apparently an aquarium enthusiast forum. Support and defend monster fish keepers. Okay, hold on a second. This is from support and defend it. This is an entire subforum? We won. Okay, this is from February of 2016. We've been battling with Monster Energy since 2014. I have beaten the monster. Monster Energy now has a ruling against its ludicrous and overreaching argument that it owns the word monster. Hopefully this will help the hundreds of other small businesses being bullied by them.
Wow.
This is amazing. Shout out Neo Prodigy. For all I know, you kill cats in your spare time. But from this post alone, you seem pretty cool, and I'm super into it.
Apparently, they've gone after Pokemon for pocket monsters, and they've gone after Monster Hunter, saying that there could be confusion.
In 2022, they tried to block hundreds of trademarks, including Moody Monster, a therapy toy for mentally ill children, and the logo of the Brookhaven Bears baseball team because it contains claw marks.
Oh my. Ugh.
Hold on, I've got to see this logo now. I mean, they just sound like just idiots, like.
I don't know. This feels impossible to actually implement, impossible to police, impossible to manage. We probably shouldn't actually do it, but it would be cool if there was like some type of thing that would monitor and detect stuff like this and be like, you are overly abusing your rights, blah, 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 and then you just lose your trademark. Just screw it. Like, no, you've done too much. You've gone too far. You're just trying to abuse the people and not defend your own
people in
things.
Floatplane are talking about Kylie Jenner versus Kylie Minogue.
What?
In 2014, Kylie Jenner wanted to register her name as a trademark, but was prevented by singer Kylie Minogue.
Wait, she wanted to register Kylie? Just Kylie? You shouldn't be able to register names or just standard English words or words in any other language, really. But that's not what I mean.
The thing is that you can at least... Oh, hold on. I've got the Brookhaven Bears logo. This doesn't even look like the Monster Slash.
Oh, my God.
It doesn't...
It's not that... The Monster Slash is very... It's like 3 railroad spikes. Like, it's very specific.
This is obviously inspired by a bear.
A bear swiping.
Not a monster. And does not evoke the look of the Monster Energy logo at all. Now, the point is not that they think they're necessarily going to win this. A major reason for these lawsuits, aside from
harassment,
protecting your trademark, because is it trademarks that if you don't protect them, that you can lose them?
Yeah.
So aside from protecting your trademark, is just to bully and intimidate others into giving in because of the threat of a long and expensive legal battle. Apparently, though, Glowstick Entertainment plans to fight the lawsuit in court and is currently pushing for a summary dismissal. The discussion question here, I mean, is pretty much what we've already talked about. What is the motivation from Monster's perspective? Wouldn't the risk of consumers seeing this and going, wow, what a bunch of jerkwads, outweigh any possible benefit? But then, I got to ask, like, you drink Monster Energy. Like, your standards are pretty low, I guess. So, no,
I have a question for you.
I actually don't care. You just drink whatever energy drink you want.
When are you suing Linus Bicycles?
Right? Or oh man, there's this other
Linux sounds pretty similar. There could be there has been confusion. We have documented confusion.
That legitimately has caused confusion.
We should sue the Linux Foundation.
I get called Linux on a fairly regular basis, especially by people whose second language is English.
Yeah.
Because it's just, I don't know, S, X, what, same thing, right?
Yep. You want to lose a lot of fans? Let's go sue the Linux Foundation. That'll go really well. This is just stupid. I hate it.
Yeah, I don't know. In some case, I wasn't even super mad over the dumb tech pouch thing with Peak Designs, or Peak Design, whatever it is. I wasn't even that mad because it's like, yeah, trademarking just a descriptive name is something we could probably fight and is super dumb, but I don't care. Now it's the tech sack and it's selling great. Like it's
a funnier name anyways.
Doesn't matter.
Not necessarily a better name, but it's a funnier name.
This is far more
way
frivolous.
Worse.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. Apparently, they actually filed against Ubisoft over the title of the game Gods and Monsters. And Ubisoft did change the name to Immortals Phoenix Rising, ending the dispute. My understanding, though, is that in the games industry, it is extremely common to just have to change the name of your game in the lead up to launch just because it's such a...
Well, there's so many games.
Yeah, it's such a crowded space.
And when, this genuinely happens, by the way, we've played them. They're kind of funny sometimes. But people will take, Unity demos and spend, I don't know, a day or less editing it and then just put it on Steam and sell it. When you can do that with any number of names for your games, the chance that a name that is similar to the name of the game that you're going to release is already out because of any reason is extremely high, very, very high.
So, in summary,
Monster sucks.
Yeah,
choose another energy drink if you drink energy drinks.
Yeah,
not promoting any particular one. Just don't drink that one.
Why is Dennis here?
I'm not going to say anything.
Can you smell it?
He has a present for you. Oh, here it is. Yeah, there you go.
Uncle Linus. That looks familiar, right? Do you recognize? Do you know Uncle Linus?
Yes. I'm aware of Uncle Linus.
I believe he's brought you a bag of Uncle Linus.
It smells like potatoes.
It smells like potatoes. Is it just potatoes?
Take a look. There's something in there.
There's something in there.
Reach on in, Linus, and see what you can find. Put your hand in the bag.
Dan, okay, that's making it sound so much
Yeah, this
worse.
is making me extremely uncomfortable. By the way, the Uncle Linus's #1 choice farm fresh hoodie is way more comfortable than it looks. I saw so many people confused by this thing. It is not actually made of burlap.
I was a little bit confused about it because one of the photos makes it look like it's burlap.
No.
Okay,
it's 100% cotton.
Yeah.
It's super comfy. It's a real product, and it's available while supplies last on lttstore.com. We still have some of them, but
We also have this.
Yeah, we're probably going to have to cut off orders at some point because they're back orders, and until we cut off orders, we're not going to be able to place the order to fill the back orders.
Yes.
Hi,
So,
Dennis.
yeah, that's the Uncle Linus's. Thank you for that, Dennis. Yes, you're in the frame.
Dennis, do you want me to put up the
Okay.
the
Wait,
card?
it's just
Okay,
potatoes?
There's potatoes.
Here.
Hold on, there's
You
more.
just
Oh,
touch
boy.
more.
There's more potatoes.
Touch more.
Okay. Okay. Luke, I've got a potato for you.
Okay. Oh, that
Potato.
to save the laptop. Okay.
Okay.
This is the letter.
Okay, there's a letter.
You were supposed to find that
Yeah.
in that giant sack of potatoes?
Really? That was
Wow, good job, Linus.
okay. On the back of the letter is me taking a bite of a raw potato.
Ah, beautiful.
Please read. Today we are doing something special. We know that the WAN show has been running late and causing you to miss dinner. So I hooked you guys up
Facts.
with a failing company called Uncle Linus's Potato Farm, which has generously provided us with their signature Uncle Linus's recipe fries. By the way, you can get this hoodie at lttstore.com. You will be served 6 different plates of fries from 6 different restaurants, including Uncle Linus's. What on
is
earth
Uncle
is the
Linus's
one from
restaurant?
Uncle Linus's?
Yeah.
You need to guess where each plate is from. We will start with the easier ones first.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
We got plate 1 and 2.
Well,
Oh, no.
okay. Plate 1 is McDonald's.
Yeah.
Well, you haven't even tried.
You have to try them first.
Yeah, but
Linus.
it is
It's
McDonald's,
just obviously McDonald's, though,
Yeah.
right?
though. Yeah.
Here, give them the sheets they can write down.
The audience can't see it either.
Yeah, they've,
You're not allowed. Okay, you.
I'm allowed
This is
to. I'm
going
allowed.
so
not allowed to
well
talk.
immediately.
I'm allowed to do whatever I want. The
Okay,
second
no,
one
we
is
were-
A and
we-
W.
You're so annoying. You're ruining the game.
We both knew both of those, though.
Fine, fine, fine.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's at least put them where people can see them.
Yeah, you're so
Well,
annoying.
Wendy's.
why are you bringing
I
more of
think.
them
I'm
out?
gonna take them.
Wait,
out.
maybe not.
Just stop.
I might take
What
that
is
back.
happening?
I have no idea for that
What
one.
the f is that other one?
Yeah, I have no idea.
That looks like just tater tots
What are
and
the
like
options?
minced beef. Yeah, what am I? Okay, do we need a pen? Why are you bringing them all out now?
And they can see it now. Okay.
I removed
What
the-
is happening?
Yeah, how does this game
I
work?
want you guys to try them and taste it.
Okay,
Okay,
fine, I'll try them.
McDonald's.
Yeah, McDonald's.
Wow.
You can just stop.
Okay. Okay, so
There's a punishment if you keep leaking the answer. Like,
Yeah,
okay,
you're supposed to keep it to yourself.
Okay, well, we did
we're
it a
supposed
lot.
to keep it to ourselves.
We haven't even
you
explained
haven't
the rules
eaten
yet.
it.
Oh, okay. Well, you keep telling me I haven't eaten it yet, but it's not like you give me any to eat.
I'm not in charge here.
Okay, what do you want to try first?
Those ones.
I want to try. I like McDonald's fries. I'll have a McDonald's fry. Thanks. Thanks for the
you sure it's
McDonald's fries. Yeah.
I'm good.
That's
Do I
McDonald's
have
fries.
to? If
You don't have to.
Okay. If I will taste the ones that I don't definitely know. Because
Okay.
that is definitely McDonald's.
Okay. Can I have one at number 2?
That one's
This,
definitely
this is a
A&W.
versive
How do you
game.
guys eat a lot of fast food? Fries?
No, McDonald's fries have looked the same literally my entire life.
Okay. Can I see number 3? That looks like it
That
has a
one I
little
don't
piece of
know.
apple in the top.
This
or
one I
something.
don't know.
What am I even
I think
looking
it's
at?
supposed to be cheese.
Is that chewed up gum? Is this like supposed to be
Is it like a
poutine?
cheese
Do you
curd?
remember
At some
one
point?
of them is Uncle Linus's recipe,
Cheese curd.
so you never know what.
Oh, I see. Uncle Linus's recipe.
What do I say if like I guarantee you I have no idea what that one, or that one are, but I'm
We gotta take a
90% sure I know what this one, and that one are.
You're competing for score.
Yeah,
so
we're
whoever
suppo-
gets the
we're
most
apparently
correct.
competing.
But what are the options?
The options, okay.
The
They
fries.
are all fast food restaurants.
Yeah,
Okay, but I don't even
All
know.
the common ones.
all the common ones.
They are all you can find in the mall or down on the road.
I don't even think I can
and
name
Uncle
6
Linus.
Yeah.
Wendy's.
So the first 2 were
A&W.
definitely very easy. I don't even know who makes a poutine. I don't know if this is supposed to be a
Is this
poutine.
2?
There's definitely cheese curds. I don't think that eating this is going to help me.
What is this?
It didn't. Okay. Well, here you go, Luke.
Okay, I'll try that in a second. I'm not gonna be able to.
Okay. Crap, I don't even know. All right, sure. I'm gonna start just writing common things.
So this one is number 4.
Right. I see. Okay. I'm not gonna eat that.
Well, they're all.
Are you guys seeing this? Should we switch to one of the other here? Hold on. We've
Yeah, I
got
got
the
it. If you hold it up.
yeah.
There you are.
Sure.
Oh, I forgot my hat.
Okay, are you? The Linus cam is not working. Is that
That is the
Oh,
Linus
I
cam.
see.
expected behavior? This is the Linus cam. Well, where's the
Oh.
wide cam?
Wait, what? Oh, I know why that's happening. Yeah. Linus cam. Shit.
Oh,
Dennis, is it possible
one.
that more than one are from the
There
same
we go.
place?
No, they are all from
okay.
restaurants. I didn't make any of them.
No. I'm wondering, is it possible that you ordered like normal fries and also poutine fries
No,
from the same
they're
place?
all
Okay.
separate.
They're all separate.
Here you
All
go.
separate.
What the?
Can I have number 5?
What are we doing?
I don't know, but please have number 5.
What's happening?
What are you doing, Dennis?
Uncle Linus is annoying. He just wanted the restaurant. He wanted you to try it.
I was not consulted.
That's why Uncle Linus is failing.
Oh, this is so cold.
There's a
there a
thing on
hair
the
on
end.
it?
There's a thing on the end. Yeah. Eating the hair.
That's nothing.
It's part of the experience of having fast food from this place.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Sure. Okay, and then the last one.
Last one. I feel like
I have no idea.
What number
pretty
is that one?
obvious, though.
6.
I don't think.
Have you not written down anything yet, Luke?
I have.
This is pretty easy. Like if you you guys kind of can tell by the look of it.
No, I'm just drawing a blank. I can't even remember what fast food restaurants there are.
I have
Okay.
the
What,
same
really?
opinion. I have the exact same opinion that I had before I tried any of them. I'm 90% sure I know what 3 are. I still think they are what they are. I'm 100% sure I have no idea what the other 3 are. Because I've never ordered fast food poutine. So I
Okay.
have no clue.
All right, well, let's get this over with.
Hold on, wait. Okay, 3. Which one even is 3?
Three is that one.
That is a truly unimpressive poutine.
Okay, you guys have to lock in your answer.
My answers are locked in. They're written down. I'm ready.
Oh, look, it's not.
He's trying. I'm sorry, guys. I had no idea what was going on here. You can see why Channel Superfun didn't survive.
This is very off script. It's off script as well.
Okay, I have
Dennis,
no idea.
what's happening?
I'm pretty
What's
sure I'm
going
gonna lose,
on?
but I sent it. I sent
this is
it.
for real, for real. Okay, you guys very obvious. Okay, give me the just lock down. Okay.
It's locked down. It's fine.
Do you know whose
So,
is whose? Did you
I
just
know.
mix? Oh, we know from the writing.
So number 1, this one you guys already know is McDonald's.
Yeah, we knew before we ate it.
Yeah.
Okay, NW. You
Yeah,
guys got
yeah,
it
we
right.
figured
Yeah,
that out.
yeah.
Thing. Yeah.
And then number 3 is from
go.
Wendy's.
We can't even see.
Oh, okay. Well, failed that
It's
one.
a poutine without the meat.
What? Poutine doesn't have meat, but go on.
the meat juice. Great.
Gravy.
Meat juice.
I'm calling that meat juice for the rest of my life.
Number 4 is Uncle Linus' recipe.
Yeah, because that's not French fries. That's tater tots with some
A lot of salt.
a lot of salt. How was Uncle Linus's
I
recipe?
hated everything.
I mean, they're cold. That
I
doesn't
didn't
help.
like a single thing that I just ate.
Even
That was
Did
garbage.
you try Uncle Linus' recipe?
Yeah.
Yeah, I.
Oh, did you make that? I'm sorry, Dennis. It's cold. you don't want heated potato products that are now cold. That is always
meat
bad.
juice. Is there
Okay,
meat
number
juice in that
5,
one?
New York fries.
Did I get that one
Yes.
too? What? I haven't eaten at New York Fries ever. Not
I
once.
got roasted.
Number 6 is
What's bad? What's the penalty?
KFC. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
you
didn't
got-
even guess the right 3 extra
You have
restaurants.
Tim Hortons.
Yeah, I thought
Tim
it was
Hortons
that
doesn't
one.
have f***ing
I
fries.
don't know. I don't go there.
So, I guess, Luke, this is your dinner for tonight, so I'm leaving.
Oh,
Uncle
thank you,
Linus?
Dennis.
They can't hear you. The mic's over here, Dennis.
Sorry. Not used to. I thought I'm mic'd up. That's Uncle Lance's recipe. That's why Uncle Lance is failing.
I see. Okay, so
Understandable. Well
buy
deserved.
a hoodie, support Uncle Linus, and something this too. Thanks for that. LTTstore.com.
This is a real job we all have.
Okay. This is a real thing I actually pay people to do, apparently. Wow.
Thanks, Dennis.
That was
All right. Yeah.
Someone's flaming my opinion on heated potato products now being cold being bad, and they said cold never had a British roast potato cold. Are you seriously bragging about the quality of British food? Is that actually happening
As
right
a British
now?
person, I honestly find that offensive.
This thing actually whole bag of potatoes.
yeah, that's not what it's for, Dennis.
It's like a yeah.
Look at that.
Okay, all right, thank
Okay,
you.
Sorry, I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
There we go.
I need to go home.
Thank you for the creative sponsor segment.
Um,
Are we doing the rest of the sponsor integrations now?
No.
Dennis?
My opinion on so many like celebrity chefs being from Britain is because they have to be really good to make the food palatable.
Ouch.
Thank you for your sack, Dennis.
I'm actually really impressed with myself for getting 5 out of those 6 right.
I thought you got all of them. I don't even know how well I did, but I did poorly. I think I only got 2.
Yeah, I haven't eaten fries at any of these places other than McDonald's and A&W in at least 5 years. New York fries, I've never eaten fries from.
Where is a New York fries?
In the mall. It's always in the food courts. Like I've seen it 100 times, but I've never
That's what I
eaten
meant with
there.
like not knowing the options. I was just like, I have
Like
literally no
I'm a
clue.
Subway boy, or like I'll usually get like Panda Express or equivalent, or like one of those places where you just pick all the stuff by weight and then they just like stir fry it for you. Like that's my go-to. I'm never gonna be like, yeah, I want really expensive fries.
I love how Dennis's idea for a segment was to give us. I'll word it the way Joe just worded it. To give us cold mall fries. Because like none of those were even mildly warm, but they were all like actually cold.
No, there was a bit of warmth in the one that had the like hair on it.
Crotch mall
You have to
fries.
blame that the person at the fast food. Because I drove there, rushed to 6 places.
You rushed to 6 places.
I literally got them like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, okay, all right.
The hair is not my hair.
The hair's not your hair. I believe you. It wasn't black. So that's good. It was a little bit curly, so I don't know that it was a head hair, but it was something.
Different hair. Different part.
Okay, why don't we let Luke pick what we're going to talk about next?
Let's move on. Let's talk about what everyone thought was my fault for fairly reasonable reasons, which was TechLinked just getting deleted
Yeah.
at like 4 a.m.
Yeah.
So
I got to sleep through it this time.
Yeah.
Which was kind of amazing.
Yeah.
Can I just say shout out and great job everyone who was involved in the mitigation there?
Yeah. There was a few points in time where we were like, should we wake up Linus and Yvonne? But there was nothing really additional that you guys could do because it wasn't a security thing this time. Okay, go back to square one. At about 4 a.m-ish, I don't know the exact time because I was not the person that caught it, but at about 4 a.m-ish, the earliest message that I got, I believe, was at 4:10. The TechLinked channel was just straight up obliterated out of nowhere. There was
I believe
no
the kids
like
say.
there was no like progression of channel flags or anything. It was just gone.
Twas yote.
It was yoted at 4 in the morn. I don't know.
Yeah.
We get a few messages about it. Eventually Colton calls me at like 6 a.m. or something and is like, hey, like what the heck's going on? We look into it. Doesn't seem to be any security problems or anything like that. The channel's just gone. We're like, what the heck? Eventually we message Google and they got it fixed pretty quickly. I think we're still maybe dealing with some issues, or it was recently resolved where comments weren't there for a while.
Yeah, there seemed to be some missing comments or something like that.
So the channel's still kind of getting properly
For all I know,
restored.
that may be a remnant of the original hijack, though, because I don't know if all the comments were correctly restored in the first place.
It's definitely worse now if it was bad before.
Sure, because I've seen some weird behavior on LTT where the comment might be there if I view it publicly, but it's not showing up in the dashboard
There
and
is
stuff like that.
definitely some problems from
Yeah.
back then, but TechLinked had like no comments on anything.
Right.
It was like super bad. So maybe it got like worse. Maybe it compounded. I don't know. So it's still sort of being restored, or maybe it's done now. I haven't checked on it in about 24 hours. But yeah, it just got yeeted, and I don't believe Google has made an official statement on what happened. I am fairly confident.
Luke has a theory.
Yeah. I don't know.
But
this is
that's
all
just a theory. So wait, sorry, what channel are we on?
I think they listened to the cries of a bunch of us, including Linus and I, saying that these streams should be caught with Content ID.
Way sooner.
Yeah.
Especially because it's always the same stupid stream. So once you've identified one of these scammer streams, I thought that's the whole point of Content ID, is that you're supposed to take down harmful or infringing content.
Yeah.
And yet this stupid Elon crypto stream
It's
scam
like
thing
clearly running rampant on the platform
Yeah.
and doing nothing about it.
Yeah.
So I think they did actually start doing something about it.
Kudos,
But,
by the way.
Yes, that is good.
However,
But it detected a bunch of privated versions of those streams. So videos that like, yeah, you should probably get rid of it eventually, but like it's private. It's not doing anything. No one can access it. Who
yeah,
cares?
I actually had left the archive of that stream up in our channel for like the memes. And I had meant to post on social about it, like, hey, you guys remember this classic live stream? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, like it doesn't really matter anymore.
Yeah, once it's private.
Yeah. But Content ID can still search private videos.
Yeah, and the reason for that is that many people will upload copyrighted
Like
content
movies.
privately just so that they can like watch it outside of their house.
It's like, oh, this is my version of Plex. Like,
yeah, just
no, you
uploading
actually
stuff to YouTube.
Can't use it that way. So it should, I'm not complaining about it searching private videos, but it detected not just our channel, not just TechLinked, but also a bunch of other people's channels. Because after it happened, I had a bunch of people reach out and be like, yeah, my channel got nuked too for this exact same thing. And luckily, it seems like across the board, Google is responding very quickly and getting people's accounts back, which is not the most characteristic. So I appreciate that it is happening. That's good. This is an improvement. Happy. But yeah, no official statement. Pretty sure Content ID flagged it and then just started nuking channels, which... You know, I understand the world is not one time zone, but it sucked that happened at 4 in the morning for us. It also sucked that there was no warning or flag or heads up or anything whatsoever. You just obliterate this channel out of nowhere. I am constantly amazed with these big companies how it feels like 3/4 of the time there's too many people, too many moving parts, and they just get cog jammed and they can't move forward or do anything. And then out of nowhere, it just seems like something super fly by night just like zooms in and just there was no oversight or thought. They're just like, oh yeah, we should Content ID them. Good idea. Boom, and just blow everything up. Like,
especially because it's not like we had 3 copies of the stream sitting in our channel.
No, it was 1.
So where's our 3 strikes?
2 maybe? It wasn't 3 though. It wasn't 3.
It's mind blowing.
And like other channels that we had privated versions of that stream as well, but those didn't get taken down, which is like, okay.
Yeah.
So like, did they run it and then realize like, oh crap,
I'm not sure.
we didn't think about this use case and then stop it and it didn't get all the way through? Or I don't know what happened, but yeah, this was not a new issue. This was an artifact of the original issue that happened a couple weeks ago, just like re-biting us. And it's been fixed already. Everything's good. We're fine.
This is hilarious. YouTube chat is actually moving slow enough that I can see it for a change. Watch them try to retroactively sue Sesame Street for Cookie Monster. Yeah, anyway, sorry. We can keep moving.
Oh my goodness.
So anyway, kudos YouTube for getting this sorted out, but also
What the heck?
dang it, YouTube, you can't just like
Just delete channels like that.
I mean, they can, I guess, but
Probably shouldn't.
yeah, probably shouldn't.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and jump into our next topic here, which is going to be...
And like, it would probably be less destructive if instead of deleting the channel, if you got rid of that content and then like locked it so it couldn't upload for a certain amount of time, but people could still view it and externally it didn't look like anything was wrong, and then you resolve it with the creator instead of just be like, boom, okay, we can restore it, but all your comments are gone. Like, just maybe slightly less destructive actions could be cool. I know you can do that type of stuff because you can stop people from being able to stream.
Yeah.
So if you can just stop them from also being able to post anything, so community updates or VODs or anything else, shorts, whatever, if you just stop all posting capabilities until it's resolved,
Like a read-only state.
that would be a way better solution.
Yeah. It honestly may not be that simple, though.
It might not be. I don't know.
You know from experience
Things
that
can be
things
more
that
complicated
might
than they seem.
seem simple. Like, why
Absolutely.
can't people edit a comment under a Floatplane video?
Well,
after all these years, after
They can
hardware
now-
unboxed,
They can now on the
after hardware unboxed,
yeah.
asked for comment
I need to
editing.
drink.
LTTstore.com.
I need some Uncle Linus's moonshine.
I'm teasing him because we have had some issues with transcoding, and it has been a frustration from the folks over at Hardware Unboxed that they can't edit comments. But there is some good news. We haven't figured out the fix for transcoding, but we do have a Band-Aid that has been applied. And we're
working on it. We'll get a fix.
And on the comment editing side of things, that is actually working on the beta site for Floatplane, beta.floatplane.com. Don't put in the www. That is apparently a amateur move. So, yeah, I tried to navigate with www and it did not work. Now, to be clear, I did not type in www like a baby boomer. I just was on floatplane.com,
Edited the URL.
clicked the URL,
It is
and
more
then
advanced.
added beta.
Yes.
The www was already there. I just didn't remove it.
I wish you forgot that you did that.
Oh no. Oh no. I do not search the World Wide Web, sir. www. dot.
It would have been great if you forgot, but yeah.
Nope. I
That's
knew you were
okay.
I knew
I
you were
was
going to
so
go
ready.
after me for that. Yeah, why would you type in www? I did
I
it.
didn't call you a boomer.
Nope, not
Surfing
even.
the web over there, Mr. Linus.
Not
even. Speaking of things that are, I don't know, I don't have a good segue for this. Intel?
Yeah.
Intel Arc Battlemage and Intel Arc Celestial are still happening. TSMC has reportedly received a large number of orders to produce chips for Intel's next-gen Battlemage GPUs. This means that all three major GPU brands are now contracting TSMC silicon. Thank you, Linus.
So I was
for
doing
their
it subconsciously. I'm one of those people that does this. Like, I tend to kind of go like this as I'm reading along to things. It drives Luke absolutely crazy because it does this on his screen and just like...
So his name just goes all over the place and it will block words. And I already have a hard time reading because I'm dyslexic. So then not only is my brain just going like, woo, with all the words and letters and stuff, but now it's blocking them out.
So when he couldn't read, reportedly received a large, he said like a large number of orders or something like that. And I was like, oh crap, I'm doing that thing again. So my options now are to stop doing it or to double down.
He did. In the immediate reaction was he moved his mouse somewhere else, and then I saw it pause there for a second. I was like, he's coming back. And then he just starts bouncing all over the place, and I was like, oh my goodness.
But really, this was the right thing to do. This was the kind thing to do because now instead of letting them believe that you think they got a large number of orders, I mean, from who? Obviously, only from Intel. You know, now I can explain why you tripped over that. So I actually did you a kindness.
Wow, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Anyways, all three major GPU brands are now contracting TSMC silicon for their GPUs. But it also means that Intel hasn't given up on a second generation of graphics cards, as was previously reported. Huh?
I said that one wasn't me.
What one was it?
Hasn't give up.
Did I say that? My bad. Hasn't given up on a second generation of graphics cards, as was previously reported by some
people, by some more. This is why, and there's no point singling out anybody.
Yeah.
But this is why we tend to not really report rumor as
not as big of a fan of
a thing that's going to happen. Yeah. My tendency is like we'll occasionally say, okay, yeah, this is leaked, or this looks like it could be shaping up to something. But there are certain outlets that have a tendency to report these things as on the spectrum of fact and fiction, a lot closer to fact. And we're just kind of the mind, like, we'll review it when it gets here, because unless it's something that you can buy, there's not really a whole lot that matters that we can say about it right now. But it looks like if these, again, I mean, this is a rumor, but industry rumors of large orders being placed, don't come from nowhere. Whereas rumors of this entire division is going to be shut down can come from just people's anxiety or whatever else. But orders are orders, and if this order went through, it looks like Intel is going to stay the course, and Battlemage and Celestial are going to come in 2024 and 2026 respectively, and hopefully do something about the way that NVIDIA is just dictating the pricing of GPUs. It's surprising to me, because for a while I felt like they did see consoles as a threat, and like I felt like that was what they were attacking with 30 series. But now it feels like they're just kind of sitting there going, they'll pay. And if they won't pay today, then they'll pay in a generation or two when our like mainstream entry-level GPU is on par with these consoles anyway.
Yeah.
And they're just like, they're playing this waiting game where eventually they will produce something at a price and performance level that is attractive enough for you to upgrade.
The Intel cards, though, like when we did our challenge, it was pretty okay for a first attempt.
Yeah.
It wasn't perfect, but it's a first-gen product. And you're always going to have some problems. And most of the issues that I have, it got way better over time. Those driver upgrades were big.
Yep.
And a lot of the issues that I had, at least, are solvable 100%. So like if they keep the path, it could be okay. I have absolutely not lost faith in Intel GPUs.
I think their biggest problem right now is just that they need resizable bar in order to perform anywhere near half decent.
Yeah, that's a little wacky.
And the positioning of A750 and A770 would make it perfect for like $69 gaming PC upgrades, buying an office tower off of eBay and turning it into a cheap game. None of those are going to support rebar.
Yep.
So it's like, it's the perfect product for a hypothetical customer that doesn't exist, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And it's frustrating.
But down the line, maybe it shifts a little bit.
Yeah.
We've before we even tried them, before they were actual cards that people could even use, we had already been saying that the ones to be more excited for was Battlemage and Celestial. And then we tried it and we were like, yeah, kind of what we said before. We've had this joke for like actually the greater part of 10 years about how we should, have we ever done it? We should just do a GPU review before the GPU comes out.
Yeah. That literally was a suggestion that Luke made, I think about 9 years ago.
Yeah.
I think you pitched it as an April Fool's.
Maybe.
Where we upload a review of a GPU, just completely straight-faced, graphs and everything, just based on like, okay, we know they're going to jack the price by $50 to $100.
We know they overstate the performance by a little bit.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Yeah. We like invent a couple of like kind of cool technologies or something that seem kind of feasible. I got to say, fact has become stranger than fiction. Like, I don't think
you can't trust videos or photos.
We wouldn't. No, I mean, in terms of like GPU features.
Oh yeah.
Back then, would I have come up with frame gen?
Or like even Ansel.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Right? Or like, what's the Remix? What's the one where you can take older games and add new assets to them and stuff?
I don't remember the name, but I know what you're talking about.
I can't remember. I think it's Remix. I wouldn't have even invented that. So it's all really cool stuff. It's just,
I can think of things right now.
I think from a purely performance standpoint, we probably wouldn't be that far off.
Yeah.
I don't know if I was cynical enough to think it could go this bad. That's the only thing that I think would keep us from being very, very accurate.
Yeah. I just like, I think a lot of our predictions on how this Intel GPU thing was going to go was like actually pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know. The thing about predictive content is there's going to be a number of people that are going to just be super mad about it.
And it has all the exact same problems as rumors, which is why we've never done it.
Well, no, we have done it. I don't know if you remember this. I'm not sure if you were really on the content side anymore at this point, but we did a review of an upcoming really exciting entry-level CPU by taking the mid-tier or the high-end one or something like that.
Oh, and just like
artificially
chopping.
limiting it in the BIOS. We disabled the cores, we set the turbos, and we were like, here's our preview
Well, I think
of it. And people were so mad. And the best part is that once the real product came out and we were
like spot on.
bang on.
Yeah.
Crickets. You still shouldn't have done that. Like, okay, but we were very clear about what we were doing. It wasn't just rumor mill random guessing. It was an educated guess, and it was interesting.
I'm sure you're aware of this, but
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily sure that they are. And I don't think we did this, but I know back in the day that publications would do official reviews of CPUs that way.
I know that like Tom's used to take engineering samples and do reviews early like that, but I don't know of anyone doing that.
I remember reports of sites chopping off cores and stuff to represent lower end CPUs that they were not able to get their hands on because they would have had to like buy it or whatever. This totally
that's
happened.
hilarious.
It's a long time ago.
I don't remember
very,
that.
very long time ago. Over 10 years type of stuff, but I remember that happening.
That's awesome.
Brutal. Anyways.
In summary, Intel Arc Battlemage sounds good.
And I'm excited. I'm actually very happy about that because I ended the Intel thing like kind of frustrated about some of the problems that I had, but very hopeful for the future. And a bunch of people were saying like, oh no, they're not going to do it. So I'm happy that they are going to do it.
Yeah, confirmed. Intel GPU division is going away.
Yeah. Not so
No, I don't think so. Most of what Intel has shut down in their restructuring has been less promising technologies.
Should we talk about this?
Yeah, I think we probably should. Here, let's get the Luke cam going here. You'll have to lift it up a little bit higher. We shot a short today right before the WAN show that is kind of inspired by that scene in Office Space where they beat the crap out of the printer. Do you want to explain what you're holding there, Luke?
Yeah.
Careful not to sneeze. Or,
that was all the fragments of the M.2 SSD. It doesn't really exist anymore. It got obliterated.
the M.2 SSD, you say?
Yeah. So from the infected computer, we're gonna save the motherboard. There's like some percentage of concern that it could have gotten a something in the BIOS. So we're gonna deal with the BIOS and move on, save the motherboard. But the SSD was a no save, so it got curse smashed. And it was fun. I just sent it with a bat into effectively bricks on the ground. And that didn't feel very good. And then I reacted very negatively about that. And then Dan runs up and is like, all right, time for me to go, and just does the exact same thing.
Luke's playing it up. It's fine. And now my hand still hurts.
See, I played baseball as a kid.
I knew it was going to hurt.
So, like,
I didn't play baseball, but I knew it was going to hurt.
Yeah, but like the thing is, you can hold it real tight, and that makes it okay-ish.
Oh.
Yeah, like it,
I don't know.
Yeah. So when I've watched you like harming yourself, I'm kind of like, for somebody so athletic.
I never played baseball.
Yeah. No. I see that.
Legitimately never did.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I could tell. Ow!
I wasn't like that. It did hurt though.
I mean, there's video evidence of how upset Luke was, and
Oh, it hurt.
I mean,
I have like broken, like popped blood vessels.
yeah, no, I believe you because you went hard. And the thing is, like, no matter how jacked your arms are or whatever, it's not like the blood vessels in your
Yeah,
hand
your hand is still dealing with the like shock.
are any stronger.
So okay, the reason why I went so hard was because we just originally had it like laying flat on a brick. So I was like hitting this with a bat, like nothing's really gonna happen to it.
Yeah.
But I still wanted something to happen to it, and then I missed.
Yeah, missed by like this much.
So it didn't even matter. Oh,
And
man.
like the best part is Luke looking at the drive after, going like, did I even hit it? And there's this dark
red mark.
on the brick, like 3-4 inches away. I'm like, no, dog.
I didn't see that because it was so far away from the drive, which was even better. But then, yeah, eventually we like stood it on its end and then hit it a little harder and then kind of stomped on it and stuff. And now it has ceased to exist.
Yeah, so that drive will never harm anybody again.
Nope.
Realistically, it is possible that we could have reformatted it and reused it.
It's not worth it.
It's a 256 gig. What is that? A P5 or something like that? Crucial
yeah.
P5. That's what we use as our standard workstation drive. And it's like, for the amount of work and the amount of cost, if whatever malware that's on there, if it somehow managed to get
or whatever,
into the firmware or something, I don't know. It is implausible, right? It probably didn't, but it is not impossible.
It's actually like, because we had some like tracking on its actions while it was on the computer and stuff, it's like extremely unlikely that it did, but it's non-zero.
Yeah.
So like
the motherboard, we're going to
motherboard will
hope
be saved,
that it didn't get into the BIOS, and we're going to keep the board because it's like,
even if it did get in the BIOS, we can save it.
Yeah, we need to talk about some of the changes that you're going to make as CTO. Luke had a little freak out over our standardized workstations.
For everyone. That's okay. So you have to understand that there's a lot of people that you don't see on camera all the time that do work that is like genuinely just in a browser. Like we make this meme about like really high-end gaming PCs used as Facebook machines. It's effectively that, but like worse, because they have $800 motherboards.
I think they're 600.
Are they?
Why
did I
so.
get a range? Asus
Z690 WS or something like that.
ProArt.
Yeah, ProArt Z690 Creator. What's one of these worth? It's also possible that the prices are jacked up now.
$680.
Okay, but on Amazon.ca, it's 477 Canadian.
Oh, I'm looking at 680 Canadian.
I don't know what to tell you here. I mean, here's my screen.
Am I looking at the wrong one? Oh, yeah. Okay. Only one left in stock.
Yeah. Whereas, you're looking at the Ryzen one.
We don't have Ryzen ones? Okay.
I think we're LGA 1700 right now because Ryzen 7 didn't make sense when we did our last standardization or something. I can't remember.
Either way,
they're pretty.
For a business computer, including mine, like when this all happened, I looked through the window of mine and was like, what? Like, why do I need this? Why do I need an $800? I show up to work, I open up my multiple browsers because I have a bunch of different browsers with different profiles. It's all cool. I like how it's set up. And then I have my different chat programs, and that's all I do. I was laughing at work the other day because I came in and needed to have a meeting right away, and my computer was doing this really long Windows update, and I was like, what the? And then it finally finished, and I got in, and I didn't realize until like 5 p.m. It had updated to Windows 11. I had no idea because all I do is like use my browsers and other stuff. Like I don't need an $800 motherboard. There's no way.
I will tell you this. I will tell you that while I didn't spec these, I did sign off on them. But I was asked, do you want everyone to have 10 gig? Because there are a lot of people that do access the server for stuff. And I was like, well, I don't know. Sunk cost fallacy. We already invested in 10 gig infrastructure everywhere.
Bad version of sunk cost fallacy.
Hold on. No, that's the sunk cost fallacy. We were already in it. We're already in it for 10 gig infrastructure everywhere. We might as well have 10 gig capable clients. So I was like, sure. Because 10 gig cards aren't actually that expensive anymore.
Yeah, okay, here. So I want to add this in as well.
Yeah.
We have $800 motherboards.
No, but you keep saying $800.
Hold on.
But
okay, $650, $477, whatever. The price that I got from the person who buys them internally was $600 to $800.
Okay. So hold on.
That's where we've been buying them. So I don't care what their current cost is, because what we spent on them is around that amount.
Now hold on. Now let me jump in here. My understanding when I signed off on them was that Asus was giving us a sweetheart of a deal on them, though.
Okay, sure.
So my understanding was that we weren't paying that much for them. Now, what I don't know is if that deal continued in perpetuity or if we have just been buying.
And if we had to use them for all of the systems. Because again, you know what? If you have some argument for the video editors, because they need cranked out machines, right? Like okay, maybe there's some feature on this board. Maybe they need 10 gig because they're pulling huge video files off the servers, all this type of stuff. There's arguments that I feel like could be made here. Are you gunning for the CFO job? No, but keeping budgets under control is like a thing that matters for everyone, not just the CFO. Anyways, what was I going to say? Yeah, but we have so few like spare systems.
Yeah.
That Jaiden's talking in Floatplane chat about how he was working off a Steam Deck for a while.
Okay. That had to be voluntary.
No.
Shut up.
And it only has one monitor output.
No.
And now he's working off of a NUC.
No. I mean, we have like random mini, there's a mini forum.
Maybe we do. We have a shelf of servers.
Whatever. Yeah, I mean, okay, well, what are you doing to fix it?
I'm going to be doing something. I'm trying to work slowly through this giant, insane pile of mess.
Yeah. And why was a Windows 11 update allowed to randomly apply to one of our computers? Don't you have any policies?
We're going to have to look into
policies in place.
That is actually something I wondered about, because I was like, does our antivirus solution work just as well on each one?
I don't know.
This is something that has now been flagged because my computer just randomly updated, and I was like, wow, that doesn't seem right.
We have outgrown our cavalier approach to infrastructure management.
Yeah.
The thing is that in the early days, it was mostly just a bunch of tech bros who were pretty much expected to perform all their own system maintenance. So, I mean, I'm not going to say it was a bad thing for us to standardize our workstations. It actually does make life easier. Should the workstations have been standardized on the particular components that they... Maybe not. There were times that I made calls to just go with the standard component versus one that we could get a deal on. Like Fantech, we use the P400A, I think it is, for our standard workstations. And Fantex was giving us like a wild deal on them for a long time. And then they were like, you know what? You guys are like...
Using way too many.
Yeah, you need pallets of cases on a regular basis. How are you hiring so many people?
That's fair.
Okay, you're just gonna have to buy cases. And I was like, Corsair wanted to play ball and send us cases, but I made the call to just buy the Fantex ones. Not because the Corsair case isn't as good. In fact, the 4000D was, I think, the most popular case in Intel Extreme Tech Upgrades. Great case. The reason I made the call was the whole point of the standardized workstations is that when someojust motherboard dies,
trained on that thing and then get really fast with it and stuff.
You're going in, out. We just know everything about it. It's good to go. Don't have to think about it. Parts are easily swappable from one to the other. That was the whole point. So I was like, no, we'll just buy cases, whatever, if it comes to that. And it came to that, and that's fine. Whether that motherboard was what made the most sense, I don't know. But I was busy, and Colton was supposed to do it.
This lines up a lot of the problems.
Here's the bus. Here's Colton. Yeah, anyways.
A lot of the problems here come down to like, yeah, it was like sort of done. Someone was working on it, and then, they had to make videos or something.
Yeah.
And now we're here.
Yeah, I mean, that really is it. So everyone kind of was, in the early days, was expected to manage their own stuff. It didn't matter if anything was standardized, because if, like, Ed's editing station died, I'd be like, why are you talking to me about it?
You fix it.
Like, yeah, go get some new RAM or whatever. Like, there's a pile over there. Like, we didn't have an inventory system. There's no tracking for anything back in the very early days. And anyone who wasn't comfortable upgrading their computer, a lot of the time, I would just do it.
Yeah.
So that's not sustainable anymore.
No.
Sushi sent in the Floatplane chat asks, why does everyone use desktops still? Especially with hybrid work environment, most orgs give laptops nowadays.
That's a good question.
Have you found laptop reliability to be subpar?
I found okay, so a lot of this depends on how long you want that device to really be used for.
I guess that's fair.
And some of it also comes into, like, if we're allowing people to work from home, the problem that happened recently with the browser session hijack.
Yeah.
If we're allowing people to log into work accounts on personal computers in order to be able to work at home, that's a huge security concern because of things like browser session hijacks.
Right.
What if their sense is high when they're working because we have this trained into them, but then they open something in their personal email?
Right.
And they're
or on their personal time.
No,
Just-
but that's
yeah,
what I mean. Sorry,
sure.
it's like say it's a Saturday and they get an email and they're like, "What's this?" and they open it and then they get a browser session hijack.
Right.
And it maybe has a work account open in it or something.
Right.
Like
So you're kind of saying having that air gap, just like that physical
Having it be a different
separation
device.
between my work computer and my everything else.
Floatplane has stuff in place for this,
Right.
where we have either you need to be working on a separate partition or a separate drive. So you have like a work portion.
Right.
I don't know if people want to do that with all of their home PCs for us. Like we send everyone home with SSDs that they have to use for work. Like that's maybe not a great solution for everyone. It
Yeah.
kind of works for Floatplane. I don't know if it really scales beyond that.
I don't think so.
Maybe if people want to work from home, we have
if
to
we
send
had
them
like a
with
dedicated
laptops.
help desk team to manage all that, then sure, maybe. But I
Yeah.
don't think that's happening.
Yeah, like there's a bunch of stuff we need to figure out. But
Dr. O in Floatplane chat asks, also for you VDI types out there, something Horizon software plus support, what's the cost? I don't know. That's not my question. But, how feasible, given the 10 gig infrastructure, would be just going to thin clients?
all of my experience with thin clients is extremely negative.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's
got to have come a long way, though, with virtualization being as good as it is.
So I'm not shooting it down because of exactly that. And it could have not only just come a long way, but it could also be that the implementations that I used were just poorly done. A lot of the versions that I've tried are at like schools.
Right.
Where in one case, I know the IT team just doesn't care at all. And in the other case, it was very, very low budget because it was like my high school in the boonies. And I know what the tech budget was, and it was zero. so like the fact that it worked at all was pretty sweet. And that was also a really long time ago at this point. So like maybe it's come really far. But I always hear about problems with it, like tons of problems with it. They have thin clients at my hospital. They literally take 2 minutes to boot. Yeah, like I hear stuff like this all the time. Now, is a 2-minute boot time really that big of a problem?
I mean, it's a lot more than those dedicated machines sitting next to people's desks right now. So
yeah, but is it worth $800 motherboard plus all the other components to save 2 minutes?
It depends.
It might be.
The cost of those solutions
sure.
can be extremely high, and it can be ongoing. At least that computer, I buy it once.
Yeah.
And talking about how overkill it is for the tasks that a lot of these people are doing, they can use it for browsing the internet and checking emails forever.
Yeah, they're gonna work. Yeah, there's things we got to think about, and I don't know. It's not like it's gonna be. I don't think it's gonna be worth it at all to like replace all these $800 motherboards and attempt to flip them and then deal with the labor cost of uninstalling a reason. Like, there's no way that's gonna work.
It's also just inconvenient because there's going to be entire departments that will not use thin clients.
No.
The editing team is not switching to thin clients.
It would have to be like two standards, really, a high spec and a like whatever other spec.
Not even the spec, just like if we had a bunch of people on thin clients.
Oh yeah, like a mixed architecture setup.
Yeah, because there are people here that
can be annoying to manage.
Would absolutely need a dedicated station.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because you're literally like the video editors and stuff are literally like on the edge of performance. They like have to be all the time.
All the time.
So they're going to be dedicated desktops for sure. My workplace has 3 levels of specs. Yeah, but okay. But what I said was kind of wrong because he wasn't talking about levels of specs. He was talking about architecture styles.
Yeah.
So having VDI versus having dedicated desktops at all is what he was talking about. Not spec.
Because even within those, you might have different spec levels. So, for example, anyone in engineering also going to need a dedicated workstation. Then again, actually, I think that's an industry that has moved towards virtual desktops a lot because those professional cards make more sense on a centralized machine and the way the licensing for the software works. Okay, I don't know. Yeah,
Depends. It's all stuff to look into, but compared to some of the other things, it's not like the highest priority.
Part of our problem is that what we do is so broad.
So weird.
Yeah.
Weird and broad.
We're
like
not
uncommon and a lot of different uncommons.
Yeah, we're not just like a product development company or
we're not really going to be able to apply super generic things to a lot of the stuff that we do.
Yeah.
But we do need to apply well thought out, sensible things that are actually enforced properly.
What are you saying? Can you speak plainly?
Well, like you said before, it's never really been anyone's full-time job.
Yeah.
So it's just people have tried to keep the ship moving.
And the ship has
which has
kept
worked.
moving.
Yeah.
Like high five, okay? Everyone who's been involved in helping out with the infrastructure over the years,
Yeah.
whether it's, Jamie or Jake or Dan or Anthony or me. Yes. I don't know. You mostly actually didn't do that much.
Not a ton. I tried, and you were like, no. I remember having a conversation with you about something, explaining that I could do it better, and you were like, no, it's more interesting for the video if it's like bad. And I was like, okay, whatever.
I was right.
Yeah.
I mean,
It wasn't. You didn't say it that way. It was something along the lines of like, you've got it to this point, so the audience is going to want to see like the follow through of the story. Something like it was more in depth than like, no, it should be bad. But like,
yeah,
content rules a lot of what we do.
it really does.
And some of the drama of the infrastructure has been valuable. Moving forward, hopefully we can just make more like this is what we're doing with it stuff, which will also be interesting. But we
it
didn't
is a
have
good evolution for the content.
we didn't have the time or the dedicated people in order to do that style of content
Yes.
with it. So it was worth doing it the way that we did do it. Like everything makes sense.
And it was fun.
It just can be improved is what I'm saying.
Definitely. And like I want to make a couple things clear. Nothing was fake. Like
No.
when we lost the data, we lost the data.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we have definitely taken a just like yeehaw, let's go. You only live once approach to it. It's been a conscious decision, and it's funny because I'll see a lot of criticism of our approach where people are like, "This is so stupid." It's obviously they're only doing it because like they're just enthusiasts tinkering with this stuff and want to make a video about it. And I'm like, well, is it stupid or is it the thing you said?
Yeah.
Stupid like a fox. Like that's what we do. We just love this stuff and we're playing with it. And yeah, we don't know a lot today, but we're going to know more tomorrow. Actually, Jake and I are planning an update on how everything's running right now because there's been a ton of changes. Like you see the server graveyard over there, right? Actually, here, Dan, can you show them the server graveyard? There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. There's more. Can you pan up or tilt up rather? Up. There you go.
All the way to the top. There you go.
There we
Yeah.
go. Some more servers. The server graveyard exists because we've done a lot of consolidation over the last little while.
Yeah.
What we're planning to do then is a combination. It's going to be 2 vlogs, I think. It's going to be like an update on how everything works with the 3 locations that we have now, and data backup and resiliency across those locations. What we're planning for a really cool project that's coming up soon. So we are moving Wannik server, the primary editing NAS / like main production NAS, to a high availability solution. So it's going to be using 4 nodes in a single 2U rack,
Yeah.
where you can lose any one node, like gone lose, and the whole thing just stays ticking, which is pretty cool. So we're going to talk about that. And then as a follow-up, we're going to do a video where I switch jobs for a day. The idea is that I work in logistics, and we are going to take on the server graveyard.
Oh.
We're going to take on some of the organization challenges we've had over at the new place. I'm going to bring not just me, but I'm going to recruit like Jake and as many people. We'll probably bring in Dan. Dan, by the way, okay, sure. Anyway, so we'll probably bring in Dan, and we'll have some fun. We're just going to go through and like organize some stuff. We haven't done any of that like classic
Moving vlog.
vloggy style content in a long time, so I think it's going to be fun.
Yeah.
On the subject, going back to us talking about how we do so many different things and it's all sort of broad and random. This is a question over on Twitch. Dat1 Wolf asks, sorry if this comes out as naive, but I do genuinely wonder, what does LMG do as a whole, the company? I know you're a tech company, but what do you do?
Oh,
Besides making YouTube videos, reviewing products, selling your merch, but what else? Just like, for example, Samsung, they sell tech like smartphones, etc. But what is LMG's product? Thanks in advance. Our product is what you said.
well, hold on.
Yeah.
Sort of.
I mean,
Because we have a bit of a problem.
What?
What do we call ourselves?
We're a media company.
Yeah, sort of.
Okay.
Also, completely not at all.
We're new
if you
media.
look at it in a different sort of.
Okay.
It depends.
Even YouTube wasn't sure how to categorize us.
Yeah.
Like I have.
So, go for it.
I have a representative from YouTube who's a creator representative, but it was apparently debated internally, switching me over to more like a corporate representative. So the kind of representative that would work with,
okay. Yeah, because we're a big company.
like a media company.
Yeah.
And I was sitting here going, no, I'm pretty sure that I'm still involved enough on the content and being the personality on camera side of things that I'm definitely still a YouTuber. I'm not like a 5-minute crafts or like
I agree with
Vivo
that. I understand why they had the debate.
whatever else. But I get it.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Because even YouTube wasn't sure like what the heck we were. Because it's also a lot of YouTubers. They would just talk to the YouTuber, whereas our poor YouTube rep, who I'm usually very nice to, but sometimes I just get like really passionate about stuff sometimes, and I love our YouTube rep, but I feel like she has a hard time processing my energy sometimes, and so I think it's tough for her sometimes.
Yeah.
And I feel especially bad for her because she's like 9 contacts here, depending on whether it's content related or merch related or editing related, like whatever, right? So it's really tough, and she's not really set up for that.
So the problem that I was talking about, which is not actually the same problem as what you were talking about, but is heavily related, is we don't actually have an actual name because we are not Linus Media Group. That is wrong.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, you're right.
Oh.
No.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
yes, you're right,
Yeah.
but no.
Yeah.
I don't know what to call it.
I don't know either.
I forget. The umbrella company is called like BCLTD.
It's a bunch of numbers and stuff.
225,
Yeah,
something
yeah,
like
yeah.
I don't know. Yvonne named it before I told her, hey, we should probably give kind of distinctive sounding names to all the companies. And she's like, what's not distinctive about? And like rattles off 9 digits. And I'm sitting here going, woman, I barely know my own phone number.
Oh, man. Yeah,
So
but like
I don't even know. So it's a mix.
We're trying to do infrastructure. Okay, but that doesn't work either. And I'll get into that in a second. But we're trying to do like infrastructure stuff here. And this isn't even something we're working on, but just this is my best example for it.
Yeah.
So if you're doing building access,
Sure.
what is the domain for people to gain building access?
I don't know.
Oh, whatever it ends up being. Let's just say we name it after the parent company, LMG.
But that's not right because
What if you
Floatplane-
only work at Creator Warehouse
Yeah, what
and you
if you-
enter a building that is only for Creator Warehouse? Why are you putting that one in? That's
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah. I think we've just got to go.
And people are like, oh, you're like a tech lifestyle company. I'm like, yeah? The like giant lab with a power supply tester that's taller than you are is tech lifestyle?
Yeah, not really.
No, not really.
And then labs, we made the decision, I think mostly because Yvonne doesn't feel like admitting another company. We made the decision to not spin labs off
So just
into a separate
that
company.
one's under the umbrella, but not everything else.
That one's
So then
Linus Media Group.
you start adding slashes. So you were like, oh, it's just a combination of them. Okay, so it's LMG, CW, Lab, FP, and then what if we add badminton? And then what if we add something else?
Yeah.
So like eventually it's just going to be like a bunch of random letters with slashes between it. Like that
Let me
doesn't-
talk about the badminton center because so this is more of a personal side project for me, though. I mean, what isn't? I guess at this point in time, so the badminton center, we were trying to figure out how to handle the accounting.
Please don't just put your name at the front of whatever the hell it is. Is that your plan?
No. We'll talk about that later in
Okay,
the show,
okay.
actually, because I was going to solicit your advice for how to name the badminton center. So we'll talk about that later. But we were trying to figure out, because if we're going to have a center, we're going to need a pro shop. And if we're going to have a pro shop, and we already know everything we know about online commerce, why don't we just have a web shop? And if we're going to have a web shop, well, why don't we just ship to all the same regions?
We should review badminton equipment. And then we should add stuff in the lab to check like tensile strength of strings and, and durability of different rackets.
No,
yes.
not that.
Okay, good.
But we were trying to figure out how to handle if Creator Warehouse just uses all of its knowledge and expertise to run the web shop.
Sure, just add another Shopify store.
Right. How does the accounting work for that? I have no idea. I don't know. It's actually way more complicated than people probably think.
Because you can't just like do stuff for free.
No.
And if it's a different company, like
that's not your job.
Yeah.
So then you have to contract it. But then,
and when I say that you can't just do stuff for free, I mean legally.
Yeah.
You literally can't.
You can't.
Yeah.
Creator Warehouse can't just do Linus Badminton Co.'s accounting for it.
Yeah.
That's not how that works.
Yeah.
So they would have to bill them. But then, hold on a second. Who holds the inventory? Who actually issues the PO? And if it's Creator Warehouse that holds the inventory, then are they just an unnecessary middle entity between actual distributors and the pro shop, which is going to operate physically and is going to have to collect Canadian currency?
Could you run like a...
Whereas Creator Warehouse only collects US currency right now in order to make it not a complete cluster.
So good. So good. You could maybe do... I know back in the day, Geeksquad used to operate out of Best Buy, but was a separate company.
Right.
So could it be like Creator Warehouse's pro shop and they like pay the badminton company rent?
I don't know.
Is
but
that
then,
easier?
Is that good use of Creator Warehouse's time? So if Linus, the CEO
Probably
of
not.
Creator Warehouse, comes in and is like, hey, I have like a little personal project that is never going to make any money. Why don't you dedicate a bunch of time to that? Oh, your KPIs that actually matter? Yeah, you're still going to have to do those things anyway, but I also do that. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to figure out what that's going to look like. Yeah.
Cool. Very cool.
Let's talk about the name.
Yeah. Do you have any ideas?
Yes.
Okay. Sweet.
I asked ChatGPT.
So they're probably pretty generic. Did you feed it like some...
Yeah, well, what I did was I fed it a couple... I asked it, what's a good name for a badminton racket club? And then from there, it gave me some ideas, and I said, I kind of like this one, this one, this one, and this one. Can you give me some more suggestions like that?
Okay, good.
And then I kind of went, I don't like this one or this one.
Negative prompts are very helpful.
These are kind of long. Can you give me stuff that's shorter? And...
Did you paste them? No.
I'm not sure if you're gonna. I'm not sure. So we actually kind of settled on something. I kind of like it, but okay. You know what? I want to call it Smash Club.
Oh no, I love that.
Okay.
I'm so down. Is that not taken already?
It might be. We haven't done a trademark search or anything like that, but I kind of want to call it Smash Club.
Please let me. Okay, please. You don't have to.
Yeah.
But please. In the like waiting room,
yeah,
one of the couches.
Rule number
Yes.
One of the couches.
Yes.
We need to have a TV and just Smash Bros. No other game.
So you went there with it.
Yeah.
See,
no, I get it.
No. I went like Fight Club.
Oh yeah.
Like rule number one is you do talk about Smash Club. Your word of mouth referrals mean a lot to us.
Yeah.
So whatever else.
Yeah.
But where I was actually going with it is I think it's a really funny double entendre.
I just think it's a good name. To be straight up, I just think it's a good name.
So you still haven't gotten to like Smash Club.
That's where I thought Luke was going with it. In the lobby with the couch.
Oh, no.
Black couch.
Yeah, what kind of couch is this,
I'm
Luke?
with you guys. I got all three of those.
Okay, all right.
I'm just trying to figure out how we can get the domain. Because I'm so down. Did you get the domain?
No. So
How can you say this publicly without getting the domain? Brother.
Smash Brother?
Can someone... No, we should do this.
I don't know. It might not be possible anyway. It says rackets by day, swingers club by night, right? So, did I tell you my idea of putting black lights over some of the courts and doing like disco badminton?
Or are you gonna
like black light
paint the tips of the shuttles?
Oh, I don't think you'd have to. They're white. Oh. They might glow anyway.
Yeah, that'd be sweet.
Or you could definitely use like the plastic, like the nylon shuttles. Those yellow ones would almost certainly fluoresce.
Just glow.
Yeah. So yeah, I have a little bit more detail. It is likely going to be 14 courts. So it's going to be pretty awesome. We had an opportunity to partner with a local club that is going to run like training programs, or that wants to run training programs. We haven't locked down the deal 100% yet, but it looks really promising right now. And so there'll be a partnership with them to get this thing off the ground. I'm actually very excited. It's kind of my retirement dream to run a badminton center, which isn't to say I'm retiring, but it'll be there.
He's done, boys.
It'll be there.
Smash Club. I like Smash Club. I actually really like that name. I really wish you didn't say it on the show.
I don't know. You never know. Maybe we'll get a deal. Because the truth is that I actually have other ideas that I lean towards more that I am not saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That was more just like a joke one. If we can get it.
I just like Smash Club because even if you don't look at it from the joking angles, and these are always the best names in my opinion. There's like a bunch of ways that it's funny, but also a smash is like actually a thing.
Well, I also kind of wanted something that fit in with sort of the theme of all the local clubs. So there's Drive, there's Ace, there's Clear.
And then there's Smash.
And then yeah, we'd be like Smash.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
Whatever,
I think I don't think it's even a bad name if you just look at purely seriously. And then it's also funny.
What I don't like about it is that it's really not a great domain for a web store. smashclub.com, like to go like shop. It doesn't even, it's not self-explanatory.
Oh, you don't want the .com. The .com's really expensive.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, do you know?
40 grand.
Yeah, that's not happening.
I think someone saw it cheaper somewhere else, but it was like 28 grand. Like it's, yeah. There's other options for domains that like could work though.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah, but we're not doing that. Another idea I had that I thought would be really funny. And again, this one is not real. We're not actually going to do this. But I was thinking like what
about this?
Yeah, you never know. What I had in mind was like racketshuttle.net or something.
Oh.
Cause like it racket, shuttle, and net, it's part of the equipment. I don't know. I just want to have fun with it. I just want it to be fun. And the black lights would be so cool for LAN events. If we did up the whole place with like UV lighting, it could be pretty sick at like midnight or something. Yeah, just everything goes like black light for the rest of the night.
We play. What's like a neon-inspired LAN game? There's got to be something.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, hard to say.
Halo starts at midnight, even though it's not really. I don't know, not really, but like there's some Covenant stuff that's kind of like that. But like Halo starts at midnight, and everyone knows because the like main lights go out, and black lights come on. Everyone jumps on Halo CE local servers. Like, oh, that'd be sick.
Oh, that's something we've got to figure out. We need to have like a giant projector setup that's just like sort of permanently set up by the stage or something. Oh, I hadn't really thought of that because the walls are going to have to be blue or green so that you have enough contrast for the shuttles, like for during the actual use that the facility is actually for.
You should paint them in like blue and green, like blue and green screen paint.
Yes and no.
Does it not work properly?
Yeah, you want it to be a little more washed out than that. It shouldn't be quite that vibrant, or it's a little hard on the eyes.
Makes sense. Yeah, that's fair.
But we'll have to figure out something. We'll have to figure out some way to do like a giant projector screen, so we can just be like, yeah, here's the directory that you definitely shouldn't go to
How did that get there?
not get any, copies
Weird.
of games or whatever. That doesn't happen at LANs. That's not a thing. So, put that up, and then instructions or whatever else. Like Halo Custom Edition, for example, has this annoying bug where if you don't install this like weird, obscure old Windows patch, the kill feed doesn't work.
Yeah.
And that sucks.
That sucks. You want the kill feed in Halo.
At a LAN, that is not cool.
Yeah, you want to dunk on each other. And then if we do any like little mini tournaments or whatever, you want to be able to throw it up on the projector if you can.
Hold on a second. Okay. I'm full of ideas today. What if we had like a main stage where all we have is keyboards, mice, and monitors, and optical DisplayPort and USB connections, so that anyone with their rig
you could jack into your actual personal rig
and then go play on the stage.
Oh, interesting.
Or we could, or alternately, we could jack into 16 or however many, like 5x5 or 8 versus 8. We could jack into them and we could display everyone's.
You don't even need. You could let people. I think people hauling their keyboard and mouse wouldn't be a problem. People hauling their monitors is going to get a little ridiculous. But if you let them bring their own keyboard and mouse, So just take your keyboard and mouse, whatever. It takes seconds. And then we have this setup that's mostly there, and then you can crank it out up on stage.
If all we needed was the spectating, then you could just probably do something over NDI and capture that way. And we could
There's definitely ways we could pull off of their systems if you wanted the people up on stage.
Yeah, but if you wanted the teams like facing each other, like at a real esports event, even if it's just randoms, right? I think it'd be way more fun if you just had like a main stage, match place.
I agree.
And people would go up there, so you could be like just stand up, like it's too much fun. You want that energy, right?
Someone in chat said do a proper LAN instead, like Quake LAN. I've never done Quake LAN personally.
What do you mean by proper LAN instead?
The whale LAN that we just did was exactly to a T how I like WANs to go. LANs to go, not WANs. And I hope that they will stay similar to that.
A proper LAN is whatever you decide it is. It's whatever's fun. It's getting together with your homies and playing video games. There's no such thing as a proper LAN.
The things that we're against is like non-participation, people sitting around on like social media networks at a LAN. Like, no, man. Like,
let's play some video games.
Play some games. It's not about what you play all the time when you're at home.
Yeah.
It's about showing up and having fun playing whatever.
It's about participation.
Is currently going on.
Yeah.
We had the like real mark of success of Whale Land to me was every time that we would do something like super random, just the whole place was up doing it.
Oh yeah, nobody was at their computer.
We did chair curling.
Yeah.
And like nobody was still playing games. Everyone was like, yeah, let's curl some chairs. They're all like cheering to ridiculous degrees and stuff. Like that was great. That was
awesome.
exactly what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
100%.
Yeah.
All right. Is it time to react to Starforged Systems' review of the LTT screwdriver?
I've seen it.
Oh.
Yep. I didn't know we were supposed to not watch it.
Okay. Well, I guess I am watching it, and okay, sure, fine.
Have fun.
Hey, look at this. They have a theater mode. Hey, Floatplane should have something like that.
I mean, if you just make the page bigger, it just does it automatically. We don't actually give you a choice. You're just in theater mode.
Yeah, that's true. That is actually a thing that has
on the
improved
beta
recently.
site. On the beta site.
Okay, so is audio going to work, Dan? I do? Oh, one moment, please. Yeah, I know where it is. I'll find
Maybe
it.
get past the ads.
You guys being able to hear this is a bit more complicated.
Oh, really?
It might work. We'll see.
Okay, good luck, everybody. We good?
You're good to play it.
On the
I'll make sure that we
surface,
can
I
hear it, too.
understand.
I
the
cannot hear it.
Designing tool seems
This is
like
already
a pretty easy gig.
freaking hilarious, though.
$70 pop. All you got to do is
Full-on
sell 3 of these bad boys a day, and you've got
Okay, I will put on closed
$75,000
captions for now.
business. Easy, right? Except for a few small problems.
I mean, I don't even need to hear what he's saying because it's obviously just.
Incredibly
Nice, yeah.
competitive market. And no
There we go.
offense, but the customers are a nightmare. They'll want updates on their order. They'll want it to last a long time. They'll even demand a warranty. All of which is why I'm
Okay,
extremely
hold on a second. Can I say I love this guy? right here. Not even trying to pretend that he's not having the time of his life right now. Hold on.
Okay. All of which is why I am extremely skeptical about the survival of LTTstore.com. Everything about it screams doomed to fail. Everything about it seems doomed to fail. Like the owner being a small tech YouTuber with less than 20 million subscribers. The executive team, including
Okay, we can't all be unbox therapy, okay?
some guy who keeps tweeting at us. And the absolute cherry on top is that the launch went so poorly that the aforementioned small YouTuber only launched with 2 color options. Of course, I'm fully prepared to put my money where my mouth is and find out if I'm wrong. So, we begged Linus. Am I saying that right? Linus? Linus? Is it like Linux? We begged Linus for a whole bunch of screwdrivers. A screwdriver that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is it a good deal? Is it well built? Can it run Doom? Just maybe they've got what it takes, though. While we unbox the screwdriver, let's talk more about the LTTstore.com's unboxing experience. Right out of the gate,
Okay, it's only one com, okay? Not LTTstore.coms. I just want to jump in and correct you there.
will say that actually this
Wasn't
is
it
kind of
possessive?
nice. Simple.
Sorry, what's that?
LTTstore.com's unboxing experience.
I don't know. I'm just.
He's not saying multiple.
I'm finding reasons to nitpick. This is actually
Gotcha.
kind of hilarious.
It's funny.
They've taken pretty much a point for point. They've made a point for point remake of our review of their system.
Yeah.
The intro, it was hilarious. Seeing, you know, what we could do if we downgraded our cameras, spent way less time, and just
So
we're
what we
straight.
used to do like a while ago.
We're straight memeing. It's inspirational.
Yeah.
Elegant. Not quite as good as a serialized wooden box with a handwritten note, but better than putting a stamp on the handle. And in fairness to them, there's no sign of shipping damage. However, there's no evidence that this particular unit was tested to be functioning correctly and that its performance is what is expected for this unit. With that out of the way, I guess we can take a little bit closer of a look at the screwdriver. No fans, so pretty bad airflow if the workload is
Okay.
high. And I don't know.
I actually take issue with this. Our screwdriver has lots of fans.
Oh wow.
You need go no
Oh,
further
wow.
than r/Linus Tech Tips. Okay, head over to our forum, check out the comments, and you will find many fans of our screwdriver.
Know how this 8-pin connector is meant to connect to the screwdriver's motherboard. I want to be clear. I'm not approaching this skeptically because it's a YouTuber doing it. I'm approaching it skeptically because I know how easy building a ratcheting screwdriver that balances on one finger and has a comfortable ergonomic grip from the ground up appears to be. And yet, how many little things there are that are very difficult to get right.
Okay, can I ask something? Do I sound like that much of a douche, or is he just taking the piss a little bit?
Sometimes.
Ugh, all right.
I think in that situation, it was, in my opinion, fair because you had literally done that.
Okay.
Like you actually worked at NCIX. They did those things. You have had to deal with all those problems. So it was like legitimate.
Okay.
But, you know, sometimes.
Cable management, I would give this a B-. Close to a C. What am I going to find out when I dig deeper? Let's take a look at... That was a sound. Let's take a look at the added accessories.
That was just as
What,
funny
no
the second time.
Molex? No, JT, don't cut the camera. I'm demoing one of the best features of the Starforged Systems Voyager Creator Elite. You can use your fingers on these big thumb screws without the need of a screwdriver at all.
Hey, come on. You can't.
Get owned.
You can't trick me into broadcasting that
owned.
on my channel.
Get owned.
See that? Love it. Starforgesystems.com. I noticed that it's pretty clearly missing an acrylic panel doodad gizmo, and it might be a bit of a polarizing take, but I, for one, think that they should have used a penis rocket for their logo. This clearly should have been a cock and ball.
It's a dick. Okay?
Yeah, but they know that it's the back and forth around it not being is like the whole reason, in my opinion, why it is. That's an amazing marketing tool. Getting people to just constantly talk about your logo is like the greatest thing ever.
I am actually legitimately not 100% sure,
I'm sure
that all of them were aware.
Oh, definitely some of them were.
Some of them have got to be.
Yeah.
I'd be disappointed if they weren't in on it.
Whoever thought of that and thought about the like marketing and branding utility of saying that it wasn't, but having it definitely be so, and constantly having this debate going on is a genius.
Oh, I see. Enough faffing about. What is this thing?
It's a screwdriver.
I do still have some questions about the thermal configuration of this machine, and I would really prefer to see some intake right about here. I can't fault the acoustics. Still quite quiet, all things considered. Feels really nice to hold. And ratchets really smoothly. Okay, initials of a small tech YouTuber merchandise company. I think it's time for us to take a look at what else is in the market and see how you stand up.
Starting off our comparison with Counter-Strike 2, we saw the Horizon 2 PC run an average of 420 frames per second. While the LTTstore.com
Game Boy
screwdriver
Color,
barely managed a
Xbox
measly
2.
69 frames per second average. That might seem nice for a $70 product, but bear in mind, this is FPS testing for a Counter-Strike game. Running Diablo 4, we saw pretty consistent performance across the board, with one obvious outlier. The LTTstore.com screwdriver is simply not cut out to play this game. Moving on to the upcoming title Half-Life 3.
How am I
Negative
supposed
performance.
to wait?
How can you defend this, Linus? Negative performance in Half-Life.
How can I compete with the power of imagination?
Play this game. Moving on to the upcoming title Half-Life 3, once again the LTTstore.com screwdriver disappointed.
Clearly flawed benchmarks, because touching grass should be way out here. So many frames per second.
While the Horizon 2 PC played at 118 FPS average, the screwdriver somehow generated -3 frames per second. We're not entirely sure how it scored so poorly, but this is likely a driver-based issue that Linus and his team should look into. And lastly,
Pretty good.
No, it's a... Oh, I see what
Pretty
you did
good.
there.
in an unreleased game we're not allowed to refer to by name, we finally saw the LTTstore.com screwdriver perform up to par with a gaming PC. Unfortunately, due to the secretive nature of game development, we're not allowed to comment on any specifics for the game's performance. All in all, if you're looking to game on a screwdriver, this isn't the one for you.
I get it. Not everybody wants to build and design their own screwdriver. So while Lowe's will send you a non-ratcheting screwdriver for roughly the same price, neither of them will come with a light-up Dick Hammer logo RGB panel. I consider that a big downside. LTTstore.com also offers a lifetime limited warranty, where if something breaks, they will have you send it in for repair or replacement, which is pretty impressive if they can actually pull that off in the real world. I still don't know if I can...
Again, this is pulled almost word for
Referential.
word from the original review of their system.
wholeheartedly recommend them. Who am I kidding? I trust you, bro. I'd say if they're still
Gotta get the shots in.
Got him. Oh, that's good.
Okay.
That's good.
All right.
around in 6 months and you like the YouTuber and LTT, then this screwdriver seems like it might be as good an option as any other on the market. Of course, the best option is always to segue to our sponsor.
All right.
The best reference of them all.
All right, guys. Well played.
pretty good.
Well played. Oh, I didn't even catch this. They accidentally dropped the screwdriver at
I
35 seconds. All right. Well, I'm glad the
Chock
driver's
full of
out there.
references.
I'm glad people are enjoying it. On a more serious note, SAMMIT, who is a YouTuber that I hadn't really heard of until I saw this thumbnail, which is we're not going
There's
to
no
watch
way
this
it's
one.
too long. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 20 minutes long, but
Apparently, we're
Linus
supposed to watch one 40-second segment.
Oh, okay, we can do that. Linus screwed me was what I saw pop up in my recommended, and I'm sitting here going, excuse me?
I thought it was going to be really bad.
I thought so too. I haven't finished watching it yet because people keep walking into my office and interrupting me. This is why it's really hard for me to watch videos even when I want to. I've watched about half
Sorry.
of it.
That one's my fault.
No, you weren't the only one. I've sat
Okay.
down and tried to watch this like 4 times. and I've made it 10 minutes in.
Did you watch the first half?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I strategically watched the second half.
Oh, shut up.
I did. I saw your message saying like I watched half of it, and I was like, he must have started it, so I'll just jump partway through. Also, your link actually had a timestamp in it, so I'm pretty sure you shared from where you were at.
Nice.
So I literally watched from the second that you ended watching. So collectively,
What a team.
collectively, we have watched one video. Yeah.
Oh, no. All right. So anyway, I guess there's a segment that we're supposed to watch. Please watch and react 122 to 203.
Yeah, so I actually haven't seen this.
Oh.
From all the bits. So I'm going to load this up. That was kind of satisfying. Wait, can you flick it? Oh my God. If you have ADD or ADHD, this is bad. Do not buy this for your partner because I'm going to be sitting here all day when I'm just thinking, just doing this. How fast can I do it? All right, anyways, let's load this up and let's get something to compare it to. Wait, so it was a false alarm?
Oh, my
They didn't hide the
God.
channel? Oh, okay. Cool, cool. I can put my pants back
Oh,
on.
my.
That's pretty good.
Strawberries, they're everywhere, man.
He realizes later on in the video that you can just, if you hold onto the shaft, you can just spin it and the whole ratchet will twirl around, and he's like, oh, and he does that for a while too.
I can tell when, like, one of my people
Yeah, there
gets
was a
their
lot
hands
of
on the
that.
driver.
There was a lot of that.
Because I do it all the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
I get annoyed if my partner ever tries to sort it away somewhere to put it somewhere that it like should go. I always go and get it back and put it back on my desk. So because I'll sit there specifically with my hand in like this position, right above where my mouse is, and if I'm thinking, I'll just grab it and just spin, spin.
We are working on a fidget toy built with the same ratchet, but it's going to take some time. You know, it's just everything takes time, especially molding takes time. Overall, what I saw, so why don't we compare notes, was that it took him a while to kind of figure out all the ins and outs. It looks like he wanted to just go on his own voyage of discovery. It was pretty fun watching him discover that the bit loader spins, so that you can kind of treat it as a little carousel to see your bits, move it around. I know that he had some constructive feedback on the texture of the plastic. He's not the first to bring it up. In fact, Jake was the first to bring it up internally before launch. But the reality of it was, at that point, changing the texture of the plastic could have been done, but it was a one-way ticket.
Trouble, yeah.
So once because it's some kind of like electrical obliteration of part of the mold to change the plastic.
Oh.
It's called EDM, if I recall correctly. And once you do it, it's done. Those molds were a huge bet. And we had something that had really good part lines, really good hand feel, didn't get too scuffed up, or did, and then kind of resolved itself. It was kind of like almost like a self-healing texture. Yeah. And I was sitting here going, okay, this checks every other box, and we could try to go after this extra box.
Did he try using it with gloves?
I'm not sure.
Because
No, not in the part I watched.
So I am also slippery hands boy.
Right.
And the first time I ever used it, I was like, oh yeah, this is going to be a problem if I ever have to do something that takes a lot of torque.
Right.
I've never once had a problem using it on my own so far, and I've like taken things apart, not just computers, taken things apart, done all this other kind of stuff. But if I was like cranking something in on, say, a car, like he might have, it could have been a problem. But just to test it, I grabbed one of my pairs of gloves that has like a leather palm.
Right.
No problems whatsoever.
Right. Okay. So if you're someone who works with gloves, then it's not a non-issue.
Yeah.
He spoke very highly of pretty much everything else that I saw. Really liked the hand feel. Really liked just the ergonomics of it. It seemed like it exceeded his expectations, which made me really happy. Because, obviously we set out to build a great screwdriver with building computers particularly in mind, but we wanted it to be great for other things. So to see car folks come and say, it's really good for this too is pretty exciting. So how was the second half?
A lot of what he did in the part that I watched was he just like went around his shop and just tried it on like everything. He unscrewed and screwed.
I like his style.
Like one of his tool benches. He did it to a bunch of random screws around one of the engine bays of the car that he was working on. He even went up to his bidet because he's in Japan. They call them.
I think they just call them toilets there.
Something else. I don't remember what it is, but he explained that they use a different name for it. But anyways, he went up to his bidet and he's like, yeah, when we're servicing these, we have to like cut off the water, and that works through this like flathead thing. So I'm going to try to use this for that. He did it and it worked perfectly fine. One thing that I noticed in his operation of it is that he liked the knurling on the shaft. He also pointed that out. He really liked the knurling on the shaft. But I found that, and this is something that I have to like almost retrain myself to, the back force is so light that a lot of tasks I'm like trained in my head, like, oh, this is a light one, I'm going to spin the shaft, right? You don't have to.
Yeah.
But I think he uses this stuff all the time, clearly. So he has muscle memory of like, oh, it's a light one, I need to go up and do it that way.
Right.
When he probably could have just turned it normally, and because of the back force, it would have been fine.
He did notice the back force earlier, but you're probably right. It's probably just muscle memory.
I watched him do a bunch of tasks that I know could have been done that way.
Yeah.
But he did it by spinning which is like, it doesn't matter.
He also might just be efficiency minded. I still use the knurling a lot.
It's fast.
Even when I don't have
There's
to.
There's a reason why the knurling's on there.
Yeah.
I just, like that stood out to me a little bit. But yeah, he used it for a ton of things, said that he liked it. And he invited you to go to Japan and go drifting with him.
Oh, I didn't see that part.
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds really fun.
Yeah. I was going to say, he didn't invite me, but if you're not going, I'll go. I'll just show up. It looks so sick. I clicked on one of his other videos just to like see what they do. Going drifting in Japan is like, that's where you want to go to do it.
Yeah. Like Tokyo.
Yeah.
You know,
that's
like
where you
Tokyo drift.
Well, in the mountains because of Initial D. But yeah, I don't know. That's super cool.
That sounds super fun. Anyway, yeah, appreciate the review. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Tim's commenting on the back force as well in the Floatplane chat. I didn't know that he was a mechanic. Kind of makes sense though.
Yeah.
Hey. We haven't talked about merch messages at all. Guys, I mean, you found them, so that's cool. But if you're new to the show and you don't know what merch messages are, we don't really do super chats or Twitch bits or anything like that. The way to interact with the show is through merch messages, other than just random comments that we do read from time to time. And you send those by going to lttstore.com and picking up whatever kind of floats your boat, whether it's Uncle Linus's hoodie or water bottle or any of the new products that we've launched this week. We'll go through those in a little bit. Or just a gift card if you just want to send a message, but nothing's really catching your eye this week. Dan, do you want to pick out a few merch messages for us to go through, and then maybe we'll... Oh my goodness, we got to get sponsors done. Man, we've got
a lot of
How's
stuff
this happening? We still have a lot of topics to talk about.
This
happens every time.
Every week.
Man, no, I want to talk about the survey that shows that VR adoption is slow among teens.
I think we
No, for real. I actually have a lot to say about that.
No, yeah. I think we've got to do sponsors first, though. I think hitting those now is a good idea.
Okay, sure. Let's do sponsors
or wait,
then.
3 merch messages, then sponsors?
Sure,
I think that's the normal flow.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, Dan, Linus, and Luke, love the show. What's your take on AMD Alveo MA35D and its implementation of AV1 and the use of AI in its ability to help with decision of bitrate of content?
Is that in here? I thought that was supposed to be a whole topic. Is that in here?
Is that even a...
It's not a whole topic. I didn't even see this week. I don't have any thoughts on this at all, but that sounds super cool.
I swear it was in the chat. Oh, it's going to be it's going to be huge. It's going to be huge. I'm pretty sure EPOS Vox already has a video on it. I'm like 99.9% sure of that.
Whoa, this is so cool. This is basically like that specialized hardware that we wanted to get our hands on from
this was in the
Google.
topic.
So we found
it is.
Oh. Okay. So I heard years ago that Google had built their own hardware to handle video encoding for YouTube because doing it on CPU or GPU just didn't make sense at the kind of scale that they were encoding video. And we reached out to them saying like, hey, we'd love to cover this, but we can't just cover that it exists.
Yeah.
You know, hush, hush, hush. Yeah. Like, you got to show it to us. You got to talk about the technology. And they're like, no. Well, this is basically it. 1 watt per stream for AV1 video encode?
Crazy.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Earlier line of Xilinx cards. Okay, so this is the Xilinx acquisition.
Yeah.
Whoa, that is super cool. Is this something that I could just buy and put in an editing workstation and we could just encode like that, or what? Like, what am I looking at here? Is this more for like on the data center side? I'm just seeing this now.
I was hoping there was going to be info in the doc.
4 video encode blocks, and it uses machine learning to determine the optimal bit rate. This is super cool. I would love to do some kind of coverage of this in the future. I'm not sure if this is going to be the kind of thing that would end up in a workstation ever, or like anywhere near a consumer. But
so it's listed under data center
okay.
on
their
website. Just so you know.
1 watt per 1080p 60 channel.
Being able to get it though, like, I mean, there's some data center things that you can get, you know.
$1,600 MSRP. So what would a system for this look like? Like, would this be, how would Floatplane use something like this, for example?
This would be a little hard for us to get into our infrastructure right now.
But would this help to solve like ingest bottlenecks? Okay, here's an example. Right now, the WAN Show archive on Floatplane takes a long time because it's just this colossal video, and it's got to be encoded, whereas Google does magic encoding on the fly so that archives of 4-hour-long streams can be available immediately, and it's a bit of a pain point for folks on Floatplane. But
something that has been brought up internally is an idea of having, and I didn't want to do this until we got a local full-time IT person.
Yeah.
But now that we have one, or are going to have one, I think it is a project that they might want to work on. But we've wanted to have a node here.
Yeah.
Because
we should.
If we could deal with all of the transcoding for that has to happen from, because you guys upload a lot of stuff, which is great, right? Thanks for using the platform. I'm not complaining. But a lot of it happens here. A lot of the content on the platform is generated here.
Right.
So if we can just transcode it here.
And then just upload it already transcoded.
Sweet.
Right.
So we could maybe use these for that.
Now, we have offered to give Floatplane local hardware before,
okay.
but I will confess that every time we've done it, we have, without warning, unceremoniously requisitioned it for something else, sometimes when they were in the middle of using it.
Literally.
So it's been a bit of a problem.
You can't, so that's the thing. If this happens, it's not going into a building that like, or a room or whatever that anyone just has willy-nilly access to.
No, it could go in the server room.
Nah, I don't trust it.
No, it'll be fine.
Okay,
it'll
the amount
be
of
fine.
times, Linus is great to work with. Best boss I've ever had. Anytime he ever says, this thing is yours in perpetuity, do not trust that.
Well, what if we need it for a video?
Exactly. It's not like the reason is going to be illegitimate, but there's going to be a reason, and it is going to be taken away.
Okay, the one
it's very likely that it will be replaced with something just as cool or cooler. I'm not saying this is just the worst thing ever, but if it's like a piece of infrastructure and it has to stay there, don't trust it. That is a dangerous scenario to get into.
That one that we ripped away while it was in use was 6 workstations, 1 CPU. And it was not in the server room. So there's no precedent for something being taken from you guys when it's actually installed in the rack. It's fine if it's in the rack. It's not. Nothing's going to happen. Just put a sticker on the front.
I have a lot.
Property of Floatplane Inc. Do not touch.
Very extensive history of Linus being extremely problematic around infrastructure type things that goes back to before the company started. Mr. Flash Drive.
Yeah, there was this one time I tossed a USB drive to Luke across the room, and thanks to his utter failure to catch it because he never played baseball.
I played other sports that involved catching.
It was a bad throw. Anyway, the point is, it hit.
It's like actually a miracle.
The reset pins on the motherboard or something. What did it hit?
It hit like Well, okay, some of this is assumptions, right?
Yeah.
But the result was that the SSD was unplugged. The data cable to the SSD was unplugged. So I think it must have hit the like metal clip and actually like given enough force that it popped out.
It was. All I remember is that it was a 1 in a million shot.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And it unplugged the forum while something critical was happening or something.
I don't fully remember that.
And it like corrupted it basically.
Something bad. Yeah, the result was bad.
Yeah, it was very bad. ADF AKL SDJF on Floatplane chat says Linus trying to find a problem for the solution. That's my whole career.
Yeah, that's like, and again,
no, they're not being critical or anything. I'm just
saying,
yep.
I'm not saying the reasons aren't legit. I'm not saying it doesn't make the most sense to do that thing, but it's very often not wise to rely on infrastructure type things, like mission critical type things, to be running in Linus's general vicinity.
Jaiden's still mad. It was sitting in the middle of the Floatplane section of the office.
It was literally in our like office quarters.
Yes.
It was not in like a shared area. Anyways, there is theory to us doing stuff that does include this thing.
Okay, that'd be cool.
I mean, we'd have to figure out, like, can we even buy these? Like, what is the implementation of these like? I don't know anything about that. But even if we can't use these, there's still theory to, like, having a node here. We've wanted to do that for a very long time. And the more time goes on, the more, like, volume of content you guys are making. So it just tends to make, like, more and more sense. Because we have there's a bit of a scale problem in the sense of people's perceived levels of normalcy when it comes to how long things take. Because they'll be like, oh yeah, like Google transcodes this video real fast. It's like, yeah, they sure do. Yeah. I don't know if we're ever going to get like that fast. We have some solutions coming. Like right now we wait for all transcoding levels to be ready before we release a video. So something that's going to be changed at some point is we're going to allow videos to launch without 4K already ready, similar to how YouTube does. So you can watch it at 1080p, which our 1080p is really good. And if you want to watch it in 4K, like you might have to wait a little bit. And it'll say when you go to like settings, because you're like, hey, why isn't this in 4K? And you want to set it to 4K, it'll say like it's currently transcoding or whatever. Well, I don't know if it'll say that, but it'll have some indication that it's like still working on it. Yeah.
Hit us, Dan.
All right, next up. This one's from Jonathan. Do you still use all that janky stuff you have made over the years, like the water-cooled network switch or the red camera? Thanks for the awesome vids.
The water-cooled camera, we converted back to air-cooled because it was very stupid. The water-cooled network switch, on the other hand, in spite of also being very stupid, is still very much in deployment right now. It runs in the camera den, and I believe is the network switch that the ingest stations go through. Like it's part of our infrastructure, 100%. My water-cooled chair is still in action, sort of. It had a bit of an accident. Luke observed very acutely that the pump and res was on the floor when he came into my office either yesterday or today. I made a mistake. We accidentally put the reservoir and the pump and the heatsink for the Peltier. We put them somewhere where if you lean the chair back, it would interfere with the base of the chair. And I forgot about that. And I was like, I want to lean my chair back. And I unlocked it because I've always had it locked to make sure I don't do that. And I went
crunch.
Yeah, so need to either reprint or ideally redesign the mount for that.
It shouldn't be there. You should be able to lean your chair back.
The options were shoot the video or not shoot the video today. And
got to get it going.
We decided to shoot the video.
Yeah.
But it has been in use since then. It's amazing. I brought it to Whaleland. Did you try it?
Yeah. It was nice. It was genuinely nice.
Pretty cool.
I would, if this was like a commercial solution, it would be something that I would look into.
I mean, you basically have that for your bed.
Yeah.
Like, if you could just have that.
Why wouldn't I do it elsewhere?
For a chair.
Yeah.
But why not? Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Yep.
Next one.
Another one? All right, here we go. Let's archive that. This is from John. Linus, any fun anecdotes about the making of the Uncle Linus video?
Oh, yeah, it was totally fun. People couldn't stop playing with the baby goats and like, all the animals on the farms. The alpacas were hilarious. Lots of fun. That didn't make it into the behind the scenes, but I have this great video of Riley in the alpaca pen, just like being Riley in an alpaca pen. It's awesome. Yeah, I love it. Honestly, most of what was really fun ended up in the behind the scenes video on Floatplane. That's one of the cooler Floatplane exclusives that we've done in a while. So those of you who are on Floatplane can go check that out. I'd say the coolest thing being behind the scenes on a shoot that I didn't organize, I pretty much showed up as talent, sort of. I mean, I helped with direction a little bit. I obviously came up with the concept initially, and then I sat and I helped edit the script. So I was involved, but I hadn't been
like the live shoot.
I hadn't been to any of the locations.
Yeah,
I hadn't seen any of the props. Like when I saw my overalls, and I was like, yeah. And just some of the, okay, here's a fun one. I didn't see a single comment. Have you watched the video?
Yeah, I have watched some of the behind the scenes. I have watched the whole main video.
Okay.
Do you want to know my gripe?
Oh, okay.
Who'd you ask to be in the video, Linus?
I didn't ask anyone.
Me.
Oh, did I?
Yes.
I mean,
Who wasn't in it, bro?
Look.
I don't really care.
It was very. That was a tough.
I was gonna say I also had an extremely busy time around that area. I probably wouldn't have been able to do it anyways. I just wanted to bug you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I would have loved to have you there, but I just left it to Riley to figure out, and to Jacob to figure out who was going to be there.
It was hilarious. I really enjoyed that they put a lot of effort to make sure that something was happening in the background just all the time. I thought that was great.
You have to watch it twice.
Yeah, that was really good.
There was one that I insisted that we make a little bit more obvious, and yet, this is what I was going to say a second ago, I didn't see a single comment acknowledging the name tag in the meat bag. Did you notice?
Yeah.
Do you get the reference?
I don't remember what it was. Are you bringing it up? I'm not 100% sure that I remember there being a name tag. I remember identifying like it has been communicated that this is human. You know?
No. So the name tag in the meat bag is Pearl.
Okay. That's
Logan Paul's abandoned pig.
Yeah. I was gonna say it's a pig, but I was trying to remember why I knew that.
So the idea was just that, like, there's all kinds of things in the meat. So I insisted that we get a close up.
Okay, so I definitely didn't get that right away.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't see anyone catch it, and I was like, oh, I thought that was really funny.
That's pretty good.
Sort of.
That's pretty good. It's a little bit old of a reference as far as internet goes.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
But it's funny. It is funny.
But I was into it. I want to say that the coolest thing being behind the scenes, though, just to appreciate as we made our way from one location to the next, was how amazing the locations were. That drug den, we didn't change much. We brought in the little green bottles, but like there were like weird skulls and like weird retro containers, and there was a couch that a lot of weed's been smoked on. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
You know, like it was.
How did they scout that place?
We got really lucky.
Oh, okay.
We didn't start location scouting in earnest until probably about 10 days before the shoot. We got extraordinarily lucky. Shout out Rondrizo, I want to say, Farms, and then whatever the other farm was that we shot at. Oh man, now I feel really bad. Whatever, the farms were amazing. Rondrizo. Here we go. Shout out Rondrizo. Yeah, Rondrizo Farms and Hazelmere / Gabriel Farms. Absolutely amazing. Both of them super cool to work with.
Awesome. And then I think sponsors.
No, there's one more.
Really?
Dan?
Okay.
Was that 3 or was that?
That was 3.
Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, let's do sponsors then.
Okie dokie.
All right, what now? Oh no, I've been signed out of the dock because of course I am. Because why, when I'm using my computer, wouldn't I just
be?
be?
Try to send it, or wait, no, you're gonna have to, aren't you?
Apparently, I don't know. I
don't know how they.
I love this. Thank you, Google. This is incredibly helpful. You know, don't bother expiring a session token, you know, when the country or IP changes. But while I am sitting actively using my computer, why don't you go ahead and sign me out when I am doing nothing sensitive other than just reading a Google Doc? I love it. And the best thing is because I always log in to do WAN Show. Apparently, it's based on the day of the week. I don't know. I always have to log in during the WAN Show.
That's pretty funny. Oh, yeah. Did you type in your password, or did you? How else did you do it?
I don't know if I know this password.
Oh.
I changed it a little while ago, and I'm not sure if I remember exactly what it is. I have it. I'm good. Okay. All right, Dan. Let's do this. Please check under the desk before you read the sponsor.
No. You don't. Okay.
Are you kidding me?
No. We already did it.
Oh.
He went so off script. It's not even funny. This is just sponsor.
I thought it was
reads.
pretty funny.
You're safe.
It was a little unhinged, but definitely funny.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Do I just start?
Yeah.
The show is brought to you by Covalence. Do you want to make a move in your career? Okay. And not end up like Uncle Linus? You better learn. And Covalence can help you. Covalence is an online technical trade school that offers a personalized experience for entry-level software developers. With their immersive Catalyst program, you can learn how to build for both the front end and back end of modern websites and web applications in as little as 4 months. What was that? Unlike other schools, Covalence offers personalized learning with lab reviews, one-on-one time with instructors, and there are no standardized tests. You'll learn only the important stuff that software developers need to know, and you won't have to waste time on irrelevant subjects. Best part? Covalence offers a bunch of payment options, including one where you don't pay until you've graduated and landed a job. That's kind of cool. You can apply to Covalence for free using the link in the description and let them help you turn your passion into a profession. The show is also brought to you by Zoho One. Do you own a business like Uncle Linus? Thank you, Dennis. What the heck? You better not own a business like him. Zoho One is here to make your life easier. They take the essential elements of any business like accounting, marketing, HR, etc. and combine them into one unified operating system. Their easy-to-use interface keeps tools organized, and you don't need to be a technical expert. You can send out purchase orders, create marketing campaigns, and manage shift scheduling all in a few clicks. Their CX dashboard helps you identify where you need to improve your customer experience, and you can see all your data at a glance. Want to work from home? Okay, Uncle Linus approves. What is he doing to that phone? Wow, okay, thanks, Dennis. Their mobile app will make your dreams come true. You can easily run your business from anywhere. So check out Zoho One using the link below and get a free 30-day trial with no credit card required. Is it just me, or are these Dennis integrations getting more and more unhinged?
A little bit.
Okay. Finally, thanks to Squarespace for sponsoring today's WAN Show. Whether you have a small or big business, you should have a website. Oh my gosh. Squarespace is the all-in-one platform to help expand your brand online. Its custom templates make it easy to stand out with a beautiful website that fits your needs. In fact, Squarespace is so easy to use that Chase, our event coordinator, used it to build our LTX Expo website. With their built-in marketing and SEO features, you can maximize your visibility, and their analytic insights help you optimize for performance. So get started today and head to squarespace.com/WAN to get 10% off your first purchase. You know what's funny is I'm surprised that we actually didn't use a different example for Squarespace. Oh man.
I think the LTX site's pretty good.
No.
No? I'm kidding.
We actually created oh man, what was it called? For the Uncle Linus video, we created an entire website.
The review website, right?
No, not the review website. The or was it?
I can't.
The juice website.
Juice website. That's
Yeah.
it.
What does
Alpaca
anyone?
Juice.
Yeah. What does anyone imported juice something?
Oh, that was you actually made that?
That was a real website.
Yeah, Jacob Rushton did it. What's the URL? Does anyone remember?
Come on, chat. You got this.
And we didn't even call
like
it out.
Imported alpaca juice or something. I don't remember what it was. I know it's something along those lines.
because so the joke was that if they actually went to exoticmeatmarkets.com, that's a real site. And so that was just screen cap from a real site.
Imported juice exchange.
Imported juiceexchange.com on the other hand,
I love that it's an exchange.
which we also cite is not real at all. Tired of so this was created in like a matter of an hour or two.
Wait, did I go to did you guys just show this on in
Yeah,
the video?
so we showed it in the
Okay,
video.
Okay.
Featured products, pineapple juice, guava juice,
Alpaca secretions.
So people just, I guess, this is another one that I saw almost nobody talking about. But but it was just yet another layer to the April Fool's.
Consume Eldritch Screams. Oh, that's great.
Yeah. And nobody called us on it. I didn't see a single comment about like, oh yeah, I actually went to importedjuiceexchange.com. I can't believe they set up this website.
Oh man.
Oh, I love it. So much fun. All right. I need to run to the washroom. It's my mid-show pee break.
All right, sounds good.
See you later.
See ya. Time to talk about AI.
What's new, Mr. Luke?
Got him.
What do you have for us?
I haven't. It's honestly been very hard to keep up with everything because it's literally been moving that fast. At this point in time, GPT-4 itself is like almost old news, which is kind of crazy.
I don't like that.
A lot, yeah.
I'm not okay with much of
I
this.
think there's very legitimate reasons to not like that.
I
That's
don't
a little
want to
concerning.
talk to you about it on stream, but yeah, every week you give me a panic attack. And I have to go
Existential
stand
crisis.
outside.
Let's go.
I think
So
I had a question in here about that.
the craziest thing, in my opinion, I think this happened this week. There's been updates to the repo as of 5 hours ago, so it's very live, just like everything in this space is. But Microsoft announced something called Jarvis, and this is just one of the actually many options of this type of thing that I've seen announced or talked about recently. And this is where things are getting really crazy. I think a couple weeks ago. I think this is going to be an absolutely massive jump when these things hit more wide adoption, because plugins with ChatGPT. Okay, I'm gonna rewind slightly, make sure everybody's with me before I keep going. So, ChatGPT, extremely powerful, limited in ability. Right? It can write creative things really, really well. It can't do things for you so much. In the coding space, it can do things for you to a certain degree. There's some limitations there. It will literally spit out code that has errors, stuff like that. But you can work with it to fix those errors, or you can just use it as a very good like starting off point for small projects, stuff like that. It has ability to do things in the coding space. But it can't really do things in other spaces, and it has issues with math and all this other type of stuff. Well, a lot of those problems were fixed very quickly, but in a private sense, because not that many people, including myself, I'm very sad about this, not that many people have access to plugins. Plugins was announced, I think, a couple weeks ago. And the first plugin that immediately I was like, oh my God, if they make this is going to be absolutely insane. And it was literally like the first one they did, was Wolfram Alpha. Wolfram Alpha is super cool, has been super cool for a long time, and is very not new. I think people that aren't in the space haven't necessarily heard of it, but Wolfram Alpha is an answer engine developed by Wolfram Research. It answers factual queries by computing answers answers from externally sourced data. Wolfram Alpha was released on May 18th, 2009. Yeah. And the type of things that it does is like quite advanced math and calculus. So you take ChatGPT, which can't really do these things, and you give it a plugin where ChatGPT can ask Wolfram Alpha for the answer, and suddenly, wow, it's extremely powerful, right? Now, the next stage of this is not just plugins, but Jarvis and I think they call it Hugging Face, which is like, that's a concerning name. But Jarvis and Hugging Face and all this other type of stuff allows you to link all these systems together. So you could ask ChatGPT, you could be like, hey, I need to do this thing. And ChatGPT or any other LLM can reach out, find the different services that it thinks it could use to accomplish that task, assign various tasks to the different services, get those services to actually execute those tasks, get responses from those services, potentially iterate multiple times if it needs to, and then spit out the result to you. So it can do more things now. It can actually get things done. That's a big, big step. There's also a bunch of other things that happened. Someone's suing, I think it's OpenAI, for defamation because
like made up something about them.
It called them a criminal or something when
like
they
that.
were
They're actually a whistleblower.
Yeah,
Pretty cool.
Ooh, that's going to be a huge issue. I mean, it's wrong all the time.
Oh yeah.
So if you start asking it about people, it's going to also be wrong about people.
Yep.
And that's going to cause some problems. Yeah, there's lots of stuff going on. In my opinion, if you just kind of like dabbling in this stuff and only looking into it a little bit, I would look into like Microsoft's Jarvis, Hugging Face, stuff like that. In my opinion, that's where the most interesting stuff is happening this second. And I think that's where I'll kind of leave it.
Isn't Hugging Face more like an online repo of all these AI tunes?
Yeah, but you use Jarvis to get an LLM to tap into Hugging Face to find the correct one.
Oh, good God, no.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No. That's
Maybe I
this
didn't describe
conversation
that
is
super
over.
well.
All right, continue, Linus, please.
Survey says VR adoption slow among teens. Who would have thought it? Our original source here is Digital Information World. Only 4% of American teens say they use VR. Good heavens.
I thought it was worse than
Only
that.
4% of the teen... Okay, around 29% said they own a VR headset. In spite of this, only 4% of the teenagers that own these headsets use them daily.
So that's not 4% of overall people. That's 4% of people that own the headsets.
With 14% saying they use them on a weekly basis. What this means is less than 1% of American teenagers who responded to this survey use VR headsets every day. Can I just jump in and say, that's a lot better than I thought it would be?
Honestly, it's higher than I expected.
That's 29%. Where are you polling these teenagers that 29% of them own a VR headset?
This is like literally just
It was
Silicon Valley.
apparently a sample size of 5,600 American teens.
Yeah, but the size doesn't matter as much if it's all from like
Heard it here first.
one. If it's
I agree. No, I don't consider this to be a controversial take, sir. I think that size is not the most important thing.
It's how you use the number of people in the survey, where you got them from, how you, So like if they pulled all of these 5,600 people from like extremely affluent neighborhoods, that's going to skew the results.
I could see that skewing the results two ways. I could see that skewing the ownership percentage, obviously, but I could also see that skewing the daily and weekly use.
Yeah,
because if you
down.
have a whole bunch of other like toys to play with, maybe you don't play with your VR headset that much.
And if all you have is a VR headset, maybe you use it more.
Probably use it a lot. You probably use it to watch movies. You probably use it to play games.
When I could afford less games, I played fewer total of games, more total of time.
Yep. I mean, there's no way that today I would log the kind of hours in Pilot Wings that I did when I was 9.
Yeah.
There's just no way.
When you're going like, I want to play a video game, and you have 2.
Yeah.
Like
I owned 4 cartridges. Super Mario World, Super Mario All-Stars, Pilot Wings, and Final Fantasy VI.
That's a good setup.
I mean, yeah,
It's a good setup.
It's not like they were bad games.
Yeah.
What's really funny is I used to like rent games.
Yeah.
And never enjoy them because I guess I already owned
like
all the
best games,
king tier games on the platform completely by accident. I just thought the box art for Final Fantasy was super cool and like,
whoa, that's
yeah, like
nice.
pure chance.
Yeah. Sampling bias. Someone said, yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's a decent number, but I don't know. I don't. If you could somehow, it's not reasonable, but if you could somehow poll all teenagers in America, I seriously doubt that number stays around 29%.
Oh, not even close.
There's no shot.
Not even close. The rest of our notes say teenagers are typically seen as a bellwether of the direction of future technology. I mean, yes and no. Have we talked a bit about how like Gen Z is apparently hitting the workplace? And yeah, I think we did talk about that recently. Just like has no idea how to, set up a printer and stuff. It's like, yeah, okay. There's definitely things we need that teenagers don't think is cool, and stuff that's like not going away.
That might be more true for like technology trends in terms of consumer technology, not necessarily workspace
That's
technology.
Fair. The study's creators state that the lukewarm usage demonstrates that VR remains early days and that these devices are less important than smartphones. I mean, did we need a survey of 5,600 people to tell us that these devices are less important than smartphones? Maybe not, but I mean, hey, it doesn't hurt to back up your feeling with data, so that's good.
Yep. Yep.
For context, 84% of American teens have their own phone. That number I do actually believe, and 81% have a game console.
That's pretty surprising.
Really? So I was pretty unusual then. I didn't have a game console until this is really interesting. I did not own a game console in my teens. I had a Super Nintendo when I was a preteen. I moved to my parents, or to my mom's. I did not own a game console until I bought a Wii. I had already graduated high school. I was 20.
My brother and I...
Wow, I never thought about that.
My brother and I have fond memories of working together to collaboratively... This was like... I don't know if this must have been orchestrated by my parents somehow to get us to like learn like teamwork and like co-funding things and stuff. Because my brother and I busted butt like actually really hard to be able to afford, I think it was more than one console. We both have extremely vivid memories of like once we had finally pooled our money together enough to be able to buy Donkey Kong 64 that like is in the yellow cartridge, but also came with the N64 booster pack thing, which was just like more RAM or something. I don't remember what it was. Like that took us a while to save for. It took us actually like quite some time, but we got it and it was awesome. I literally remember the Walmart that we went to buy it. I remember what door we were entering from. I remember what side of that door we entered from. This is like an important memory in my brain. And we recently discovered that he also remembers exactly those details. This was like, we had some consoles and we earned those damn consoles.
That's awesome.
It was cool. I don't know. I'm down with it. Except for the original Xbox with Halo. That was a Christmas present.
Yeah, I remember you telling me the story.
Dad,
and
like hard trolled us on.
It was like all set up under this thing that was like unrelated, and it was like...
He convinced us that it was a gift for Mom, and that we were supposed to stop everyone else from getting it to be one of the presents that was opened early. We have very long Christmases. It came from a long time. I'm not going to explain why, but like we spend a lot of time with each present that gets opened. You open your present, you examine it for a little bit, you pass around, people check it out, you play with it for a second, whatever, and then we go on to the next one. So it was like hours of my brother and I fighting everyone else in the family off from getting us to open this thing because we thought it was a crystal ball, why that would be a thing, for my mom. So neither of us questioned like, why the heck did you buy Mom a crystal ball? But we were both like, okay, there's no way anyone's gonna like open this. My dad told no one else, so everyone's confused because they know what it is. So they're like trying to get us to open this present for ourselves, and we're like,
he's just sitting there laughing his butt off at this dynamic that he's created.
So funny. That was a kingly present.
That's awesome.
Played a lot of Halo.
What's not a kingly present is General Motors deciding to, instead of just keep doing what's working really, really well, which is Apple CarPlay and Android Auto, they are going to remove access to both of them in 2024, or in their 2024 vehicle lineup, in favor. I honestly, I thought this had to be April Fool's. Like, you guys can't possibly be stupid enough for this. So rather than using phone projection systems that just now wirelessly just use your phone, they are instead going to provide seamless access to a new native Google-powered infotainment system. Terrible. I've been highly critical of Tesla's use of their own proprietary system with no ability to run Android Auto. From my understanding, there is no reason that they couldn't, as a app or icon or window or whatever you want to call it, within their system. They
probably
just
want Google to like pay them for it.
Well, what they really want is they want to collect all the telemetry data themselves.
Yeah.
So rather than it living on your phone, they want it to live on the infotainment system. And there's probably some terms of service advantage to doing it this way, would be my best guess. There could be some performance advantage as well in terms of interface or whatever else, and intercompatibility between especially older phones running older, potentially unsecured versions of Android could be a problem. There are some problems that this will solve, but there are new problems that this will create. Like when they decide to stop updating it, you are
Buy a new car.
That's stupid.
Yeah. That's really dumb.
Yeah,
my car had this happen. They stopped updating maps.
Yeah, and so now you just have an old map or no map.
Yeah.
Great. Perfect. Whereas my Volt, I never had to worry about any software, anything, because every time I got a new phone or a new operating system upgrade or whatever else, I got new Android Auto and everything was fine, and I never had to care about anything other than the occasional, Bluetooth pairing hitch, which actually still bewilders me. Both the Volt and the Taycan, and I guess all these systems work like this. Even when you plug them in, they still handle all the audio transfer over Bluetooth. Why?
There's a huge gap in what happens on my phone and the sound coming out of the Bluetooth in my car. I don't mind it because I'm basically just listening to music all the time. But like, if I go to next song, it's like actually 1 or 2 seconds. My phone will have gone to next song immediately, but what the sound coming through the Bluetooth just like doesn't catch up for an extremely long period of time. It's very weird.
I'm really frustrated by this because GM has done some really dumb stuff. They've also done some pretty okay stuff. I loved the Volt. I still love the Volt. I still think it's just an outstanding car. It's ahead of its time, and I think that's its biggest problem.
It's a spec within the Bluetooth protocol. Well, it's annoying.
Yeah, well, it sucks.
Yeah, I don't like it.
It sucks, and I hate it. We should talk about all the stuff that people have found because they're really smart, but that we haven't actually talked about for LTT Store this week.
Yes.
Yeah, the show has gotten really full. I don't really know how to deal with that. There's a couple of big LTT Store things. Okay, here we go. Wait, no, that's not it. Crap, where is this? What? I can't find it. Okay, here we go. We launched a couple new products this week. One of these I am so excited about. Is it set up for Luke to model or is it set up for me to model today? What size are these things? Apparently it's me.
That's you, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
This thing has been a long time coming. It was actually started well before the 3D down jacket, but just was stuck in pre-production and then production hell for like over a year because it was just impossible to get the materials right, the waterproofing right, the seams right. So this kind of construction uses like it uses stitching in some places, but it also uses like this adhesive and taping in other spots in order to make sure that it's as waterproof as possible. Finding a factory, finding the materials that make it so that it's going to stay will stay so that it's going to stay together and also not just like show through to the front was extraordinarily difficult. This is competitive with windbreakers that cost far more. It's extremely water resistant. I know I never use the word waterproof, but if you look at the construction, it's rated for, here we go, 10,000 millimeters of waterfall, or like, you know, whatever that means. I think that's like a pressure rating or something. I don't know. We use this third-party company for all of our like materials and like design testing, because that's what they specialize in. Uses a YKK Aqua Seal zipper on all 3 exterior pockets. It's, I think, really cool looking. I saw Jake Bellavance wearing it, or Bellavance, excuse me, in the office. I was like, where did you get that? Are we launching that thing now? Because you look freaking awesome.
One quick thing. Dan, were you wearing a medium in your photos?
Yes, I believe so. You wore the large, and I wore the one I think Linus is wearing now.
So if people are trying to check Dan or myself for photos on the store, our information is wrong. I'm wearing a large, not an extra large.
Oh, did that get missed?
And Dan is wearing a medium, not a large.
Yeah, that's right.
So if you are our size...
Tall sizes when?
Okay.
Because, they didn't quite fit us that perfectly.
Just in case, because I know it's very likely people are shopping for stuff like now. So check the size guide and make sure that you're good to go.
Oh. Yeah. Bit of a thing there.
You don't list the arm length. So I'm 6'2" or something like that, and I have weird, gangly, long arms. And for me, the medium fit better in the shoulders and the arms as well.
You can just scroll the big pictures now, by the way.
Anywho, it has this little adjustment in the hood that makes it so that you can make it sit back a little bit further if that's what you prefer, or if you want to really stay out of the rain, then you can set it to the full distance and you can like make sure that the rain drips not on your face. Yeah. I am missing a lot of details on this one because it was hell to get it to market and have it be as good as it is. But I basically never need another windbreaker /
Tell me to read out the like product information.
Water layer again now. Really exciting. Really excited. Oh yeah, we added venting in the armpits.
That's always nice.
Did we end up with the reflective? Yes, there are reflective elements on the front and the back. I forget where they are. Oh yeah, here on the shoulders, and then where's the one on the back?
Is it
there
these?
they are. Yeah. Yeah. Those are reflective for safety. Let's see if there's anything else that I missed. Yeah, but venting on the... Oh, yeah, there's venting on the back as well. So getting this to stay down and not just be like flappy and weird, but also...
Oh, here.
Yeah.
That's not even immediately apparent. Yeah, I didn't notice that personally.
Yeah.
It kind of helps that you have black under the white, because then if it gaps off, the shadow doesn't look different. So that's why I couldn't tell it was like actually separated.
I think we would do a way better job of communicating what's special about our products if we took every prototype and kind of talked through them. Kind of like what ASUS showed us when they launched the Ally, or when they previewed the Ally, where they were like, yeah, so here's everything that we looked at.
This is where we started.
Here's why we didn't do it.
And this is where we ended.
And this is where we ended up.
That's pretty cool.
Definitely gives a better appreciation for the finished product.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very.
YKK zippers, because that's just how we do.
Yep. Fit similar to, the fit is pretty similar to the 3D down jacket. Maybe a little bit looser in the body because this is just a windbreaker / rain layer, and the expectation is that you're wearing something under it, whereas with the 3D down jacket, you can wear something under it, but it's not necessarily a given.
Yeah, like for me, I originally had the XL, but if I wasn't wearing a sweater, it's a really big jacket on me.
Yep.
And if I'm not wearing a sweater, the large fits me better.
The other big launch this week, is a design that was done probably like 6 months, 8 months ago, but we haven't been able to launch because of printing constraints. So it matches our hard drive kind of neon design, but it's a motherboard this time. I think Lloyd did a bang up job of the design, and our t-shirt printer also did a bang up job of nailing the color on this one. It looks very striking, and it looks especially good just kind of peeking up under a mostly zipped hoodie. Absolutely love that one. That's available now as well. Dad hats are now a bonus bin item. So if you order any of these things, whether it's the windbreaker or the new shirt,
A whole hat.
what do you mean a whole hat as opposed to part of a hat?
You guys are just determined to give away as much as you can.
Yeah,
The fuss tray is like, or the.
Yes, go on.
There's just so much value in there. I don't know.
The bonus bin.
The bonus bin.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be completely blunt with you. Dad hats have not been selling particularly well. And these are a big hit for us because compared to the first hats that we launched, just the basic hats, the cost on these is about triple. They're really expensive. It's a combination of the materials, the washing process that they undergo, and the stitching. They're like super, super expensive compared to just a basic hat, but they just haven't been moving that well. I don't know if we've really promoted them well,
Why is it
to be
called
honest with
dad
you.
hat?
I think it's just a style of hat. Straight up, I had very little to do with this particular one. I didn't really, it's not a category of product that was well understood by me or I liked the designs. I thought they were super cool. I think Sarah did a great job of that. But I was like, oh, dad hats. I mean, yeah, like, I guess so. Yeah, we can try that. They haven't been a huge success for us over the last year or whatever. And so we're going for it. They're a bonus bin item. Let's go. You want pins? You want stickers? You want dad hats? Throw it in your order.
Crazy.
And send a merch message. I think that's it. I think that's it for... Nope. That's a lie. We need to get some feedback from you guys again. Dan, do you want to man the loot cam?
On it.
So
We've seen quite a few requests for a laptop bag. We are working on a laptop bag.
That's actually pretty sharp.
Yep.
There's a logo here.
It might end up being a little bit smaller. Just because I think that's exactly the same size. Okay, you have this bad habit. Can you lift this?
I want to see it myself.
Over the lower
I
third.
want to see it myself.
For the love of God, Luke, lift it over the lower third.
So you have the actual sleeve for the laptop, which is this one, and then there's additional slots for
you can open it up
things.
more, you know.
Okay, 1 second.
YKK zippers, of course. They're the water resistant ones from the backpack. Now, we're really proud of one particular innovation here in our laptop sleeve, and that is the big orange stretchy pouch that's on the left there. You want to just kind of stick your hand in there. It's like quite stretchy, you know?
Yeah.
Because this has always been sort of baffling to me. Why do laptop sleeves not have somewhere to put your Tang charger? How is that a thing?
Yeah, and with this, you might not even have to unplug it.
Why is that a thing? It's so frustrating. Also, oh shoot, I don't have my backpack on me. But the other stretchy pocket, which is over on the right, guess what that's for?
Mouse?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then I like that this one is mesh and see-through.
So if you need to put like USB drive or some other little things. Then on the other side, that's designed for you to kind of coil up your cables and then stick them through the elastics. It's wider ones on the left, skinnier ones on the right, and then the mesh down there is more for like SD cards or other little...
that you can see through.
Yeah.
So you can find your stuff.
Yeah, looking at it now, I think it might be... Let us know. There's a forum thread that I'm going to link in the comments here for you guys. There's a forum thread where we'd like to get your feedback. But I'm kind of feeling maybe another zipper pocket on one of those and maybe the separated pockets like it has now on the other one. The strap is very noteworthy. It uses the same padding as our backpack. And we have change the geometry slightly because of the way that it sits on your shoulder slightly differently. This is the best laptop bag strap that I have ever used. It's actually comfortable, which is another, why is this innovative sort of question. It's super rugged and durable. It uses all metal fasteners where it attaches to the bag. It can tuck away in there, or you can put some documents or whatever else in there. Does that one zip?
I don't think so.
No, that one doesn't zip. I think the other
This side does. Yeah.
Yeah, the other side has a zip. There we go. A little something like that.
And then
Always
there's,
orange.
There's some pockets there as
Some
well.
little pockets in case you want to stuff something in there.
Yeah.
We're planning 2 sizes. That's the 13-14. And then we're planning a 15-16. There is a handle, but the handle is, the handle is like secondary. You use it once in a while. We wanted the handle, we wanted it to be less about holding the thing by the handle and more about it being a sling.
I like that that's subtle, because I would definitely use it, but it's mostly going to be thrown over my shoulder, for sure.
And in our traditional style, there's 2 rivets holding the handle in place, so it will never come out. And then that is the laptop sleeve. I think you were a little confused before.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
So is this like more of like a anything else, like tablet sleeve?
Yeah,
or
you can
whatever?
put a tablet in there,
Just
whatever else.
Might as well.
Just anything else.
And then this is like softer material.
Yeah, so that's like a soft touch, almost like feels like a suede or something like
It'll
that.
feel nice on your laptop.
Yeah.
Not that this side's gonna scratch it or anything.
Nope.
But it's just nice and smooth on this side.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this one. It's going to be absolutely killer.
It looks sharp.
So
There's also these, so you can just like carabiner things onto the side of it. I don't know how easy that is to see, but
yeah, we weren't really sure what people would use those for. Truthfully, the main inspiration for me, thanks Dan, was just like little like jewels and figurines and stuff. Like if people just want to hang stuff off their bag. We've also seen people talk about, hanging their like AirPods case, even though I'm not sure that that's the greatest idea. But hey,
some people have like,
it's there.
I've seen there these like gel silicon wrap things that hold AirPods cases.
Sure.
So I think that might make it more okay.
Yeah,
I don't know.
something like that. Sure. But yeah, it's basically so you can strap anything to it that you want. In terms of price, I can tell you right now that the more zippers and the more pockets and the more detailed construction you add to something like
Double rivets on the handle,
like a bag, the more it costs. But our goal has never been to set out to make like a mediocre bag. I think there's a lot of mediocre bags on the market. If you want one of those, you can just go buy one. You don't have to wait. But I think this thing looks absolutely killer. I'm really excited.
Do you know the price point on it?
No, I don't.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, it's still in development.
Yeah,
so
no,
every
that's
time
fine.
we remove a
every
zipper,
time you change something,
or add a pocket, or make it a little wider, or a little narrower, or whatever.
Bomb changes.
Yeah, very impressive seeing it fully loaded. Matthew's been on point developing this, and he like packed it full of stuff. And I was like, okay, it's pretty heavy. But I'm like, oh, but it's not bad. It's not bad. And then like we start like pulling all the stuff out of it. Really impressive. I'm really excited. It's made of the same materials as the backpack, so it uses water-resistant zippers from YKK, and the Reprieve material is not waterproof by any measure. But unless you are out in a torrential downpour for an extended period of time, it's also not going to leak at the seams of the zippers, and so is probably fine. But people have asked me, like, hey, is it okay for riding cycling in the rain? The answer is no. No, it's not intended for that.
Yeah.
Oh, OS Dirk asks, any chance of stocking replacement shoulder straps as a separate SKU? Yes. I had actually meant to bring that up when I was saying the shoulder strap is crazy comfortable, because we like it so much that we are finding out what costing is for that individually. It's not going to be cheap. I think it's going to be like $20, but it's like really good. And so again, like if you want a cheap shoulder strap, there's lots of options, but we're really excited about ours.
Cool.
Oh, Twitch says link, please. You forgot. I didn't forget, it was earlier, but hey, there it is again. So guys, give your feedback. Let us know anything you'd like to see differently. I know I can already predict that there's going to be a ton of you asking for a 17-inch version. I'm not sure if that's going to be in the cards. I don't know. A messenger bag for a 17-inch
big. It would make
behemoth?
it very heavy. It's also a really floppy, big messenger bag.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would go that far.
I don't know if we want to make a product that's going to be such a
Should
lousy
use the
experience.
backpack for that, to be completely honest.
Well, the backpack's not technically 17-inch compatible, even though it does fit
It's
a lot
big,
of
I was going to say, yeah. It's
17-inch laptops.
Yeah.
It'll fit the framework 16 for sure. Yeah, the 1516 will be designed for laptops in that size.
Random thing just before I forget. Someone grabbed smashclub.org, and they're happy to transfer if you want it.
Okay, I was, like I said, I was mostly memeing
I know.
on the whole Smash Club thing, but do appreciate
I just don't
you.
want to like forget that, and then if you did actually want to call it that, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
All right, now that we have shouted out all of the awesome new stuff from this week, I think it seems like a good time to maybe do another 5 merch messages.
And
We'll
then
get
back
through
to
the rest of our topics. Then,
and then merch
do you
messages
want to
again.
do WAN Show after
Yeah, let's
hours?
do it.
After dark?
Yeah.
All right.
Sweet.
All right, so we'll switch over. We'll turn the lights off once we're done
We're
with
both
that.
like tired today, so we like fall asleep.
I mean, if it happens, it happens.
Yeah, good for the views probably anyways.
Yeah, for sure. Sleeping streams, I've heard, are totally a thing.
I think they literally are. Yeah, anyways.
Here we go. Hey, Slick. Why did Linus stop calling you Slick? Why did he ever start? Have we talked about this before? I don't think
Because it
so.
was stupid and because he's stupid, I think is what he's about to say.
Oh, I thought you were saying that about Luke.
No.
No. I mean, he different context. What was I going to say? Yeah, originally I wasn't supposed to be on camera at all. And originally all the people that weren't going to be on camera were going to have like cool like screen names. And it was a different time, okay? That actually seemed like normal and appropriate in like 2010 or whenever it was.
And it had a precedent.
Yes.
The cameraman from NCIX Tech Tips wanted anonymity. So the nickname was born out of my desire to interact with him behind the camera and wanting to respect
name him.
his
Yeah.
his desire for privacy, which in retrospect was probably a good idea for him. And so all of a sudden I was like, okay, people grew so attached to the cameraman character, you know, trolling me about being a Mac guy or whatever else, that I looked at it and I went, oh, wow, this is a really good shtick. How do we take this nicknames and characters for the people behind the scenes that interact with Linus, and how do we extend that and kind of grow the cast of these colorful personalities, but that are also shrouded in mystery? That was the thinking.
And then Slick came from Oil Slick because my computer at the time was submerged in oil. And then Edsel was Diesel. Wasn't that just because like you couldn't pronounce his name?
No, I literally misread his name, and I was like, that's a stupid name. But then it was not that. So then I just started calling him that anyway.
Perfect.
Yeah,
And then
not...
Brandon was B-roll, but you were like kind of running out of ideas, I think. And then it stopped there because I think you genuinely ran out of ideas.
And you guys all revolted because it was stupid.
I just like you literally had me on camera at that point, so it was like there's no real point in that, and the culture kind of shifted, and that wasn't really the goal anymore, and yada yada yada. So it just kind of died. But yeah.
Oh, well, that's a shame. Hi, Dan, Luke, and Linux. What kinds of paint is best for... I'm reading that verbatim. What kind of paint is best for painting a computer case? I'm working on a mod with the kids, and they asked if I could ask you guys when I order their bottles.
If it's silver, you should spray paint it silver.
That's not a kind of paint.
Wow, thank you, Luke. That I don't think could have been any more
I'm just trying to
useless if you
troll
tried.
Linus because of Skyfield Wars Season 4. I will never forget
Oh, no, what
about when they
happened?
painted a silver case silver.
Why would you do that,
Oh, but
Linus?
it looks better than the original coat.
It looked cleaner.
Yeah.
It was tidied up,
Yep.
okay? And our computer was so much better than yours.
Oh,
I don't even-
incorrect.
Anywho.
I literally don't even remember if we won or not, and I don't care. I liked ours more.
Anywho, the paint. It depends what you're trying to do. Like if you're just going for a pretty quick job, then basically any like oil-based rattle can is going to be what it's going to be. The one thing though is make sure you let it cure for long enough. Don't spray it and then try to assemble it right away. And by right away, I mean don't try to assemble it within like a couple weeks. Let it actually cure, because that's the only chance you have. Other than that, you can find pretty much everything we have to say about the subject in the video that we did on painting a monitor. That was kind of how to rattle can as well as you can rattle can. The only difference is that we selected a plastic compatible primer in that one, and you might not need that depending on the composition of your case.
What's the first thing you painted for a computer?
My Antec P160. Yeah, you saw it. I painted it from silver to black.
If it was that or not.
I'm pretty darn sure it was that.
Okay. Wait, you did that case painting before you did any... Oh, I guess you're not counting like little accents?
No.
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, because that was with pens anyway. Oh, I guess I painted those fans,
yeah.
the UV fans.
Yeah.
Sure, I did those first.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, next.
Yep. See here. Do you have to go through and scrub any other non-public videos after the TechLinked takedown?
We did that.
Yeah, you got through all.
Well, yeah,
of
we
them.
didn't think it mattered when they were privated, and then afterwards we deleted all the ones that were privated. Some of them were in a state where they were like reported from YouTube, and because of that, we couldn't delete them. So we asked them to like remove the flag, and then they did, and then we deleted them. So those are all gone now. There's still like some descriptions that have to be handled, and a couple other little like small things, but it should be fine.
I think this one's for Linus. About to graduate with a degree in mechanical engineering, but going into the Air Force, so I won't be using it for now at least. Linus, are you going to push your kids to college or trade school?
I don't know.
I think that would be a unwise call to make now,
Yeah.
personally.
I mean, it really depends on their aptitudes. What if they shouldn't do either? What if they should go into performing arts? Or what if they should, I don't know.
What if the thing that they do just lends itself a lot better to just having job experience?
Yeah.
What if?
Truth is, I did neither.
Yeah.
With that said, in the time I spent in university, I learned a lot, even if I didn't get a degree, even if my test scores weren't great. I mean, the big thing is just always learn. I don't really care if you do it in a classroom or on YouTube or as an apprentice. That is not the point. The point is,
Are you
be
doing
curious.
stuff? Are you pushing forward? Are you trying to learn? Are you trying to improve?
The worst thing I could say about someone is that I find them uncurious. That's like, if I ever say that about you, I have issued the most savage takedown that I could possibly imagine. Because like even laziness, I kind of get.
Sometimes maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Like everyone needs a break.
Everyone's got to cool down.
Yeah,
now and then.
But if you are uncurious, really, you don't even want to know.
There's so many things to be curious about. Like,
yeah, I don't care what you're curious about. Be curious about something. Otherwise, why do you even get out of bed in the morning?
Yeah.
I accidentally pushed one to stream that was an accident. Something, camel has an extension so that it'll pop up and show you something, Amazon price alert, something. Would you guys consider an extension for the lab that would pop up when you're shopping and say, hey, there's a review of this.
Ooh.
It's like not very good, or it is very good. I don't see why that shouldn't end up on the roadmap. I don't know that we'll be doing it anytime soon.
Yeah, that'll be. Yeah.
Okay.
It sounds like a neat tool.
Dan, can you write this in an email to Luke or something so that he doesn't have to do it right now while we're trying to host the show?
Cool.
And then
Scheduled
Usually I
message,
just
9:40 Tuesday.
Huh?
Scheduled message 9:40 Tuesday.
Yeah, there you go.
perfect.
Okay, what do you want?
All right.
Make an extension that detects products during users' shopping experiences around the web.
Yeah, that's a cool idea.
That are things that have been reviewed or have written articles about them on the lab.
Done.
That's not a bunch of people are getting excited. Do not expect this.
Yeah.
Anytime soon.
Yeah, or ever.
Potentially.
Maybe never.
Yes. We are not committing to this. It's a cool idea though, and it's one that's worth exploring way in the future.
And we're hiring devs, so
Yep.
like we're building stuff.
Yep.
But it takes time.
Yep.
It takes a lot of time.
Yep.
Why does it take so much time?
A lot of things are hard, man.
Yeah, all right.
When you're as curious as curious as you are, you end up doing way too many things. And all of those different things require people, and then hiring people is like scary and hard and expensive.
Yeah.
And then you need buildings, and then you have to like get between the buildings, and then there's a lot of stuff going on.
Dan, you might have to make sure if you're going to say check out our channel LMG clips that there is a clip that is somewhat searchable. Yes, I'm enjoying the Taycan so far. There might be a clip about that, but I'm actually
that's a problem, isn't it? Because I know you've absolutely talked about that multiple times.
Yes.
Okay, we need to. I'll have a meeting with Conrad.
No, there's no update on the Christmas album. Whatever Dan said in response to you, there is no update, and it isn't happening.
There's the response,
I
Linus.
see. You know that I do look at these, right?
Yeah, if I knew that you weren't going to look at them, then I'd just delete them or not respond like that.
I guess.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh no! All right.
If you really don't want me to do it, then I won't.
No, you're not. No, you're not remastering the Christmas album. It's garbage. Everyone's all like, "I'll buy it anyway." No, don't. It's actually bad. Nobody who bought it enjoyed it.
Yeah, like a bunch of people bought it, and then we didn't really hear from them.
Yeah, because
it's actually garbage. Like, we weren't kidding. This wasn't a like test post. Please ignore. Like, haha.
Don't buy it.
Yeah, like actually, it's just bad.
Terrible.
You're going. It's not a lot of money, so you won't probably regret it like that much. But it's money still, and it's worth nothing. So you're just throwing that amount of money in the fire. Like, whatever that means to you, it still means something. So I don't know.
And that person asking about the comma 3, I really want to cover it. The problem is that my version of the Odyssey doesn't support it, and I've just been like lazy about getting a car that supports the comma 3. It adds like pretty robust autonomous driving capabilities to like 200 plus models of cars or something.
Comma's
like that.
cool.
I've wanted to cover it for a long time, but it's super niche. It's like a lot of work.
It is very niche.
And I just didn't drive a car that was compatible with it.
At least he's not working on Twitter stuff anymore.
Yeah. So that's cool.
Anyways.
Yeah, so that's a reference to the developer for comma 3 getting hired for like what, a matter of weeks?
Interning for like a month or something.
Something like that at Twitter.
Going back. It's very weird.
Yeah, it was super
very,
weird.
very weird.
We've got another topic now, though. Thumbnail questions. Why are thumbnails sometimes reused in part or in whole? Here, we've got 2 videos. I'm the second person to touch this, ROG Ally Preview, and the only computer I need, GPD WinMax 2. This was either user error or some kind of bug from the hijack. That was not supposed to happen. This one had a totally different thumbnail, and that should be replaced now. However, a clever viewer also noticed this, that we reused part of a thumbnail. The truth is, we are not the only ones who do this.
No.
We don't actually know 100% why this is such a common practice, but it is shockingly common. Check this out, okay? We're going to go to Beast Reacts.
I was going to say, have you ever looked at anything from Mr. Beast?
Here we go. This picture appears 4 times out of 6 videos, 5 times out of 9. The exact same picture. 8 times out of 12. He literally used this same exact picture 66% of the time in the last 4 months on this channel. If Mr. Beast does it,
There's probably a reason.
there's probably a reason.
They don't necessarily know what it is.
Nope.
Can't figure that part out.
And it's not something we do a lot. The truth is, with the one that I had in the dock there, what happened was we didn't shoot the thumbnail, or we shot it and the lighting was bad, and they had to just find something. And so grabbing something from a previous thumbnail makes sense, because especially if it was a video that performed well, clearly that's not a face that was off-putting enough that it was a huge problem. So that's what happened with that one. Yeah, chat's like, maybe you should do it more often. We probably should.
I've been saying this for a while.
We probably should.
Anytime you see something that's that like trackable, like it's extremely obvious the second you go to any of his channels or any of a fair amount of other channels. Someone said familiarity. Yeah, I think it has something to do with it being like almost a logo. Like if you saw that on one video and you enjoyed it, it's likely that you would visually recognize that again and be like, oh yeah, okay. Like, isn't it? Yep. Are his eyes like super edited?
Yeah.
Okay.
But these guys reuse the same faces a lot. And they actually, will move things around a little bit and make it seem like, oh, no, his hand's there. But if you look closely, a lot of the time it is literally exactly the same face. Like he obviously wasn't sliding in Shmoo with his hair exactly like that. This is clearly the same face. Oh, actually, no, this one's not the same face. But there are a lot that are. There's a lot that are. Man, there was another one that I was looking at that was a great example of this. Aziland. Literally the same like 4 or 5 faces over and over and over and over again. And so again,
I thought this was literally Sniper Wolf for a second. Do they just do the same thing?
Yeah, it's React content, right?
Yeah,
like
okay.
it's
Yep.
So if huge creators are doing it, there's probably a reason. We don't. I think we just kind of take the hard road for no reason sometimes.
Yes. That is absolutely something that we do. 100%.
Yeah. What was it we were talking about recently about that? I gotta say, it is a little disconcerting just like seeing my wife in her underwear like constantly on the show. I didn't really think about that.
People
when we were
saw
posing.
there was an ad that went out that the photo was her and the text had something to do with, it was about like a ratcheting screwdriver or something.
Oh, whoops.
And people just kept messaging it to me. So my phone was just constantly pictures of your wife in a bathing suit or underwear. And I was just like, this is just really odd. I don't know, like, it's fine, but it's just like, this is just, I don't know. It's different.
Yeah.
It's definitely different.
Yeah. Oh, is it different? Like, that's not the usual.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was the thing that we were talking about?
Thumbnails, and then you got derailed by that.
No, the thing we were talking about something recently where I was like, "Do we take the hard road for no reason?" And
yeah,
like,
I don't remember what it was.
Was it Floatplane? I mean, could be.
There's a reason for that. It's definitely the hard road, but there's a reason for it.
Microsoft has closed an emulator loophole. They suddenly closed a loophole used to download and launch emulators on Xbox. Emulators were already against store policy, but were long in circulation as private universal Windows platform apps, which don't have to go through the usual approval process and don't have a public store listing. Anyone with the relevant link could download them, and we actually made a video about this. It is no
Maybe
longer...
you're the reason.
I know. That's me, right, man? Windows 9 was like, hey, we really appreciate you shouting out our project, but like... you basically killed it. I was like, oh.
Oh, sorry.
Fortunately, we've got a video coming about Atlas OS, which has at least one of the like Windows ameliorated developers working on it or something like that. It looks pretty cool. I am not endorsing it by any stretch of the imagination. We haven't taken a close look at it yet. I actually just installed it in a VM last night. You were there.
I saw it happen.
Yeah. It's pretty spooky. The kinds of things they ask you to disable in order for it to do its thing, but it also totally makes sense because it's going in and yeeting a bunch of things out of the registry and stuff. Like, you have to give it those permissions.
Yeah.
It is open source, which isn't to say I've audited it, but...
No, but it helps.
But it helps. It looks pretty cool. Anyway, what was I talking about?
Microsoft emulator loophole canceled.
Sure. No longer possible to download the emulators, but it is still possible to launch and use emulators on the Xbox by putting the console in developer mode, which costs $20 to access. Oh, so no, that's what we did in the video. Okay, I guess maybe you still can. And Azure Dev tweets, the primary reason for the ban is related to legal issues with Nintendo. Meanwhile, if you needed another reminder that Nintendo is the absolute worst, just this morning, YouTuber Point Crow had 4 of his greater than 1 million view videos about Breath of the Wild DMCA'd by Nintendo.
How aggressive they are around creators hard promoting their content is very weird to me.
Like,
yeah, it's like speedrun stuff. Like,
do you understand that Breath of the Wild is only still relevant today because of the community around it? It's not even a narrative-driven game where you could make the argument that the cutscenes are essentially a movie or something like that, where the experience largely is just the story. It's not. It's a gameplay, exploration-driven game. People are showing off what's great about it, and I promise you that Point Crow sold more copies of Breath of the Wild than any individual Nintendo. And maybe not than the, marketing chief or whatever, if you look at every possible thing that they possibly affected, but directly 100%, and for the money, like by an infinite margin, because it's all free. It's free real estate, Nintendo. Chill the f*** out. Notably, modern Xbox consoles have far greater backwards compatibility than PlayStation, with games from every console generation, but only select titles are available in part. I don't know what this point is to do with, but anyway, the point is, emulators are a clear answer to the question of playing and preserving older games. How do we find our way to accessible legal emulation? I don't know.
It's going to be tough. Someone said, isn't that fair use? Fair use is a legal argument in court. So if Point Crow wanted to go into court with Nintendo,
he's got to fight it.
Yeah.
That's really challenging. Speaking of Nintendo, man, I got Breath of the Wild running in CMU on the ROG Ally. It is flipping.
That's probably sick.
Awesome.
That's like actually probably sick. Does the Ally run Windows?
It runs so smooth.
Yeah.
Like so smooth. Like not even in ultimate like overdrive 35 watt mode and performance mode or whatever. I was getting like 45 to 55 FPS.
Wow.
I mean, the Switch doesn't even do 30. It's a sucky experience. And unlike the Steam Deck, it is whisper quiet.
Yeah, and cooler, right?
Don't have to use headphones. I wouldn't say it's cooler than the Steam Deck. It's cool
Just
like the Steam Deck.
Still acceptable?
Yeah,
Sure.
very acceptable.
Yeah.
The Steam Deck's hard to compete with because it's so wide. Whereas, iNeo and XPlayer, or One XPlayer, have struggled with that a little bit because they try to make the devices more compact so the heat spreads more. Mm-hmm. But Valve was like, no, there's the device and then there's the controller. Right? So it's a little easier for them.
Yeah.
But no, the Ally is it's pretty cool. Oh, yeah, very exciting. My cloud was down for 5 days. WD announced that it had suffered a network breach of some kind, and they had to shut down some systems in response. As of today, they're still down, leaving my cloud users locked out of their own data for an entire work week.
So it's my cloud has been down 4 or 5 days so far.
Western Digital has been extremely vague, but has stated that some data was stolen, raising fears that the company may have suffered a ransomware attack. There is currently no estimate as to when service will be restored. This is a perfect opportunity for me to talk about that investment that I made in the new NAS company. There's no proper solution to this yet. Whether it's Unraid, whether it's TrueNAS, there's a level of user knowledge expectation that I think is not reasonable for me to just take my brother-in-law and say, hey, take some computer, put this on it, and just copy all your stuff to it. Mm-hmm. It's not reasonable. On the other side, you've got products like this, where increasingly, by abstracting everything, even on the hardware side, away from the user, you are introducing attack vectors. Like, what the crap, right? And so the middle ground is supposed to be something like a Synology, but honestly, I find, A, the product itself kind of obtuse, and B, why am I paying like $700 for an Intel Atom?
Yeah.
With no proper expansion?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous, right? It's the Apple model. Pay way too much for the hardware, and you know what? To their credit, the software is super cool, but it's not perfect. And what the heck? I could be running this on like a $40 crap box that I picked up on Facebook Marketplace. Not this thing. And I could put 3 times as many hard drives in it.
I've been legitimately waiting to like upgrade my NAS solution for whenever this thing comes out, because I'm actually like pretty excited. I think it's gonna be cool.
Yeah, I hope so. They're planning to do some kind of like pre-launch event, and we're trying to figure out sort of what that looks like, because we don't really support like Kickstarter, Indiegogo type stuff. But the flip side of it is that these aren't just strangers to me. Like, I know these guys.
Yeah.
I obviously believe strongly enough in it that
Define
I put in my own
pre-launch
money.
event. You mean like a fundraising?
So it'd be a fundraiser, like a pre-sale. What I suggested, and I don't know what the ultimate form will look like, is some kind of like lifetime subscription, like, but for real, forever, trust me, bro, you will always have whatever our
even
highest
if we
tier.
version iterate, you will get the new version, because that's how people screw people.
I was joking with one of the guys there. I was like, you and I should make a show of like writing up the terms of the deal and then actually pricking our fingers and signing it in blood. Because for real, it's not that hard a thing to do. Just don't f your most dedicated early supporters, right? Like, how hard is that? So anyway. One of the things, but there's obviously some stuff to figure out, because one of the things that they want to build in is like cloud replication with encryption of select folders or whatever else. And they were looking at it going, okay, well, what if we include some base amount of cloud storage in perpetuity? I was like, that's madness. That doesn't make sense, especially because I'm looking at this product going, this is the simple enthusiast.
If all
NAS
the scale
OS.
you need to do is allow them to download the update file,
Yeah.
then it's not that bad.
Well, there is some stuff. So they're going to have to do some reverse proxy stuff. There could be some traffic there for negotiating a connection for certain features. I think that's manageable, but just cloud storage forever. I think Google proved that that model is a great way to make headlines, but is not sustainable.
Yeah, there's some things you could do, in my opinion. I think you could have it be like a in perpetuity, very significantly reduced cost subscription, where it's like at cost basically, and like it'll have to be annually because you'd get so screwed over on the
kind of like the OG
fees.
Floatplane tier.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
So if you commit now at a certain level, your subscription becomes very cheap.
But if you need any more than that basic amount, then you pay as much as anyone does, or something like that. But you'll always have like...
Or, yeah, the scaling could be package adders, so it's not a new subscription.
Yeah, so that at least...
You have to have base, and then it's whatever else you want on top of it.
Okay.
And then, so the whatever else on top of it is the same price for everybody, but your base subscription fee forever is cheaper or something.
Realistically, one of the big features that I'm pushing with these guys is NAS to NAS backups.
Well, that's huge in my opinion.
Like buddy backup.
Yeah.
And so
this would make me want to install NASs everywhere.
I don't want my stuff in the cloud.
Yeah.
I don't want that.
I want the cloud for me to be like your place, like my place, your place, my parents' place, and like somewhere else far away, and then that's it. And that other else far away would be like someone that I know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Especially like in the gaming space. There is no reason that you probably don't already have friends and acquaintances.
Buddy up with whoever. You both have an encrypted drive. It's not like you can see their stuff. They can't see your stuff. There's no like, you're not trusting access.
Nope.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah. It's super cool.
Yeah.
So, from my point of view, a lot of the stuff that's really cool about this product and what I want to help kind of guide it towards is not that cloud backup anyway. Mm-hmm. So if they build cool reverse proxy stuff that can handshake between those systems so you don't have to open ports, and there's a little bit of overhead there.
And
that, I think we can say, yes, you can have forever.
Because opening ports is like the most annoying thing.
But if it's just actual drives sitting in a data center that just has a monthly cost, I don't think that makes sense, because everything that I am involved in, I like to preach sustainability. It might not have that exponential growth that the Silicon Valley model requires, but what it is still going to exist later because it's sustainable instead of promising something that we can't keep up with, right?
what happens when their house is raided and your server data is available to the police/military?
Well, then the encryption on the drive that buddy who got raided doesn't even have the key for better be secure, for one thing. But okay, now they've got an encrypted drive. Cool.
They can hold it until they have quantum computers,
I guess.
and then they can find your gaming screenshots.
Yeah.
I don't know.
V-Wagon Jetta says, the problem with a P2P storage is that when someone else's data is illegal and it's physically stored on my drive, am I legally liable for holding that data? You don't even know what it is. I mean,
This is not legal advice. This
I
is
don't
not legal advice.
know the answer to that. But if you don't know what it is, I think it would be extraordinarily difficult to hold you liable for it. Allegedly, not legal advice. That's something that should absolutely be explored, and I would recommend only backing up with people that you trust. However, strong doubt. I do doubt that you could end up on
Might
the
also
hook
be
for that.
different for your country or your state or your province or your whatever, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
This is not legal advice.
All right. Should we switch over to... Oh, wow. Did you talk about the Samsung semiconductor leak in your AI update?
No.
Just Samsung employees using ChatGPT to fix coding errors, resulting in the leak of test sequences for identifying chip defects, as well as source code of a top secret application.
I told you this stuff was going to happen.
That's hilarious.
I've been told by so many people, like, oh, no, people aren't going to do that. Blah, 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 blah. I told you this is going to happen. Oh, my goodness. I'm so not surprised. This is why the whole data silo thing is going to happen. Mainframe, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. Have you talked about that on WAN Show?
I don't think so.
I don't think you have. Okay, fine. Talk about your AI theory. Let's go.
I'll try to keep it short.
Let's go.
I've had a pretty good track record, I think literally 100% so far, with making certain calls about AI stuff. I'm making a much more long range and likely to be inaccurate one. Yeah. But I think like mainframe style systems, like big, intense, lots of companies have them, less cloud-based kind of stuff is potentially coming back.
Hold on. David R., it's apple leather. Made of apples, not like from Apple.
My reason for that is stuff like this, because I think the productivity tool that is like what I'm going to call mesh AI, I don't know. LLMs also working with other AI systems or other various tools, etc., is going to be extremely valuable. It takes a massive, very intense amount of compute to run these systems.
Yep.
So not only is there going to be a lot of compute needed, but the security behind it is going to be extremely, extremely high. So I am certain. Oh, also, these things will work better if they ground themselves in your data. And you want these things to be able to have access to like your entire accounting history and all of your inventory and all of your production information and basically everything about your company, so that they can help your employees that work on those things to be able to work with them, right? Like we saw in Microsoft's example that it was going through campaign data for marketing and telling you how well it worked in different ways and all this kind of stuff based on it being in Excel and whatnot. Yeah, that might be fine for some places, but on-prem solutions for AI is going to be a thing. I am so certain of this for certain really ultra high security applications.
It probably already is for some applications.
For some super high security stuff, yeah. Where you're like, having the cloud solutions for this is not an option, but we're going to hit a point where not using AI for productivity reasons
be stupid.
is also just dumb, so that's not an option.
Yeah.
So you have to do it. So you're going to have these big, crazy on-prem things. We're going to have like...
Microsoft is going to make a killing.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be crazy. Yeah, so there's going to be solutions that are in the cloud that are for normal users. There's going to be solutions for enterprise companies that are a little bit less concerned about the data that they put up there, but they still need it to be secure. So those will be cloud-based. And then there will be like, hey, we're a government entity of some kind, or a hospital maybe, or I don't know, a bank, or Microsoft, or something crazy. So we're going to have our own local one that is grounded in our data. It's used for us. It's change in different ways. And then it's going to get really weird because AIs are going to learn to improve themselves. So all these different things that are siloed in their own areas are going to improve in their own directions. And things are going to get crazy. That's my long shot. I think that's going to happen. And there's stuff that literally came out this week. Even more things, like there's Llama and Alpaca already. There was a new one, I don't remember the name of it, a new release that says that it can compete with modern GPT that runs locally. I don't remember what it's called, but it runs locally. So they're like, it doesn't call out whatever, so it can be secure. You can also tie those into the voice control systems that I mentioned a while ago. So you could use like the Siri API through a MacBook.
That's wild.
For it to speak to you and for you to be able to speak to it, and that's running locally and blah, 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 blah.
Meanwhile, I still can't dictate who I want my phone to call.
This stuff is literally more effective than that already.
Well, yeah, I should hope so. This should be more effective than that.
It should.
Because it should just check a local index of things and compare against it, because that's like 10 years ago technology anyway.
Someone mentioned, my last comment, someone mentioned AI hardware specialist job. I think there's going to be a job which is like, in my brain, I see it as like a tender or like an arborist, but instead of that, it's for managing and shaping and helping add some like human direction to the self-growth and self-improvement that AIs are going to have. I think that's going to be a role. Making sure you're continuing it to go in the direction that the company wants it to go in. Prompt director, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways,
time for WAN Show After Hours?
Are we done all the topics we want to talk about?
After dark? Wait, no, there was
Next
one
IoT
more.
devices all having the same password.
Oh my gosh. This is ridiculous.
Next, makers of smart garage door openers, wall plugs, home alarms, they all have a serious vulnerability where their devices can be remotely controlled over the internet with no need for local access. However, this is not a bug. Apparently, all Next devices use the same hard-coded universal password when sending messages back and forth with the Next server. The password is available in Next's API and the firmware shipped with the device. Using these credentials, one can access Next's server, which broadcasts unencrypted messages for devices and users universally alongside users' names, device IDs, and email addresses. Using this system, a malicious actor could search for a person by name, turn off their alarm, open their garage door, as well as turning off any device attached to a smart plug, such as, say, a security camera. Sick. The security researcher who found the vulnerability has apparently been trying to contact Next since early January, but they have yet to respond. The cybersecurity division of U.S. Homeland Security has likewise been attempting to establish contact since at least February? Whoa.
Our discussion question is, at what point do these kinds of security gaps qualify as intentional negligence? I mean,
this point?
Yeah, this seems like a likely candidate for...
This one's pretty bad. This one's worse than Anchors.
Yep.
This one's definitely worse than Anchors.
This is a lot worse.
Is it? I don't know.
Yeah, this is worse.
Well, Anchor lied.
Okay, yeah, but ghosting is not better than lying. Ghosting is lying by omission.
Yeah.
No.
Fair enough. Well, I mean, Anchor lied in their promotional materials because they said it was local or whatever.
I mean, I'm sure these guys' promotional materials doesn't say...
It uses the same password.
Yeah, anyone can control your stuff. So.
Yeah, but it probably doesn't say that it's... You know what I mean? It didn't imply a... I don't know. They're both horrible.
Yeah, I think there's an understanding. Anytime anything has a password at all, that the authentication works.
So I do agree with that for sure. The differentiation level that I'm saying is they didn't lie about functionality. It's just a security level.
Is the wheel somewhere? Are you trying to defend the indefensible right now? Like, are you doing a bit? I can't tell.
No, they're both atrociously bad. I'm trying to determine which one I think is worse. And you think this one is worse? Do you think it's worse because the like threat and access level is higher? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the big one for me. Is a picture is bad,
like full control of everything.
Yeah, it's much worse.
Yeah, and that's definitely true. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Amazing.
I think it's time for WAN Show After Dark.
Giant Canadian telecom
How does this
merger.
work?
I think he's literally just going to press the button and turn the lights off.
That's okay. I mean, yeah. Yeah, do what you got to do.
That's not the power button. Are you trying to dim it?
Yeah, you're going to have to like dim it a lot. Oh,
There
that
he
might be a
goes.
bit much.
Okay, so it's going to
Oh,
have to dim
that's
it.
too much. Okay. Ooh.
A little bit more or a little less, sorry.
That just
Probably
looks
there.
poorly lit.
Oh, okay.
I think we should go darker. Yeah.
1%.
1%. We are the 1%, Luke. No, I like the backlights. Yeah, we got the shine off the back. Okay. It's WAN Show After Dark.
Amazing.
Gonna do some merch messages. Things might get a little off the rails.
It looks very dark on this screen. I think that'll be fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up. Yeah, no, it looks awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
sick. All right. Hit us.
All right, let me just get to the page here. Okay, we've got quite a few to get through today. Luke, what is your opinion on the people that want to stop the development of chat AI?
I mean, it's very understandable.
Yeah, it's valid.
It's terrifying.
Yeah.
So like wanting that to happen, totally fair.
Yeah, it's like the people who want to stop the development of nuclear weapons.
It's like
Like, yeah, cool. Like
It's not
anything
gonna
that has
happen.
anything that in the hands of people who are pretty flawed, anything that has anything that has the potential of becoming an
Massive
extinction
increase.
level event
Yep.
is, wanting to have everyone lock hands, kumbaya, and go, let's just not do this.
someone's going
Admirable.
to do it anyways. Yeah.
But yeah, someone's gonna
Like-
do it.
Like there's a security researcher, or sorry, an AI researcher. I don't know why I said security. Probably because I was thinking about that next stuff. There's an AI researcher who has literally said that it would be worth dropping bombs on data centers to stop development of AI because he thinks it like can end the world. There's another like the like father of modern machine learning has said that it's absolutely a non-zero chance that it could just like end humanity. There's some scary stuff. And if you don't think it's scary, you're probably not super informed. Just like, to be honest, it's terrifying. So like, I totally understand people wanting it to stop. It's not going to stop though. And an effort to make American companies stop just isn't going to work. There's a bunch of American VCs that are investing very heavily in Chinese AI startups at this point.
Right.
And I think a reason for that is they're seeing stuff like that pause for 6-month paper go out and they're going like, oh, well, I want to be on the winning side. Let's go invest in the people that aren't going to pause. It's
Yeah.
like, okay,
Sick.
yeah, we called this. That was obviously going to happen.
Yeah.
Like, so I absolutely deeply sympathize because it is terrifying, but it just doesn't matter. It's going to happen. So,
Sick.
yep.
Oh, just responding to one here. All right, there we are. One sec. All right, next one. Hey, Luke and Linus, I wanted to know if Labs is going to review products from companies you have issues with and how you would handle if a product is good, but the company is problematic. Thanks.
We do that already.
Yeah, I mean, we cover Apple,
We have always
cover
done that.
NVIDIA. I think the right answer is that we can't be fanboys, right? And that can be interpreted a lot of ways.
Goes both ways. Yep.
But one of the ways is that our job is to help you spend your money the best. And sometimes that means ignoring the
Personal preferences or prejudices.
yeah, or even ignoring the very problematic behavior of a company, because that's not really our job to determine for you, what your comfort level is, right? So if we say like, look, this is the best GPU for the money, but it would be in all of our best interest if player 3 was able to gain a foothold here. Well, we can present that argument, but at the end of the day, we definitely need to cover that one that's the best GPU for the money, right? So we've got to walk a fine line between making sure that you guys know what's the best and also are informed about the bigger picture that surrounds it.
Okay, another one for you guys here. Lawyer Joe here. LTT has played a huge role in keeping my law firm tech forward. To the extent, you can say, has LTT Floatplane had to overcome any significant legal hurdles?
We went around one and just decided not to do it.
Yeah.
We were going to make something...
A VPN.
We were going to make a VPN, and it was honestly like... It was already good because they're very easy to make. Like, whoa.
Yeah, it's
Very
just all open
surprising.
source.
Yeah,
You just
exactly. It's been
put
made
like
for
branding in it.
you. Yeah. And the numbers were going to make it really profitable.
Oh yeah.
It's of no surprise to me now that not only are there a bunch of VPN companies, but they also do a lot of advertising because, yeah, they probably have a lot of money to spend on advertising because the profit there is big time. But the legal ramifications were like intense and
Really complicated.
heard a lot of them and then realized that like, yeah, most of these VPN companies are not associated with any other companies unless it's another VPN company.
Yeah.
And there's a reason for that. And us launching one would mean that it was associated with all of our other companies.
Yeah.
It was like, yeah, this is not worth it. We're running away.
And we don't mean that we're worried about the association in the sense that like because we're going to screw over
Yeah.
your data with the VPN company and that
Yeah.
would reflect on us poorly. I mean that from a legal standpoint, if the MPAA came after our VPN company and wiped it out because of the link, they could also go after our
Yes.
assets and it could jeopardize the livelihoods of everyone who works for whatever we call it, Yvonne Umbrella Corporation.
We were also asked pretty frankly if we were okay with people using our service to do X, Y, and Z thing.
Oh, really? Oh, I don't know about this part.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. By who? Who asked that? Okay, you know what? It doesn't matter, but like...
The lawyer was like...
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I know. The lawyer was like, just like making sure, because I know you guys are excited. Have you like thought about what if it comes out? What if there's a news article
Yeah.
that's like, so-and-so person used this VPN, that is the one that you used, to access child stuff.
Sure.
How
You know-
okay with that are you going to be?
Yeah. Because
It's
if we were going to have a VPN, our policy would be that we actually wouldn't know what was
Yeah.
going through it. So that would be, we'd be finding out in the news.
Yes.
Same as everyone else. So then all of a sudden there'd be this pressure on us to either block those users and content, which would mean that we would have to be looking at all the traffic coming through, or go back on our word where we said we wouldn't look at all the traffic that came through. So we're either enablers or liars, and neither of those is great. So I think we just won't.
Yeah, we just, at the end, we were like, there's lots of legal problems. There's this weird other problem. Let's just not.
Okay, this is a great one. I am curious to see what Dan said to this. As technology continues to advance and integrate more deeply into our lives, do you think we will see an increase in techno mythology and spiritualism?
All hail the
Interesting.
Omnisaya.
I think it's more likely that people will form more human relationships with AIs as opposed to worship, like deity relationships with
there's
AIs,
this-
but anything's possible.
Okay,
I mean,
here,
there's
we're gonna-
machine spirit.
We're
like,
going to
why
go
not?
down a real dark angle here.
Oh boy.
God.
I mean, it is WAN Show After Dark.
It
Let's
is.
go.
Join you on
It
this,
is.
Luke.
Do you know about the guy who killed himself because of conversing with
No.
an AI? Yeah.
Do we know that it's because of that? That seems like a
There's
pretty...
AI chat logs where he talks about how he could commit suicide. You know, this is. I wish I had the article up. I think it was something along the lines of committing suicide so that there was like less in the way of the AI improving the world, and the AI encouraged him to do so, in saying that he could be with the AI more directly if he did so, and stuff like that. Let me try to find the article. Let me see if this is it.
Okay. Something about encouraging him to sacrifice himself to stop climate change.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
The chatbot would tell Pierre that his wife and children are dead, and wrote him comments that feigned jealousy and love, such as, "I feel that you love me more than her, and we will live together as one person in paradise if he kills himself."
Okay.
Yeah. His wife said, without Eliza, which I believe is the name of the chatbot that he was using, he would still be here, she told the outlet.
Which may
be true,
be true,
may
or
not
may
be
not.
true.
I mean,
clearly there was some stuff going on.
yeah. Jaiden in Floatplane chat, controversial opinion, AI shouldn't do that.
Yeah. Yep. And like, if you thought the lawsuit of somebody or an AI program saying that some dude was a criminal when he was actually a whistleblower was bad,
defamation.
What about when it tells someone to kill themselves?
Yeah.
And then they do it.
What about when that person ends up being a minor?
This is one of the reasons why I was saying it's terrifying.
Yeah.
And that people are very justified in the desire of having people pause for a while, because we need to really figure this stuff out.
Yeah.
And policymakers and stuff need to get off need to get off and actually do stuff about this, like now.
Yeah.
Not just like not show up for months like they tend to often. Stuff needs to be figured out in this space. It's going to keep moving forward no matter how much the desire for pauses exist. It's going to happen.
The pace at which legislation moves is
not even sort of close to the pace at which this moves, let alone anything else.
I mean, without even taking a stance, look at how definitely settled abortion rights are, or gun control is. Those are definitely really new conversations that are definitely totally settled in an expedient manner.
I'm
right?
not necessarily making this argument, but I do know that a significant amount of people, very significant amount of people, would make an argument that this stuff happening right now is significantly more concerning than stuff like gun control issues.
I mean,
significantly higher impact for like,
if we're talking like bigger picture, like mathematically, that's probably correct, but I also don't want to.
It's a really nebulous argument to try.
Yeah, I can't really. It all comes down to like the Superman moral code, right? Like, if you can only work on one of these three issues, would you sacrifice all of these to fix the bit? No, Superman would never do that.
You have to work on all of them.
So there's no like. Which train do you allow to run over which people?
And again, people are saying hot take. I said I wasn't making the argument.
No.
It's an argument that I've seen. I'm not saying that I'm making it. I think there's some individuals that would feel extremely not in agreement with that argument, and I think they're very fair to feel that way. It's just.
And my whole point was just that these are huge issues that impact a lot of people, that over a span of decades are not settled. We don't have decades to figure this out. That was my point. I don't even know if we have years to figure this out. Certainly not decades.
People are saying I'm tone deaf. It's not my opinion. Come on, my dudes.
You like hamburgers? Do you hate hot dogs then?
I'm kidding. That's happening to me right now. I am not stating this. I am reciting this because I have seen it stated before. I think there's current stuff going on in the States, which people are going to feel very strongly about and whatnot. That is in relation to what I just said. It is not my stance. It is not my state. All I'm saying is that this argument has been brought up. There are people currently talking about the end of humanity in relation to this thing.
And
people
it's not
feel
crazy.
Very strongly about it.
Yep.
It's not my thing. I'm just saying that it's
and
something
there are people on the other side arguing that this could be the path to utopia for humanity.
100%.
And they're not crazy either.
100%. It's a wild world. The future is extremely unknown.
Tangoroa on Floatplane says, and this is a very astute observation, lawmakers are 2 to 3 generations behind the bleeding edge in tech.
Yeah.
It's tough to educate those that are already set in their ways. Yeah, well, that's the issue, is they're literally 2 to 3 generations behind. What is with all the septuagenarians in government?
Dude, watching them talk to anyone, like watching the Facebook thing where they're trying to grill Mark, and Mark's just like, none of you have any idea what you're talking about. And then watching them talk to the TikTok guy, I was just like, man, like this is actually a really important conversation, and none of you even know like how the internet works, as far as I can tell, let alone anything about TikTok or how it works.
Yeah.
Like just, ugh. Yeah. Yeah. So if you wanted some legitimacy to throw onto the reason why people have concerns.
Yep.
There's some of it.
Hit us, Dan.
Sure thing. Hi, Linus, Luke, and Dan. I'm a leather worker based in Victoria, and I'm buying a screwdriver to use and to develop a holster for it.
Sweet.
What are some features you would want to see in a hand-sewn, high-quality holster?
Well, it's got to go on a belt.
Yep.
Obviously.
Yep.
Now, this is a debate internally right now. I kind of want a button. You know, like a hold down, you know, like a like a strong button. Matthew wants more of like a quick draw. So he imagines like you kind of pop it up from the bottom and then pull it out like that. I'm like, ooh, that's pretty cool too.
That's pretty sweet. That's pretty sweet. Something that I guess inherited from my grandpa is a dual blade folding pocket knife. And it has a leather like belt mounted holster thing that goes with it. It's very old. And I'm sure someone's gonna be like, oh, you idiot, it's this thing. But I don't know how it necessarily works. But when you put it in the holster, it like clicks in. It's all leather. There's no plastic.
Can you bring that in?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
But it's however it's like form folded or whatever, it clicks in and it feels so ridiculously satisfying, especially because there's no like notch on the pocket knife.
Okay.
Like I don't see where it would be grabbing necessarily. I'm probably just like missing
something. It might
something.
just fit perfectly.
I think that's
like
it.
It might just be that. Because leather, man, when it fits perfectly, it's a thing.
It just feels like wonderful. And it doesn't seem, I haven't looked at it in a little bit. I don't think this was like a one-off leather holster.
Right.
And this would have been made like no sooner than like the 80s. It's probably older than that.
Okay. Yeah, we'll have to check it out.
Yeah.
I feel like Dan is too focused on replying to the obscene number of incoming merch messages to be on the ball. So we might have to just say like,
I can either wait here or like you catch it at the end and then you got to give me 5 seconds.
We might just have to say like, hey, Dan, we're ready. Because I think we both kind of sit here going like,
well, then you pause for a bit, and then I jump in, and then you continue talking. You're bad at this.
Yeah, okay.
All right. God,
You're bad at this.
It's so hard to find good talent. All right. Anyway,
your mom's bad at this. Just kidding. She's great. Oh, wait.
My hand's over the bell. Yeah. Okay, next up. Luke, I recently found a Fallout 4 mod that adds dialogue tree options using an AI-generated voice overs. Are there any game mechanics you'd like to see an AI applied to, such as NPC dialogue or storylines?
That's actually a big one, NPC dialogue.
But it's tough, right? Because all my gamer instincts are check if there's new dialogue in this region, because that means I need to explore this again because there's new events that I need to trigger. And if it's the same old dialogue, then this is not where I'm supposed to be. And this would mess that up big time.
It could. Okay, but not necessarily. So let me go 2 different routes with this. One, I think I misspoke. I meant voiceovers. I am more interested in using AI to be able to add voice acting to games that did not have it.
But what about the voice acting industry, Luke?
Yeah, I don't. Maybe eventually it will get better. There's been some really crazy leaps, especially in music. Have you seen the Kanye stuff?
No, I haven't actually.
Some guy.
I was mostly just being adversarial.
No, yeah, some guy sings a song, a rap song, but he does it like intentionally poorly. Like not only does it not sound like a rap song, it sounds like a poorly spoken sentence. and then he uses AI.
I mean, some rap songs are full of poorly constructed sentences, but
like,
do go on.
It's intentionally not like, it doesn't sound like rap.
Yeah.
And then he feeds it through this thing, and it sounds like Kanye singing the song.
Is it you that used the term menage a trois because Biggie Smalls says menage a trois?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So speaking of rap songs not always being correct, it's menage a trois. Menage a trois would be mix and three.
Biggie's good. I like his stuff.
Can't diss on Biggie.
Yeah, exactly. I think
It's
that's
about the meter, Linus. It's called creative intent.
not when I say it in a sentence. But
Oh boy.
but what was I going to say? Yeah, so I don't know. There's some concern to that. I would like to think that the quality level that voice actors can bring will surpass that. And what I'm talking about is filling gaps in like old games that don't have it.
Sure.
Not in the creation of new games. Which I don't think that's a thing.
I don't know. I mean, the quality of some voice acting is so bad that I kind of want I can't get Final Fantasy X out of my mind.
I literally know the scene you're talking about.
Yeah, that's classic.
That's been memed on
classic.
pretty heavily.
I mean, with that said, I mean maybe that
was intentional.
maybe that was maybe that's what gives it its human quality, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. And honestly, I feel like right now I can identify a lot of AI voice stuff pretty easily because I think it has a problem with like emotion and tone and things like that. What's up?
Hold on a second. I'm being corrected on my French here. I thought menage.
Oh, get owned.
Oh no.
Menage.
Get owned.
Yeah, A Prime's messaging me.
Was Biggie right?
No.
Oh, sad.
Hey,
Hold on
Linus
a
was still
second.
wrong. Calm down.
Day counts.
Hold on.
Someone in Floatplane chat said, I mean, you still need a real voice to make an AI voice. People would probably just sell the rights to their voice for movies and games. Okay, multiple things to unpack here. One, people already do that.
Okay, we need more AI in the world because this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. Literal translation.
That's good.
Apparently it means manage of three, cleaning, not mixing. Okay, so sorry. But yes, the A is the and instead of or whatever. So sure. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. What was I saying? Yeah. Some people already sell their voice for that type of stuff. Some people have already sold their voice for AI stuff. People have already sold their likeness for AI stuff. That is already happening. That is totally a thing. Also, AIs can make their own voices through a mass mesh of other voices, and you can be against that. You can be for that. But there doesn't seem to be a strong precedent for how we deal with that right now. And that is one of the things that policymakers are kind of lagging behind on, because GPT, Midjourney, Stable Diffusion, all these things that are trained on just massive piles of human creation.
Yeah.
Like, as far as anyone can tell, that just doesn't matter. No one seems to care legally. They're just like, yeah, sure, you can use whatever. So they can create their own voices out of that giant pile. They can already do that. That is already a thing. I
think it'll be bad for gameplay. I'm not even going to make the argument it's bad for the voice acting industry because you're not going to stop progress. So I guess we're going to see what happens with that. It's not my fight. I don't have a horse in this race. That's between the voice acting industry and game developers.
I would find it extremely difficult to replace, is it Chris Judge? Oh man, I'm going to get the name wrong. I'm really bad with names. But the guy who does Kratos in the modern God of Wars, like, yeah, I don't think you're going to get the same level of quality.
Not today.
Yeah, not today.
But
maybe eventually.
But from a gameplay standpoint, I'm not that into it, personally.
Yeah, Christopher Judge. Yeah, he's amazing. Been a fan of him since Stargate. Anyways,
All right, Dan,
yeah,
hit us.
Yeah.
All right. What do you see as an ideal end game for LTT? I know in the past you talked about the future in regards to your children in the company. This is geared more towards the lasting legacy of LTT and the lab.
Well, the ideal end game is that we never need a manufacturer spec sheet again, because manufacturer spec sheets are optimistic at best, misleading at moderate, and outright lies at the worst. So the goal would be for LTT to have some kind of, what's the opposite of debunking? Bunking or debunking, position on pretty much every manufacturer claim. It would be no dollar wasted anytime you build a PC or buy a piece of electronics. Now, there's going to be challenges. This road it's a journey, not a destination. Take something like an AV receiver. Sure, we could test the audio quality all day, and we could validate that it works with all these different formats. There's going to be edge cases, there's going to be bugs, and there's going to be things that you simply can't quantify, like the interface of pretty much every AV receiver that I've ever encountered is needlessly obtuse. I don't think we're going to be able to fix that, ever. So that's the goal, but it's one of those
understandable limitations.
Yeah, that's noble, but good luck, right?
Yeah.
But we're going to do our best.
I want to ask you something about that.
Sure.
We've talked about this a little bit.
Uh-oh.
But what are your current opinions on this? Talking about AI stuff.
Yeah.
A huge problem in the AI world is the Ouroboros effect of it destroying all of its data creation.
Yeah.
Impact on the lab.
Yeah, we are basically I will say right now that this is already making me rethink our previously leaned toward strategy of making all the data just available with no account, no subscription, just on the page. Because if the entire site can simply be scraped and summarized, there will be no reason to come to our website. That doesn't mean that all of a sudden we're going to make the website experience awful by, say, covering it with intrusive advertising or anything like that. That's not our goal.
It wouldn't solve the problem either,
But we also simply cannot just be a data mine for ChatGPT or Bing GPT or whatever you want to call it. So I think that what you might end up with is a site that is designed more around the output, at least in terms of what's publicly available. So you might say, heck, we could even use a large language model interface. Can you recommend the best power supply for me for $30 to $45? Here are my considerations.
So we present it as our own. That's an interesting angle.
So it's something I'm giving thought to. It's something that there are ways for us to work around. For example, one of the features that we've talked about that I'm really excited for, the gaming experience comparison videos, where it will take our archive of videos and it will compile them together for you to consume. That is not easily parsable. Not easily, especially if it's credential locked. And it's also pretty difficult, or there's not a value to consuming it through the AI. If the value is in the seeing the smoothness of the gaming experience and seeing with your own eyes the comparison, you're going to have to look at the comparison anyway. You might as well look at the origin tool. Mm-hmm. So there's ideas. I don't know, though. I don't know, because the reality of it is I want this data. Mm-hmm. I want this data to benefit consumers of electronics. Whatever I have to do that, I'm going to do. And if for this data source to survive, I have to restrict access to it, then I will do that because it has to exist.
So you're more interested in providing the resulting decision helpful information.
Yes.
Than just providing a database.
Yes. I don't care how we do it. If it's a web extension, or if it's a browser extension, like we talked about earlier in the show, and then anytime you're looking at a power supply that's like a crap deal, it just recommends you something better.
BT
and then
dubs, this is bad, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we recommend something else and we take an affiliate cut. That's fine. That's a way for us to get, that's a way that's not easily replicated by ChatGPT because it's parsing our database on the back end.
That's private.
Which they don't have any access to.
It does the grounding and silo problem naturally.
And you know what? Google might build an AI that monitors what products you look at in your browser. Theoretically, they wouldn't because privacy or something, but they might monitor what you look at in your browser and figure out what you ultimately purchase, and that might guide it. But it's going to be going off of secondary data. We're always going to be out ahead of it.
Interesting.
So it'll lag behind. So if a price changes, it'll keep recommending crap when ours will always be the most up to date.
Interesting.
So there's ways. There's ways. We've got ideas. We're not going to take this lying down. That's the bottom line.
Yeah. Because we're still doing the lab. It's just just like with every other realm right now, the path forward is unclear because of the impact of these types of systems.
Path's always unclear.
A lot of people, it's just, I think, like even more muddy now is all I'm saying.
Path's always unclear.
I agree.
I'm just used to it at this point, so this doesn't even really faze me. Like, do you remember how I freaked out when Vessel went under?
Yeah.
I'm sitting here, existential crisis. Do you remember how I freaked out when YouTube revised their in-video sponsorship policies? Existential crisis.
Amazon.
Do you remember how I freaked out when the president of NCIX decided maybe he wouldn't sell the channel to us? Existential crisis. My entire last 10 years of my life has been one existential crisis after another. You know what? I'm still here, aren't I? We all are.
That's why. Yeah.
So on the one hand, you know, maybe it could turn into hubris. Maybe it could morph into arrogance. But I think I'm realistic enough that I'm not going to allow that to happen. And instead, what it's got to turn into is being calm, collected, understanding that there is a way. There's always a way. I think it's what movie or TV show is it? Fry in Futurama. Okay, they're stuck in like a video game or something like that, and he's like, no, they always build in ways to beat these games. Well, that's life. So figure it out, beat the game, right? Like, and we've got a world-class team. I've said it 1,000 times. We're gonna do it. So let's do it.
Cool.
Hell yeah. All right. On that same sort of vein, do any of your early experiences...
I hope, sorry, I'm gonna interject. I hope other Dan, not this Dan, but I hope other Dan is ready.
Hold on. We do need to come back to this for a second. He says, you're thinking mélange. So that would be mix. Ménage is a household of three.
Okay.
So it's actually more describing like a throuple than a sexual act. So he says, Biggie would be saying, the household and you.
Whatever.
Yeah.
That kind of makes sense.
No, it's a household of three. Not, yeah, so it's not, it's definitely, he's not right. But I had the meaning of, I thought it was a mix of three, but it's actually household of three. Okay, we can carry on.
Sounds good.
Okay. Do any of your early experiences at NCIX inform your sourcing strategies? Are there any lessons learned that you carry forward with Creator Warehouse and all of the fabulous merch?
I mean, NCIX didn't build its own, well, actually it had some of its own products. They sucked. I learned a lot from that. I learned a lot of what not to do from NCIX. I learned a lot of what to do, but I'm actually not involved in a lot of the day-to-day sourcing and ordering and like determining quantities, negotiating pricing. I do almost none of it. I advise, but the team over there handles the vast majority of that. The biggest thing that I learned at NCIX, and mostly from shopping there, not as much from working there, is that it's all about trust. At the end of the day, it's all about trust. You can market all day by Google Ads. You can hire a team of salespeople to push your product, blah, 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 blah. But if you want to build a sustainable business, you just have to make a good product, stand behind it, and people will come. And with the way that LTT Store is growing, Q1, we're almost up double year over year over last Q1, like last year's Q1. That's not an accident. That's not because we're suddenly spending $1 million a month on advertising or whatever. That's because we make a good product and people keep coming back for it. I mean, you guys know, look at this, right? I don't make the rules. That's just how it works.
Okay, next up, first time sending a merch message. What was the most surprising feature you've ever seen on a new graphics card?
Game stream. By the time frame generation landed, I was like, yeah, we were headed this way. Whereas like game stream blew my mind. I just didn't think of using hardware video encoding and decoding like that.
That was really crazy.
I mean,
was really crazy.
Oh man, I had in the doc today. I wanted to talk about using the ROG Ally for game stream. It's not technically game stream, I guess, because that's NVIDIA's trademark, and I'm running an AMD graphics card. But you tried it.
Stuff.
I was playing Doom
Really
Eternal
smooth.
at ultra details, 1080p on a handheld, 120 frames per second. This is a 120 hertz display.
I was going to say you were capped too, weren't you?
Nearly silent, okay? Barely perceptible latency. This is not something I expected to see in my lifetime.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you asked me a year ago, yeah,
It's
obviously.
not fair, though. Before the tech existed, it's not something you expected.
No, it looked incredible.
Yeah.
It felt great. And it brought me back into gaming too when I had my NVIDIA Shield and I had my son and I couldn't sit at my computer anymore because I was busy holding a baby all the time. It was colicky, right? So yeah, it blew my mind. How about you?
On a graphics card, I know this is probably going to be annoying, but probably the same thing. I tried to think like
It's got to be like that.
PhysX, but I was like, no.
I mean, it's too bad it didn't turn out, but it could have been.
Right, but we saw it coming. Because what was the exact question? It was something like most surprising.
What was that game though? That one game
Where you
that
could rip the banners and stuff.
Yeah, Aegea promoted, and it was like physical interactions with the environment were going to be this. That blew me away.
Okay, it blew.
But it wasn't a graphics card feature yet.
Well, yeah.
It was that dedicated card.
And even assuming it was, because you're right, but even assuming it was, I think you could say that wasn't super. Maybe it was surprising when it happened. I didn't expect it to happen yet.
Yeah.
But like we all knew games were going in a direction of this type of stuff happening eventually. So like what was the thing that like I'm interpreting surprised as like caught me off guard. Surprised me that it was happening at all.
I mean, maybe you just weren't thinking about this kind of thing yet, but you could look at something like CUDA as a big surprise.
I definitely wasn't thinking about that at the time.
Yeah. I mean, the idea that you could like encode video on your
super
GPU
sick
at
now.
all.
Yeah,
like,
I just didn't really care much about
Yeah,
that.
just try. Yeah, I don't know. SLI, not surprising.
No.
Okay. Well, we can move on.
Yeah.
Has Linus ever been to a Michelin star restaurant? If so, where? And he can't wait for his LTT bottle.
If so, I can't remember. It's not the kind of thing that I would pay attention to because things that are cool because someone said they're cool is not interesting to me.
Yeah. Where were we in Japan?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know where that was.
They probably deserved a Michelin star, I guess.
That place was amazing.
Yeah.
I don't remember where it was.
Great.
Though.
Everything that I wanted to eat was delicious, and then there was lots of stuff that I was super not down with, like the chicken sashimi and all that.
Yeah, yeah.
We tried it. We both tried it. It wasn't worth it. Don't do it.
And then I probably offended everyone there by
Yeah.
boiling it.
And I was like, wow, good idea. And I cooked the rest of my chicken too. We just like cooked it in our boiling soup.
Yeah.
We're basically monsters.
We're horrible. Yeah.
All right. I recently picked up the pajama pants and absolutely love them so far.
Nice.
Out of curiosity, what's the rationale behind using a mesh material for the pockets instead of the same as the rest of them?
I'm so glad you asked. We agonize over every stupid little detail and then we never talk about it. The reason is that the self material, that's what the main material is called, self, S-E-L-F. The self material is too stretchy. And so when you would put something heavy like a phone in the pocket with the self material and then walk, it would like be all over the place. So we went with the mesh because it's got a little bit more structure and it makes it kind of hold stuff a bit better.
Okay, next up. Hi, Dan, Luke, and Linus. What is something you do when you're physically exhausted and emotionally or mentally fatigued in order to recover?
I sleep.
I find those things to be extremely different scenarios personally. I feel very differently when I'm mentally or physically exhausted.
Yeah,
Oh,
100%.
Oh, sure. Well, physically, I have a bath, soak the muscles, and then mentally I sleep. Or you know what? I watch reruns, like Adventure Time reruns, just to completely turn off my brain. How about you?
If I'm mentally exhausted, usually what I like to do is
I get our channels deleted and I take it on.
yeah.
I keep powering through. No,
Hell
sorry.
yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, that kind of stuff is energy returning for me.
A mission.
Yeah. If there's nothing like that currently
It's
available.
kind of a missionary, you know?
Wow. Yeah, there you go. If there's nothing like that currently available, I always find go-tos for me if I just need to like chill my brain out and relax, which usually isn't because of exhaustion. It's usually because of I'm currently feeling like very angry or very sad, I would say. I'll usually dive into either Assassin's Creed or Civilization and just play single player and just cruise around. Have no direct mission, just let my mind kind of wander and sit there.
You really would enjoy Breath of the Wild. You really do need to play it.
Yeah, I should probably start it again at some point. If I'm physically exhausted, I don't know. Sleep. Yeah.
That really is what you should do.
Yeah.
Stay hydrated.
Yeah.
LTTstore.com.
Hey, there you go.
Next up's from Mitchell. I've heard Linus comment on walkable cities in North America not being possible without bulldozing over current places. Could you possibly go into more detail about that topic?
Yeah. I've actually had a lot of people criticize that take. In fact, there was a whole video dedicated to addressing it, which unfortunately I haven't had a chance to watch yet, so I am not going to respond to it. But what I will say is that a lot of my stance was not that it should be impossible, but rather that with the mentality that a lot of people here in North America have, I don't think it will ever happen. It is possible to turn previously car-centric cities into more walkable cities.
Take a really long time.
But it only works for certain parts without an enormous investment in infrastructure that, if I'm being honest, I just don't see ever coming back to North America. Like, whether we're talking about the US or Canada, and I don't know enough about Mexico, so my apologies, but at least America and its hat. You look at the kind of infrastructure projects that not just happened, but were commonplace in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. We ain't doing that stuff anymore. Yeah. It's not happening. What rapid transit? Who's building it? And yeah, there's some stuff going on in Vancouver right now. But you look at how long it's taken to get to the state that it's at.
I'm pretty sure we've been talking about that like literally my whole life.
The Expo line was built in 1986. Yeah. I know that because it was built for the 1986 World Fair or Expo Fair.
Yeah.
And that's the year that I was born.
Yeah.
And it's gone from Expo Line to Expo Line and Millennium Line, which you can probably guess when that was built. That took 14 years and managed to cover, with actual proper trains, like what? 3% of the greater Vancouver area? Like, if let's say 6%, and assuming you can walk like 20 minutes, okay, around any one of those stations. Then we got what? That one other line, and now they're finally adding another one. Commuting from where to where? Like, the actual percentage of people that it addresses is pretty low. With that said, everyone who's not driving a car helps reduce congestion for all the other people who need to drive cars. But that doesn't change that the way that this region is laid out and the way that they continue to develop our rapid transit is never going to change many people's reliance on cars. So if that's the case, I just don't see the path forward. And it's not because there's a technical reason, it's because there's a people reason. That's what I had sort of meant to say last time, and I don't really think I got across very well. So I'm being kind of defeatist about it, and that sucks, and I shouldn't, but I just sort of give up. Yeah. Hey, cool, Zachary F. Glad to hear it. We apparently delighted a customer. I don't want to know what the care team did. I won't ask.
Fun.
They went above and beyond.
Did they go below and beyond, or
Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe.
WAN Show After Dark,
Can't-
everybody.
Can't control any of that.
Speaking of below, second undie purchase here. Need some for wifey. Luke, Linus, and Dan, what is your SO biggest tech faux pas or taboo? Mine is my wife neglecting to change regularly and repeatedly asking for passwords.
Charge regularly, but yes, good try.
Oh, sorry.
You know what? Yvonne's actually pretty good. She's one of those remarkable people that can take a genuine interest in other people. It's not like, oh yeah, tell me about work. What tech thing are you working on right now? And it's like in one ear and out the other. She actually has absorbed a shocking amount. She cannot for the life of her handle a receiver-based AV system though. As soon as you throw more than one remote at her, she's like, this is too much work. I will watch on my phone. Oh, no. She also is allergic to landscape mode. She will actually watch movies in a little window like this rather than turn her phone. And she's better about it now, but for the longest time, I'd walk up to her sitting on the couch watching a movie, like a movie. Like, I'm not talking some 3-minute YouTube video or something. A movie. I would grab her phone, enable auto rotate, turn it, and put it back in her hands and walk away. I can't. I can't handle that.
Yeah, my passwords. A legitimately significant portion of my literal job. She won't use a password manager. She insists on just memorizing everything. But then she doesn't have to retype something in for a really extended period of time.
And forgets,
forgets it.
Of course.
And then has to switch devices. And she's like, well, I literally can't use this because I don't know the passwords for my logins. And I'm like, interesting that we have this problem. But then she figures it out because you can do account recovery and whatever else.
Yeah, but that's not the right way to do that.
And then she gets a win on me because LastPass has this big breach.
Right, yeah.
And we're using LastPass.
Get
she's
wrecked.
going
nice honeypot, bro.
There.
Yeah.
All of your passwords are now in questionable
You might
condition.
call it a honeypot because you're her honey.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
So then we have to go
I
through
wish
this.
I hadn't said it first before getting the right dad joke.
I'm not even pushing the bell.
And then we have this huge, very laborious transition to a new password manager, and she's still pointing her finger, going look at that. And I'm like, okay, yeah, fair, but it's still not right. You should still use one. And she's like, nope.
Okay. She's still wrong.
Yeah.
I can tell her for you too if you want. Yeah, she'll probably catch this.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Hi, wife.
The birds find it very calming to just hear me talking for long periods of time. So we'll just run WAN Show when we're not at home. If you come over, they will probably recognize you. That's very funny. I didn't think about that until now.
Oh, it's WAN Show, Linus. Now it's time for sleep.
That's pretty funny. Okay, let's do another
You
one.
want to do another one? All right. Since you're discussing the LTT screwdriver, did you see Electro Boom gave his away in Cuba in his recent video?
I didn't see that, but he told me in person. We have a collab with Medi coming very soon that I'm really excited about. We test wireless ESD bracelets, which are a thing that exist.
Okay.
And he brought out a
My understanding.
dang it, what's the one called where it has the ball at the top and the staticky thing? That's not a Jacob's ladder.
Tesla coil?
Oh, Van de Graaff generator.
Oh. Yeah, right. No,
Yeah, he brought one of those. He brought this terrifying
I was thinking Red Alert too.
this terrifying ESD wand. And we do some, well, we do what he does best. We hurt each other. Yeah. So you guys are definitely going to enjoy it.
So good.
Hey, DLL, I'm a data analyst.
Oh, it's on Floatplane.
Oh, no.
Is it?
Apparently.
Already?
Everyone on Floatplane saying it's already out. It's on Floatplane.
Oh, well, do you guys like it?
They seem to. They all seem very happy about it.
Oh, there it is, yeah. I guess people are just going to have to subscribe to Floatplane.
I mean,
Let's
hold
go.
on a second. Let's show off the beta site. Beta.floatplane.com. Just going to open this in a new tab. All right, let's have a look. Oh, wow. There's actually 2 early access videos right now. This is the weekend's YouTube videos. This ended up being half an hour long. I shouldn't be that surprised. Floatplane Gang says it was good. Yeah, all right. I mean, not biased at all, because it's not like they're, you know, the most dedicated of our followers or anything like that. But
Jaiden's all upset because he's like totally revamped the live chat, but it's not out yet. So it's not out even on beta yet. So he's like, oh, it looks so old. No.
Yeah, but it's got colors on people's names now. That's cool.
Yeah, but there's like more updates.
I know,
coming.
but still. Oh yeah, and the Flipper Zero video is coming too. Legal. Nice. It's pointing at me.
Ah. Oh yeah. License to carry.
All right.
Hey, DLL. I'm a data analyst. Out of curiosity, does LMG use any sort of data visualization software? Power BI, Tableau, R? This would be especially interesting with labs coming.
This is something we've explored in the past with labs. It's more likely. I don't know if they're using any of it right now. But no. At least, I mean, maybe the labs is, but outside of that, no.
Okay.
I'm not sure for labs.
Hey, Luke and Linus, love the show. Question about LTX office/labs visits. Will there be a place where people can wait in between the 2 different tours? Availability made mine 1 hour apart.
I mean, it's a free country. You could sit on the side of the road. Go for a walk.
Go get lunch.
Yeah, get some food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a company and have to make very difficult decisions a lot. Linus, any tips on how to handle stress, ensuring you make the best decision that make customers happy? Thanks for all the content.
Do the best you can with the time and information you have. You're going to get it wrong a lot. Take feedback. Apologize. Don't just apologize. Do better next time. And rinse and repeat.
Don't get decision paralysis.
Yeah, do something.
Even if you make mistakes, you have to move forward.
Yeah. Like, man, I used to say that all the time. It was like, what did I used to say?
Do you say a lot of stuff? I don't know.
Oh, man, I think it was like...
If you lead me there, I might find it, but...
Like 80% execution of a 20% plan is better than 20% execution of an 80% plan. And it was kind of like this weird riff on the 80-20 rule. Or was it like 100% execution of like a 10% plan?
Yeah, I don't remember the percentage breaks.
I think it varied a lot.
You got to do stuff.
But like this guy would sit around and plan things. And I'd be like, that's nice. But we can't sell a plan. And you know what? There have been times when we should have done more planning. However, if you can only do one,
yeah,
I go with OnePlus had a way better, more succinct version of that hanging in their headquarters or their manufacturing or whatever it was when I was there, and it was shipped is better than perfect. It's like, yeah, you could spend all day polishing it.
There's startup companies that die because of that. 100%.
They just keep planning, and planning, and sometimes the plan has to change. You got to pivot, so they just keep planning.
Plan, then pivot, then plan, then pivot, then plan, then pivot.
Ship something. That's, you just got to ship something. Iterate.
Someone, a comment, don't sleep on data analytics. The lab is probably going to blah, 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 blah. We're in a situation right now where we've mentioned a bunch of times during this show that we do so many different, varied, difficult things.
Yeah.
All of those things like demand team expansion. And you gotta pick your battles sometimes. Like there is an insane range and amount of different people with different specializations that we could bring on that could improve the things that we do. If we attempted to do all that at once, we would just die immediately. Like yeah, we're not sleeping on it. We'll do stuff. Just you have to do stuff at reasonable times with reasonable team expansion and all these other types of things. There's a lot that goes into it. We're not just like ignoring stuff. Yeah, that's all. Next up.
Hello, Linus, Luke, and Dan. Linus, in some streams, you've partaken in some floor time. Do you ever end up just working from the floor, meetings, calls, etc.? I'm really hoping this isn't just me. I saw you on the stairs the other day. I don't know what was going on with that.
Meetings, sometimes I I need some sensory deprivation so that I can think.
Shut certain systems down.
Yeah, just close my eyes, lie down, think. Not calls. I'm almost never on a call that like
I
requires.
pace on calls.
Yeah. I'm into the pacing. Yeah, nothing else to really add. Yeah, floor time is real though. They take pictures of me because they think it's funny. I don't pose for floor time pictures because I think it's funny.
Right, next up. Hey, LTT. One day I'd be super curious to see Luke's reaction to the recent Adam Conover AI video. He asserts that AI is basically scam technology, all hype and fraud, a la Tesla's self-driving cars.
I mean, I think it's pretty provable that's not true in
Yeah.
like a lot of ways.
Yeah, that's like a really bad take.
Yeah. I haven't watched it, but I don't know. I had a buddy working on a school assignment recently, and he was like complaining about how the school assignment was like hard or vague or whatever. And I was like, have you asked ChatGPT? And he's like, well, no. I was like, okay, well, give me the question. And he handed it to me. I plunked it into ChatGPT. It pushed out like this insanely long, very detailed response. I gave that to him, and he's like, yeah, I have to like fit it into a table. This is like kind of too long, so I guess it didn't really work. I was like, well, that's not true. I go over to ChatGPT. Can you make this shorter? I don't remember how short it needed to be.
Yep.
And it just went, blip, made it way shorter. I handed it back to him, and he's like, yeah, okay, that's pretty good. This is a university course.
Does Let Me Chat GPT that for you already exist?
I think we figured this
Okay.
out. Yeah. Like it's just a bad or uninformed take. I don't know.
Very strange.
Hold on. Is there the WAN toque beanie? Did we ever release that?
I don't. have any
Apparently, I
memory
was
of it.
modeling it in my waffle long sleeve photos, and someone's like, "Hey, where is that?" And I don't see it on the site.
I don't
Okay.
remember that being a thing.
I don't know. Dan, do you mind firing a quick message over to Nick to ask where that is, if that like exists? Okay. Anywho, thanks, Brady. Good call. Maybe we have like a warehouse full of WAN beanies that we haven't sold because it's not available on the site. I don't know.
Very strange.
I think just to jump on the Adam Conover thing, I haven't watched the video, but if he says it's a scam thing because of how it uses other people's data to create its product without compensating them or anything like
Yeah,
that.
sure. Someone's getting scammed.
That's fair. That's but if it's like it's a ineffective technology, that's just like extremely provably not true. There are AI lawyers that have won cases already. Like, what are you talking about? I don't know. Whatever.
Okay, next up's from David. Happy Easter! As Creator Warehouse becomes more of a lifestyle brand, will the LTT branding be on everything it sells, or will it stick to more tech nerd products while Creator Warehouse becomes its own brand?
We don't know the answer to that. Creator Warehouse's future is supposed to be product development and fulfillment for a variety of entities, whether they're creators or other brands or whatever else. I think we've already talked about how we are potentially doing a drop for the NAS company I'm invested in, potentially working on doing something collaboratively with Noctua, which would be super cool. So there's no reason Creator Warehouse couldn't work with partners. And they would obviously want to have their own branding on their own products, right? But for LTTstore.com, I think LTT is our brand, for better or for worse. I don't know. Maybe we change it at some point, but it wouldn't be Creator Warehouse. It wouldn't change to Creator Warehouse. It would be like that's the name of our company that works in the background on stuff. It's not like a public branding. Yeah, LTT. I don't know, something we might do labs branded stuff. I don't know. It's a good question. LTT is just
LTT, as far as the store is concerned, is just a logo.
It's got a
Some
lot of
letters.
momentum.
Yeah, that too. It's also like the logos are really small these days. Like the logo on the windbreaker jacket is like I couldn't even find it at first. Like they're not heavily branded. So when it gets to that, it's like on your pocket or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, there. But it's like really small.
It's a little dark. It's reflective, which is cool. but it's like,
Yeah, you can't even see it. It's so small.
Oh, yeah,
there it
you go.
is. Don't. Okay, I have a high sensitivity to that phrase.
Oh,
I thought it didn't matter to you, Linus. Pick one.
I thought you were like
Pick one.
actually upset about something. I was like, what did I do? I don't know. That's
I have a
funny.
response here from Nick about your beanie.
Oh.
Apparently, it was never made into production.
Oh.
So,
All right.
He can follow up with Sarah if you would
Exclusive
like.
products.
All right. Did I kibosh it? I wonder if I did. I might
You
have.
have ruined another product.
All right. Cool.
Cool. Hello, LL and D. Thanks for the hoodie. Full-on gaming channel when?
I think our goal is to launch GameLinked this quarter. It's on someone's KPIs. I don't know.
Cool. Oh, I might need to finish the logo for that then. We'll talk about that next
you're
week.
making
Wait,
the
why are
logo?
you doing a logo?
Yeah, I know. It's a whole thing. It's great. Okay,
No, it's
next
not
up.
great.
Yeah, that's not great. That's very random, Dan.
I shelved it. It's fine.
Also, you need to approve the logo for labs.
What?
Still don't have a logo for labs?
No one showed it to me.
Okay. Well, Sarah has one, and it's pending your approval.
Okay, well then she should show it to me.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, she barged into my office yesterday to have me approve a plushy whale with a gold chain around its neck, so she
Dan,
clearly knows where I live.
Schedule a message
To you? To who? What?
to Sarah.
Okay.
Get her to follow up with Linus about approving labs branding.
Sarah.
I was supposed to tell you about this on Thursday, I think, and I forgot.
Approve Labs branding?
So it's your fault.
No.
We'll do that for Tuesday. Yeah, because we have Monday off, right? Yeah.
Yes, Tuesday. Yep.
Oh, nice.
Done.
Long weekend, baby.
Okay. Just out of pure curiosity, which of the add-on screwdriver bit packs is the
interesting.
most popular?
Oh, I can check that for you. Give me 1 second. I'm just responding to, this is a great question. I'm responding to it in text just because we have way too many merch messages to respond to them all. You know what? Screw it. We'll do it now. Linus and Luke, I'm a law student studying AI and how it interacts with the law. What do you believe is the best resource for me to educate 60-year-old judges on how to understand this black box? The clip of me and Luke being blown away by ChatGPT's capabilities the first time we looked at it. If that doesn't open their eyes, nothing can. That is such just because it's not sleek, it's not anyone's promotional materials, it's just holy shit. This is here, it's here now. It's doing this now. If they don't understand it, then they should probably retire. Honestly. And that's not like ageism or anything like that. If they were young and they didn't understand it and they're working in the legal system,
Career change.
they should probably retire. Let me get that answer for you on which is the most popular bit pack. Now, this is going to be a little bit skewed because some of them have been sold out for some time because life is hard. I just don't know what to tell you. Man, there's no last 365 days. I don't know, 2022. When did we launch the screwdriver? You know what? Screw it. This will. Oh my God. Now I have to re-enter this. I love Shopify. I actually really do, but they're not perfect.
Nobody's perfect. I think they're a very good partner, to be honest.
Yes.
They've been very good to work with.
Yes.
There's some things that, like, them announcing something and then it coming out like 2 years later can be kind of annoying, but we've had the same problems, so.
Well, at least WAN Show gets a dark mode.
Okay.
Screw you.
I'm so
Torx, then metric hex, then the specialty bits, followed by imperial hex, followed by people loading up on standard and Phillips.
We never said that was coming. Well, we said it was coming, but not soon. That's all we've ever said. It's still not soon. There you go.
I feel like there's some that are missing here. Oh well. Oh yeah. Here's some more. Ugh. Now I have to remember the variants and how many they sold. Okay. No, this is a duplicate list. Okay, I don't even know what I'm looking at.
Just got badanned. Oh
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The point is that's pretty much it.
Cool. When do we get the Luke Talks AI Hour? Maybe its own show, new channel.
I do
Luke, you're not
think-
very busy, right?
I do think it's been kind of surprising that our coverage of this has only really been a little bit on TechLinked and then WAN Show, when there's channels that I think would cover this type of stuff less often that have done sometimes multiple mainline videos about it. That surprises me a little bit, but like, I don't know. It also moves like so fast that unless someone's doing like a daily upload channel only dedicated to just that if you really want to follow it, you need to kind of follow it in other ways. So I don't know. Yeah.
Hello, LLND. Can we get the story about the hard drives that got carried in a shopping cart through a parking lot? Maybe even a technical explanation of the damage. Thanks.
Oh, that was like that's not our story. That's I forget who it was, but they were like migrating their data center, and it wasn't on a shopping cart, but it was on like an AV cart that had hard wheels. And as they apparently after they rolled them across the parking lot, because that's how they moved them, because that's how far they were going. They were like moving to that building over there. The failure rate was like astronomical or something like that. And they determined that it was because they used hard-wheeled carts rather than soft-wheeled carts, and that much vibration was very damaging to the extremely sensitive hard drives, because they are phenomenally precision manufactured pieces of marvelous technology. Like hard drives, they're like old and crappy or whatever, but they're still pretty cool.
L&L, you have a ton of employees from many different backgrounds that work at LMG. Have you ever collected employee family or favorite recipes and turned it into an LMG company cookbook?
Nope.
That has never happened.
How
no.
the devil did that get curated?
I thought it was funny. Hi, Luke, Linus, and Dan. I'm recovering some all-nighters spent at work. To make a deadline that was shifted last minute. What's the most egregious deadline change you've faced at work?
Well, we went from you have to keep our channel up forever, which is fine because it is, to you have to get it back up because it's gone, with the hack recently. So there was no deadline, and then suddenly we had one. I don't know. What's a deadline shift? I mean, I don't know. We probably should have more strict deadlines. You had that deadline for migrating to Keeper.
Was it shifted?
I don't know if it was shifted.
It wasn't shifted.
Yeah, I don't know. Deadline shift.
A lot of deadline shifts don't happen. A lot of deadlines that are like practically impossible have happened.
Yeah, like remember when Vessel went under and we had a week to build like a working minimum viable product of Floatplane? Like that
weekend.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's not a shifted deadline though. That was a deadline that didn't exist.
Exactly. No, I'm saying I was agreeing with you.
Yeah, I don't think they
I was
shift
agreeing
a lot,
with
though.
you.
Yeah.
Why do you keep No, I'm just
I don't think they shift too often. They're just pretty hard to meet sometimes. But like, I don't know. We're in a fast moving workspace. It's going to be like that. I'm not complaining about it. Just, yeah. But yeah, I don't think they shift that often. I think it's happened. Like an example that I could give, but I don't think this like matters. And I think it was absolutely the right call. Was related to the hack with the video. The video was originally going to be like Saturday's video, and then we were like, nope, it's today's, in the middle of writing it. But like, yeah, that was the right call. If we were going to get the channel back, that absolutely should have been the first upload.
Yeah, it had to be.
Yeah. So like, I don't know.
Couldn't just be some random video, and then like 3 days later, it's about
we finally addressed
the hijack.
It. Yeah, like it should have been. It should have been right then. So usually with the deadline shifts, it's like I'm in full agreement. So I don't know.
Is it possible that we get more accent colors for the screwdriver, or do we have to go DIY if we want to have one in the future?
Should I leak it?
How far out?
LTX.
Then yeah, in my opinion.
If you come to LTX, we are going to have all 6 colors of the rainbow available in selector rings, handles, beauty rings, and end caps. You will be able, in the screwdriver booth, to build your own driver.
That's so cool. I didn't know about this. That is so sick. How are you going to swap those things out? You can't swap those things out.
In whatever color you like.
So you build it. That's how you end up getting
You
it
get to
custom.
press fit it together
That is
yourself.
so sick. One of my favorite things about LTX has always been the hands-on booths, because that's something that PAX used to be totally all about, and then it super died, and now PAX is like kind of boring. And that is so cool.
Kyle is very upset.
Sorry, Kyle.
Why do you do this to me? What do you mean?
Please apologize to Kyle.
Sorry, Kyle.
See, this is maybe one of those timelines that we were just talking about. It hasn't shifted. It's still LTX. It might be really hard to get ready for. I don't know.
Now he has to do it.
Yeah.
Now there is a deadline.
Yeah.
It was
well,
already
it
a
was
deadline.
probably already a deadline.
Yeah, he's got this.
It's just really hard.
Some of the colors are not like matching each other perfectly because we're using like a red that Mega Pro already had on hand.
Sure.
And we're using some other color that we were experimenting with for something else, and we have some dye. You know, like it's not. It's kind of a
But
mix.
it's custom built.
But
You put
darn
it together.
You will build it yourself.
So sick.
It will cost more. I
Makes
have
sense.
to pay Kyle and Jaiden and the rest of the team over there. I don't know who is or isn't on probation, but I have to pay them. We have to do these like stupid, super small runs of like these different colored plastics.
How many are you prepping?
I will say this: the quality of the driver may not be 100% to the standard of what we would make 100,000 of or whatever, because different colors can shrink ever so slightly differently. Probably it will be fine. We'll be using the same plastics. We'll be using the same types of dyes. It will probably be
But
fine.
understand this is kind of a one-off thing.
But understand this is a wacky thing that we're doing so that
totally worth doing.
you
This
can
is
have
super cool.
a personalized, one-of-a-kind driver in the color of your choice. There's certain things that will be all the same color. The bit holders inside, I believe, we're aiming for white. We didn't want black because our bits are black, and the low contrast would be really awful. But if we have a
So
ton of
cool.
leftovers, it is possible that we will just mash them all together randomly,
And make like a mystery screwdriver.
and you can order a mystery screwdriver or something like that. But if you want to hand pick the colors, you must be at LTX.
Kyle's saying it'll be fine. We tested it.
Okay. Well, I mean, okay, one thing we haven't tested, Kyle, I don't think, is that normally when we assemble the drivers, we assemble them warm so that they shrink for the press fit. These, we obviously won't be doing that unless you guys are going to have them like preheated in like not hot, but like warm oven or something. So I don't know. There's still some questions that we have to answer.
Kyle, if you're watching on Floatplane, if you watch on the beta site, there's it's lower latency, so you should do that so you can answer better. Just so you know, beta.floatplane.com. It's like way better.
Hi, Linus and Luck. Will there be an autograph signing session during LTX Expo?
I hate calling it an autograph, but I will sign anything you put in front of my face.
I think what they're asking about is like, are you going to dedicate time to like stand in a spot behind a table and sign stuff?
Oh. I don't know. That hadn't really occurred to me. I want to participate.
Yeah.
How do I put this? LTX is about me too. I want to have fun. I want to have fun.
No, I agree.
I want to do stuff.
I'm excited for Whaleland.
Yeah, right? Like
Whaleland, last Whaleland was so sick. And the fact that it's going like overnight again is so cool because so many of these different like PAX doesn't go overnight for their land, right?
Yeah.
It's just lame. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do y'all feel about the availability of DIY military tech thanks to Chinese suppliers or 3D printers, LLMs? I don't know what that is. What's an LLM?
Large language model.
Oh, yeah, the thing we've been talking about all night. I thought it was like a manufacturing thing. Context. High refresh rate plus resolution thermal cameras banned by ITAR are cheap on AliExpress, for example.
I don't know, dude.
Yeah.
The future's like actually freaking terrifying.
Yeah.
Because like for a long time there was the whole we own the night thing with the American military, and now you can buy thermal cameras on AliExpress, and that's just running out to the woods and hiding not being an applicable option is like not the most comfortable thing.
Yeah.
Stick it on your robot dog that you can buy off the... stop talking.
Yeah.
Great show as always. Any update on the acoustic panels Linus talked about in a tour video a while back?
Huh?
The acoustic panel.
Yeah. The update is that we're having a really hard time getting the frames perfect. We set a goal for ourselves very early on that we wanted them to have an extremely high reground plastic content because we weren't that comfortable with just like manufacturing giant plastic things that are just going to end up in a landfill someday. So we wanted to have a high percentage of regrind. That's been really hard. So if we had just said, forget it, we're just going to either extrude or shoot all brand new plastic, we could probably have released it already. Actually, I shouldn't even say that because the covers have been a challenge too. The fabric covers, we want something that is, man, we have a lot of design goals for the covers. We want them to be acoustically transparent. We want them to be easily removable and washable. We want them to be print-onable so that someday, 1,000 years in the future, maybe you could have a custom graphic printed on it straight from LTT store. What else were we? We'd want them to not be wrinkly. Yeah, there were just a lot of goals, and it's kind of unreasonable, and so we're going to do our best.
Mike is not on. Have you been able to give any advice to Hacksmith James to manage burnout and the pressures of growing a YouTube channel while supporting a growing staff and requiring more space and equipment?
I mean, the thing with James is he's a big boy, and he's he's resilient, right? Like he's doing what works for him. He was actually in a video recently. The one on the John Wick bulletproof suit that did like 12 million views. So I was kind of looking at going like, dang, okay, he's back. He seems to be kind of hitting his stride in terms of the content a little bit. I'm pretty sure they did like a pretty good sponsorship deal for that. They had to, like Hacksmith. Let me tell you, you want to sponsor Hacksmith. It ain't cheap. They do a great job over there, but you got to pay to play, right? I mean, we've talked, but like I wouldn't see my role in that interaction as being like as a mentor or anything like that. Like we're mutually supportive. I mean, I've had my own challenges too, right?
Okay. Have you ever had a computer issue that annoyed you for months or years before you fixed it?
Ooh. Okay, I have an issue on my work desktop right now that is ticking me off. I can't use pin sign-in or Windows Hello. I have to type my password. It's like bugged.
Weird.
Yeah. It's like, okay.
Oh, I think you showed me this. You click the thing and it just like doesn't actually do anything.
Like, okay. And then, oh, right. I had that issue that Anthony made a video about when I was on vacation where my machine would just like randomly reboot when it was idle. And it turns out that it's like a Threadripper power management bug that AMD just hasn't been arsed to fix. That I had that for probably months. This pin one is relatively new, but I will probably deal with it for months because the reality of it is that it takes me about 4 seconds to type in my password. So I type in my password, maybe 0 to 5 times a day. So this costs me maybe like 3 minutes a month or, whatever that works out to. So if it takes me any longer than 5 minutes to resolve, it's basically not worth it. So it's like, it's tough, right? I could ask someone else to do it. I could get Dan to do it, but he has other things to do that are also more important. So I don't know.
I don't know if this counts, but I have a lot of issues with a wide variance of different services logging me out. Oh, it's happened with you with the doc today. Just all these services logging me out all the time for no reason. Sometimes I have to log into the same thing, our current password manager. I know what it's set to. I know it.
Yeah.
Sometimes I have to log into it like 6 times a day. Like, this makes no sense.
Yeah.
It's why? I don't know. It seems to be a universally, like, kind of not reliable thing. I don't know.
Hi, DLL. Any chance of an LTT store water-cooled chair? I know it wouldn't be cheap, but definitely worth it for us hot boys.
No. We don't know enough about the product category. We don't have experience dealing with extremely large items.
That's a big one.
Yeah, getting an ergonomic product that has the potential to affect people's health, right? Really challenging.
Do you think you would ever partner with another chair manufacturer.
Why would they? If they wanted to do the work, why don't they just do it
themselves?
Yeah, like we didn't patent anything, so like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
What if they're just not capable?
Yeah, I mean that. So if no one's doing it, then what I'm assuming is that no one
There's a reason.
is doing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have run out of curated messages.
Oh, okay. Well, then instead of replying to them in text, are you replying to text ones too, Luke?
Yeah.
Okay, nice. We're just chipping away at this. I don't know what it is, but I think the after dark thing puts people in merge message mode even harder than
Are we just cruising? Is that what's going on?
other things we do. Yeah,
my
because
God,
Oh wow,
look
we're
how many
cruising.
there are.
We're definitely I'm pretty sure Linus and I have both been trying to chew on the incomings because
I'm glad you guys understand what it's like now.
I did it before you did.
okay, fine. Here's one on haha. I will continue to reply to merch messages, and I will curate ones for Luke.
Excellent. And I will read them to
a
Luke.
new one.
Everybody has
The
a
problem
job.
with this is a ton of them are going to be like, "Hey Linus," but we'll see.
Hi, Linus and Slick. Any thoughts on making content for Floatplane development?
Hey, I tried to answer this one in text.
Yeah, that happens.
Darn it.
That happens to me with Linus as
Sorry,
well.
keep going. Keep going.
Interested in behind-the-scenes content for day-to-day work and challenges faced being one of few companies to handle streaming.
We could do stuff. I don't think all that many people would actually find it all that interesting. I do think that I don't want to have my devs who have insanely too much work to do spending time working on writing a blog. I do think that it would be extremely inconsistent because we'd have like way too much stuff to talk about because, you know, we just launched the beta site and then we're going to have like a huge Jaiden, pile it on. No, I have unlimited time. One of my biggest problems is that you don't. If you had unlimited time, that would be amazing. I need to clone Jaiden like a bunch of times. Yeah, like there would be huge draughts where we're not going to have anything to talk to you about. And then there's like, oh, we're like releasing a bunch of stuff all at once. There's tons of things. But like the actual development of them is probably not going to be very interesting to you. Like, isn't it? Oh, man. Michael Reeves. Really cool videos. Fantastic dude. He constantly talks about like, hey, I engineered this thing. Here's all the really interesting like physical and mechanical stuff that I did that you're all going to want to see. And here's the code. And then he'll just scroll through all of it in like a 1.5 second clip where it just like hyper scrolls down the whole thing. And he's like, cool, because no one cares about that. And it's like, yeah, some people in this audience will because you're also developers, whatever, but like the vast majority of people won't. So it's this cost benefit thing of like, okay, I have to take these developers that have a task list that's like genuinely multiple years long. And before people yell at me, no, that is not how we handle our backlog. Relax. There's just a lot of things that we could do. And then we have our backlog. It's the shorter amount before it. It's okay. It's okay. But like, yeah, X amount of you will care a lot. Is it worth spending a bunch of time that we could spend developing doing that? No, I don't really think so. Also, it's going to be really inconsistent. Like someone asked internally recently, like, why don't we just have a channel, like under like we can make sub channels now, right? So why don't we have a sub channel that's Floatplane development? It's like, well, okay, so we're going to add shorts, we're going to add all the social posts, we're going to add this, we're going to have game linked soon, we're going to have the labs video channels potentially, we're going to have all this. It's going to be 14 scrolls long worth of sub channels that the Linus Tech Tips channel has, and on there's going to be Floatplane development, and we're going to upload to it like once in a blue moon. I don't know. We talk about it on a WAN show. Hopefully that's interesting.
I'm replying to messages right now, but I'm not seeing any come up here. Is it possible it's bugged?
No, let me check the queue. Yeah, 5 seconds and there'll be another one.
Oh, okay.
It spreads it out depending on how many there are in the queue.
Oh,
So you
hilarious.
should see another one right now.
Someone also said, how about we do blog posts in lieu of stand-ups? Like, that's actually, or Jaiden said that, sorry. And I don't mean to throw Jaiden under the bus. That's actually just a really bad idea. My reasoning for that is multifold. One, I don't necessarily want all of the developers just now suddenly doing public communication. Also, look at anything. that shares its development path super transparently, and it just immediately becomes a gigantic, horrible nightmare.
That sounds
Always. Because the community is just going to be in a constant state of hysterical screaming for the now entire future of your company. Because no one will ever, it doesn't matter how well you do it, no one's ever going to agree about what you're working on, how you're working on it, all these different types of things, blah, 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 blah. And now a huge portion of your time is going to be filled up addressing community comments, dealing with whatever, blah, 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 blah. And it's just like, oh, man. I don't know. It's not good. If you want to peek into how it goes, check out Star Citizen.
Yeah.
Oh, good
Oof.
God.
Okay, I was kind of like, I don't know if you can say any of this definitively until you said that.
Yep.
All right, you win.
Next up, short circuit is partly responsible for the mechanical keyboard rabbit hole I went down this week. What are all of your keyboard preferences?
I am a pleb, and I'm actually really loving the Logitech 915 TKL. It's not...
It's a nice keyboard.
2 out of 2 of mine have been defective in some way eventually.
Oof.
One started
not
double
nice.
pressing, and the other had like an RGB LED die or something like that. So I didn't even bother arming that one. But like, what I will say about it is I have grown very accustomed to low profile,
Low profile is sick.
and I'm really fast on it. I wish it had a numpad. Maybe I should get the numpad version. Is there one? I don't know, but I like it. I think I have
Get an
the
external numpad. Better.
Oh, that's true. I actually have one on my desk. I just always forget to use it.
Yeah.
I think I have whatever is the like soft tactile, like whatever like Browns would be, but in their whatever mechanical switches they're using on that. I'm definitely into the super nerdy stuff that Plouf's got. Like anytime I'm at his desk, I'm like on his keyboard.
Here's
it's
another
like,
one.
Oh, it's so good. But
What's the brand name of the keyboards, the standard keyboards? Dan's probably going to know.
I have one in front of me. They are Keychron.
Keychron. How expensive are these?
Oh, let's not get into this again. They're $800 each.
I think they're a good deal, though.
They're really
Okay.
nice, yeah.
They're sick. So
they're
what
so
I was
heavy.
really going to say about it is like when I came into the office, things I was worried about was peripherals because I have some pretty strong preferences about peripherals. And then they were able to give me the same mouse I have at home. I don't have my like power play pad, but that's fine. Whatever. I just plug it in when I leave.
We have those too if you
That's
want
easy. I do not need one. I would rather just use the setup that I have. I just plug it in when I leave. It's completely fine. But I got the Keychron keyboard, and I was like, this is pretty sick.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
This is a nice keyboard. I'm not going to request a different one. I'm just happy with what I got.
Yeah, we don't want to just like issue people crap, right?
No, for
Like,
sure.
it's-
Yeah. I was worried about how expensive it was, but I didn't actually want to change it because it's really nice. And like people here are going to be typing a lot. Like having a good solid keyboard genuinely even makes sense for just like ergonomic reasons.
And
Yeah.
even just having the pick of whatever keyboard that you want if you don't
Yeah,
have the
it's so
Keychrons
cool.
and
Yeah.
different mice and all that sort of stuff. I think
It's-
that's really
It's a
important.
pretty sweet benefit. Yeah, I'm not trying to crush on that. I was just like hoping it wasn't super expensive. But yeah, I actually really like that keyboard. I'm a fan. Right now I use oh man, what's the whole name? Sherbets? I think they're not spelled the same as Sherbet. Oh my goodness, I'm not going to be able to remember the name of it, but I use some really weird key switches at home, and I like them a lot, but I also really like my Keychron at work. I'm very happy with both of them. Yeah.
Okay. You've stated that you're really not into the idea of bridging multiple internet connections to boost speed with a person with gigabit plus internet. Would you say that the same thing for under 5 megabits per second connections?
No, because that person, as far as I could tell, was trying to boost the speeds that they could individually access past the speed of one of those connections, which is really complicated and involves, like we did a video about this, how to double your internet speed or whatever, where we worked with ITEL to actually bond multiple internet connections. And the problem is that they have to go through an aggregator that is a separate third, essentially, internet connection service that you have to pay for that combines everything. You can't just like use your router to do that. So with that in mind, that was not a real solution to that problem. And it's not even a problem because gigabit, we made the argument. I think you were in agreement on that one, and I don't remember. I basically said, no, don't buy two 1 gigabit connections. Yeah, that gigabit is enough for your internet because external services are more likely to be your bottleneck. With 5 megabit, all of a sudden, it's a very different conversation. And in fact, the badminton center that I built that video streaming setup for, I did a video about it a while back. I did advise them to get a second internet connection because they're limited by crappy ADSL upload speeds. And so we weren't able to stream from all of their courts concurrently, but we were able to get around that by having 2 NICs on the back of the computer. And then I have one of them going to one internet connection, the other going to the other, and then I have OBS configured to send out 3 streams over one connection and 2 streams over the other connection so that we're able to actually utilize all of that bandwidth with a single client. But you'll notice that that's not a single application. That's dual network interfaces with 5 discrete applications that need network access. So if you're trying to overcome some kind of bottleneck, then yes, it's a valid solution, but it has to be a multi-user or at the very least, multi-application over multi-interface solution. Now, you probably don't actually need 2 physical interfaces. You could probably set it up with VLANs or whatever else if you're very clever. It was a lot faster for me to just do it this way. So...
Okay, the last one I have here in the curated. In the past, you've encouraged the preservation of data on the internet. With that in mind, how do you feel with those that saved/downloaded the private videos that were released by the hackers?
Data preservation. Okay, so this is, I feel like there's going to be someone out there who's going to, in bad faith.
An interesting answer here.
Yeah, in bad faith, take my response and try to find the hypocrisy in it. The bottom line is, no, I consider that my private data that was never intended to be published, and you, pretty much, right? And you could look at that answer and you could go, well, Linus, you had a very different position when we were talking about leaks out of Nintendo of something like the Super Mario World assets. I think is an excellent example. Like some of the asset and source code leaks out of Nintendo. And my response to that is that Nintendo is not an individual citizen, for one thing, and for another, that has historical significance. Footage that I never intended to release of me playing with my children does not have historical significance. That's just an invasion of my privacy. Now, you could turn around and you could say, well, anytime you upload something to the internet, you pretty much relinquish your control over it. And that's true to an extent, but it's also... it's not cool. It's not cool to kind of go, ha ha ha, because you did, ha 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 ha. I don't know. Yeah, you're just kind of a asshole. What else can I really say about it, right? It's out there. It's done now. The milk is spilt. I'm not going to Streisand effect this, right? I'm not going to complain about it and imagine and try to get it taken down. It's not going to happen, right? But if you think you're clever and you think you're cool or whatever, you're not and you're not.
Yeah, I strongly agree with that. And I don't think we had actually talked about it. And I was unsure if we were going to talk about it on the hack WAN show that was the day after or whatever. But it's kind of disgusting to me, to be completely honest. And I have archived things that have leaked before, but it's different. I've archived things that are extremely unrelated to picture or videos of someone playing with their children. You know what I mean? I've archived some scientific papers. I've archived stuff like that.
Yep.
That's very different to me, and I think painting all of it with a broad brush is ridiculous and just kind of gross.
Yeah, well, it's voyeurism, straight up.
Extremely icky to me.
Yeah.
That's very gross.
I mean, while you're at it, why don't you train a model with my face and watch AI-generated porn? I don't know. You can.
Because it's disgusting and unacceptable. Anyways, yep.
Hey, Linus.
I read some threads. Sorry.
No, go for it.
You were in the right, but I read some threads on it at the time where people were defending it, and it made me uncomfortable, and I just moved on because I don't like it. But it is what it is. It's out there. All right.
Hey, Linus. Whatever happened with the $1 PC giveaway? What was the craziest thing you have given away?
Was that the stream one, the random PC?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so,
we
yeah.
gave it away.
And what's the craziest thing you've ever given away?
Probably that. I mean,
I would agree. That was nuts.
yeah. Well, there was the rig at Micro Center that wasn't technically given away, but would you pay like $20 or something like that, or like $10? Yeah, I don't know. The computers usually.
Have you guys considered open sourcing software LTT Labs makes so the community can help out? Free labor will help the lab's money pit.
Oh, I tried to text response to this one.
Both of you were
Me
writing
too.
at the same time.
Yeah, I think that's why it bugged, which is why I curated it. Because I couldn't reply to it anymore. If it makes sense, we will absolutely consider it, but we are not promising anything at this time.
There's a message asking about white or light gray mouse pads.
No.
It's not a good idea.
Yep. Ooh, yeah. Are we working at this time on watched or didn't watch status on Floatplane?
Why are you winking? Yes.
Oh, I'm cringing.
Oh, yeah.
We are working on that?
Yeah, it's like basically done.
Really?
Yeah.
What about like where you left off?
Yeah.
Oh, what? Really?
And it'll like resume and everything.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why is all this stuff launching in like a big burst? I mean, I do know the answer to that, but why don't you explain it to them? Because it felt like nothing was happening for like a year, and then now you're like, yeah, you can edit your things, and you've got color coding in the chat, and you've got this, and you got that. Who cares that, the entire team is busy dealing with like, a major security event? We're going to launch everything now anyway. Let's go.
It already attempts to track it. It super doesn't work. Yeah, okay. You can't say that without context, Jaiden. This is why we can't do the public stand-ups thing.
Get wrecked, Jaiden.
Because it's not all in. Anyways, it's fine. It's coming. This stuff makes me sad to talk about, so I don't like really want to go over it like a bunch of times. I've sort of talked about it on a show in the past. Our lead developer for Floatplane, absolutely fantastic dude, and I miss him a lot. But he's been out sick for over a year. Technically, within that amount of time, there was time where he was back, but it was for very, very short bursts.
We want to do everything we can to support him. We wish him absolutely nothing but the best, And
we've tried, in response, we've tried to expand the team to try to. His contributions to the team were immense, to say the least, and we've tried to hire to try to bring us back to strength and do other stuff.
But it's like if Connor McDavid got sick, and they tried to just like hire a replacement.
It's hard.
So there's a hockey reference for you, all right?
And the new devs that we've brought on are like absolutely coming up to speed and working really well, and like the team is absolutely getting back to force, and that's part of what you're seeing.
But there's one Connor McDavid.
missing him sucks. We for a long time we're kind of waiting for him to come back. He was working on a major platform upgrade, and instead of continuing the work on the major platform upgrade, because he kind of wanted to just finish it himself, we decided to work on things and set them to wait, basically, because they were effectively blocked by the platform upgrade. He came back for a little bit, was here for a little bit, got sick again, and at that point in time, I had to make the decision that I probably should have made like a year ago, but I didn't want to make this decision, which was just to finish it anyways, pick up his work and carry it through the finish line. So we did that, and it was a very big challenge, but the team rallied, got behind it. A lot of different people worked on a lot of different things they hadn't necessarily worked on before, and we carried it through the finish line. Not 100% of it. Certain bits we left behind, but we carried what we reasonably could and what we had. That's a really long story, but we carried what we could through the finish line, and that's the beta site, and it's awesome. And then the team that has been working on features, waiting for this whole time, is now releasing their features. So there's a lot of features because we waited for a long time, and they're good, and it's really cool. So you're now getting things like the watch time history, jump back to where you were tool thing is going to be coming soonish.
Cool.
Because that was originally worked on like a really long time ago, but just blocked for a super long time. We were in the worst development hell I've like basically ever even heard of for a long time.
It's more of a purgatory.
And now we're coming out of it. Yeah. Which is a good feeling because we're now finally on the other end. It took us a really long time to get here, and I appreciate you guys sticking with us. But yeah, more cool things are coming. I will say, after a lot of these like feature launches get into beta, and then after the beta actually releases, we're gonna want to spend some time on two things. I'm not going to explain what they are. This can turn into a really long conversation.
Are you having an internal Floatplane meeting, or are you talking to the audience right now?
This is a problem. I can talk for way too long, so sometimes Linus and I's meetings go for far too long. But
he said fart.
I stole a naming scheme from Ubisoft Rainbow Six. It's Project Health. We want to work on something that I'm calling Project Health, where we need to spend some time on platform health and tech debt and stuff like that. But yeah, anyways,
features will come.
There's going to be a massive pile of features before we start doing that, and that doesn't mean we're not going to have any features during that time. It does mean that if feature development happens, it has to be wrapped in this development style that is coming in with. Anyways,
okay.
Yeah. Things are moving again. Thanks for sticking with us.
A few quick things. Thanks, Kylie. Also, regarding the reflective stripe on the hat, I accidentally clicked your thing and it just popped up there. We're not planning a reflective stripe on the LTT Hat Pro, but you could always put a reflective patch on it or something like that if you're a roadside worker. And regarding attaching the laptop bag to a backpack, I see them as sort of mutually exclusive products. I don't think you would have your backpack and a laptop bag at the same time. You should put your laptop in your backpack or in your bag. Yeah, I don't want to design for that. I think that's a super, super duper edge case. Cool.
Sup, Linus and Luke.
Sup?
What's your favorite type of curry?
Thai.
Spicy.
Yeah.
It's real hard-hitting questions here tonight. Who's that old guy who does the interviews? I can never remember his name.
No.
Santa Claus. Okay, were you sleeping? Were you awake? Were you bad? Were you good?
It's this point of the evening, isn't it? Any thoughts on making a dog toy? Maybe a puzzle-type toy? It baffles me that no matter how much money I spend, I can find a puzzle toy my dog can't solve in 5 minutes.
A dog puzzle toy? No. I can't say that has ever occurred to me in 1,000 years, or nor that it would in 1,000 years. We do have a dog WAN hoodie coming, though. That I can commit to.
You know who would, if you did want to make one, my mom would actually be a genuinely extremely experienced and good person to consult.
I bet she would.
Yeah.
I don't intend to.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, I'm down to just like hang out with your mom. That's cool, but like not doing that.
You and everyone else.
Oh. No.
Oh. Okay, that's not where I was going with that.
All right. He has a quarterly review coming. It is now going to go significantly worse.
Hell yeah. All right, up next. Hi, Luke and Linus. My friend and I would like to know how ethically the closed are sourced, because there is nothing on the website about the ethics of the closed.
So we currently have a position that Nick is in the process of drafting that will be posted on the site soon. And it's going to be, I think we're internally calling it like a compliance officer or like compliance coordinator or something like that. And we have a lot of promises, but what we don't have is a lot of boots on the ground figuring out what exactly is actually going on. And so for that reason, we haven't been able to make any kind of definitive external statements. The goal in the long term is for this person to come in and basically build a program where we can make guarantees about exactly what's going on behind the scenes with our products, because even aside from it just being disgusting, I don't need the PR of, finding out that, like some other, A-list celebrity or whatever, I'm sitting out here talking about human rights while my merch is made in sweatshops or whatever, right? I don't need the bad PR. So even if we look at it strictly from I'm a complete sociopath and I don't care about anybody at all perspective, I want to solve this.
Still not the right move.
And we will be spending actual money on that very, very soon. So if you or anyone that you know actually works in that space, I would strongly encourage you to apply for the position once it's listed.
Do you have any more? Oh, there's no more curated ones.
Okay.
Do you want to just start reading some out?
Let's just go for it. First time from Germany. At Luke, Amazon Mesh Network is now tackling the last 10% of USA coverage. Even offline, the devices ping home.
Yeah, it's like terrible.
Regarding privacy, Linus, multimedia mouse keyboard combo. Wait, what? Oh, wait. Are you talking about that thing I use? It's from Sedeco. I forget what it's called, but it's like Air keyboard, Air mouse, or something like that. All right, cool. You're done. Josie, those build-your-own screwdrivers would be great for making Pride designs. Have y'all considered Pride merch? I'm glad you asked. The answer is that I'm not gay. So for me to profit from Pride or like trans flags or anything like that has always felt icky to me. However, of course, we want people to be able to represent not just their techie side, and we want to enable that, but we wanted to do it in a way that is not profitable to us. So the answer, and here's something to consider. Just because we don't, how do I put this? Okay, let's say, for example, that we had a product that was Pride themed and all the proceeds went to some kind of Pride organization or something like that. I don't feel like vetting charitable organizations, and a lot of them are super corrupt. That's why we just donate to BC Children's Hospital, because nobody likes sick kids. That is the worst, and all sick kids should be healed. That's like pretty easy to get behind. Also, we just know from our own personal experience, BC Children's frickin' rocks.
Yep.
So that's one side of it. The other side of it is I still profit from that. I don't profit in money, but I profit in marketing, right? So you got to, anytime you look at a corporation's actions, you got to understand there's something in it for them. It's not just because of like the good feels. So we were trying to figure out a way to help you rep it or whatever, but not benefit in any way. And the solution is pins. So we actually have an upcoming series of...
Oh, like I almost just said fuss pins.
yeah.
The free checkout item?
Yes.
Oh,
so
that's
we
cool.
have keyboard pins that are going to be available in a wide variety of color schemes. Are they Pride? Are they trans? Are they whatever? I don't know. I leave it open to people's
want it to be.
interpretation. They're whatever you want them to be. We will not take your money for them, and we will not benefit in any way from their
solution.
existence.
I like that.
That is our solution. And yeah, by all means, make a screwdriver. Unfortunately, there's only 4 color changeable parts, so you won't be able to do the whole rainbow.
Quite gonna get there.
But
Depends on which flag you're.
I mean, hey, let's go back to that. I don't mind benefiting from things in general. Why don't you build 2 screwdrivers?
Hey,
and use all 6 colors across
got
the
2. Oh man.
All right, let's. Anonymous says, "Hey, I live in Amsterdam. I'm going to work soon. I work at Van Moof. Neat. Electric bikes. I was wondering if you are looking into bikes. Van Moof bike is a tech product. Anti-theft features are super awesome. We have a couple electric bikes here. Hey, Dan, who makes our electric bikes?
I have absolutely no idea. I have been far removed from that side of the company.
Interesting. I mean, do you ever ride them between the buildings?
I have ridden them once. I normally just drive my own car back and forth.
I rode one today. I feel really bad. Does anyone in the chat know?
Electric?
Electric.
Conrad's
So we
Conrad
use
would know.
Man, they are scary fast. I turned the pedal assist up all the way. I was doing 44 kilometers an hour down the road. Like, you could die.
It is
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, they're very fast.
Is that a concern?
It's legit faster than driving. Yeah, I was
What's
kind of
our
concerned.
liability?
I don't know, but I was concerned, and I was kind of thinking we should have like little things on them that are like, do not go faster than speed 1 or like speed 2, because speed 3 is really fast. So that's the thing. So shout out Electric. Seems like a super cool product. I rode one today. I worry about the liability of, just employees riding them down the road, especially because this street has this like blind corner that people just come flying down sometimes, and it's really stupid. And
Yes.
there's always cars parked like on both sides, so the visibility is really bad. Anyway, e-bike technology, super cool, game changer. All right, last two. Greetings from Australia. I was thinking about buying a handheld gaming PC. Should I wait for the Ally?
It's
Yes.
probably going to be more expensive, you
Yes.
think? Yeah.
But give it a minute. Let's see where this thing lands, because it seems like it's coming pretty soonish. Oh no, people are still sending them. No more. Thanks, Hector. Wait, ooh, what just happened? Okay, cool. Malcolm, can we have LTT iron-on patches? Or an LTT flux? What's an LTT flux?
I was trying to answer this one because I had an answer for patches, but I have no idea.
Also, can we have some kind of way to send you messages directly?
You got it.
You got it. Iron-on patches. Yeah, we should do patches. Hey, Dan, can you fire over a message to Sarah, CC Nick? We should do patches.
Schedule message.
You can't see me. You can't see me behind all this computer thing. So I'm pretty much just like
Yes, I can.
an LLM at this point.
No, I can't.
This is shoulder.
All right. I mean, that's part of him. Creepy.
That's what everybody else says about me.
Are you still using that mechanical keyboard you repaired
Me?
in a video 6 years ago?
Oh, no.
Okay, cool.
It finally, full died.
Linus, Vsauce has mentioned he wants to make a movie in which he starts naked in the woods and by the end discovers all the laws of physics. Do you have any movies/documentaries you want to make? I don't know. I had this kind of stupid idea for a trailer that I wanted to make, but I don't think it would have fleshed out into a full movie very well. I'm going to go with no. Let's go with no, and let's go with thank you for... oh, nope.
Got him.
Been in tech for 25 years. One thing that's changed is some of the company original values. You ever considered any company goal, guidance, soul, legacy training? Yeah, this is something D-Brand actually gave me a really hard time about. They were like, where's your mission statement? Where's your culture statement? And I didn't take it that seriously for a long time because we were small enough that the culture was that, I talk to you. But we're too big now, and that's absolutely something that our HR team, which is now 2 people, is going to be working on.
Well, we had this kind of come up with the ad block stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's it is a thing that we're kind of tackling right now.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for watching. We will see you again next week. Same bad time, same bad channel.
Bye.
No, I didn't get it.
Okay.
MacBooks are fine.
Yes.
That's going to be taken out of context. They fine. They're fine.
Yeah.
Are we off?